There he is. That's good, big dog. That's kind of you. I I'm starting to make waves in this Wall Street Bets server. I mean, usually if I say anything in there, they're just like, "Oh, Jew banned," or like, I mean, I got that today. I get all kinds of shit. People just like thinking that I have some kind of mental issues. Anyway, I I but I got some people in there. Well, basically, like some guy was just like making assertions about my mental competency, and I said, look, please stop. Um, what did I say? Please stop demeaning me or something like that. I'm a normal person. I just stream my life for world peace. And some other people in there were like just inquiring with about things with me, and I asked them if I could send them my blog, and I've gotten people to read my blog, and they're like, "Oh, you're like a normal person." I'm like, yeah, and just I literally just stream. That's it. That I don't do anything differently than anybody else. And slowly but surely, you get a couple people in there who understand what you're doing, and then when somebody else makes fun of you, they're like, "Dude, shut the fuck up. You don't know what you're talking about." And then all of a sudden, that straightens everybody out. Basically, when you build allies, and yeah, exactly. And like I have you, who definitely an ally. When that guy Mike was in here, Mike is absolutely obsessed with swatting people. He loves. He's been in here like 2 or 3 times, actually more than that. He always talks about pedophilia. He's obsessed with swatting people. He's obsessed with swatting people. Um, yeah, he exactly. Exactly. Right? I mean, literally, I'm live in Music Biz Marty right now, and that's how that guy found me is Music Biz Marty. And it's like, I mean, if anybody wanted to make fun of me, I'm like the biggest target possible. But the other day, that guy came in here with that Doc guy. Doc guy's a nice guy. I'm not saying the other guy's not a nice guy, but they kept coming in here like plotting how they could get people swatted. And I'm like, dog, I don't normally stop people from having discussions in here. I welcome discussions, but I said, look, guys, if you think that this is the server for you so that you can plot how to like well how to swat people, how to have pizzas delivered to people, how to have someone's car towed, that's not what this is for. I talk about other things, and I'm like, look, they also have this like I don't know if it's unhealthy. Well, they it is unhealthy, but they have an obsession with talking about other people and pedophilia. And I'm like, guys, I don't want to talk about these. These aren't positive things. So that guy left, but Doc stayed, and Doc and I talked for at least an hour on just future technology. All I did was go through that big list of stuff that big list of like, hey, we're talking about space lasers, and we're talking about space elevators and lunar crete and like solar sails, all that shit. And he and I talked about it for a long time. So I know that if I get them on the right track, I can have positive discussions with them. But that one guy, like we were talking about like finance or something, and that guy's, wait, I got a quick question. Okay, what is it? Well, aren't you afraid of getting swatted? Look, that's like not a really big concern of mine. I think that the police are smart enough to know that that is a tactic that people use, and if anything, I think they're aware of my streams, so I'm not too worried about it. I know, I know that, like when I first started this, I emailed every single person that I knew in Orange County and made them aware, like, hey, please share my stream. So the mayor of Irvine has gotten that. The police of Irvine are aware of that. The like every major media in Southern California is aware of it. So if anything, like I've done my best to make people aware of it. Did any of that shit work? No, because at the time I'd only been doing it like a year, and it's very difficult to be like to understand what I'm doing in like one email and not have it look like a huge manifesto. Um, so, but I've explained to these guys before. I'm fully aware of what can happen, and and I'm prepared for it. And if anything bad happens to me, it's just going to be all the better for me. Then I'll be the next Luigi, whatever this fucker's name is, because I'll be like very well known and be like, oh, this guy's all over the internet. So in fact, it's almost one of the better things that could happen to me, because then that would cause a public incident, and then I would get press from it. Again, as I said before, I don't care what they say about me, just make sure to spell my name right. As long as you're talking about me, I'm winning. It's when no one talks about you that you die. That's even almost in history as well. If people are still talking about you and you're still relevant, well, you're sort of still alive. At least your memory is alive. Once you become someone who is insignificant and no one cares about anymore, well, that's when it becomes an issue. And I don't want that to happen to me. So I've done my best to at least create this just giant compilation of data. I even go through my own data and I'll look at random Instagram accounts that I have. I have like maybe 15 different Instagram accounts with thousands of posts. I mean, like 3,000 posts, and they're all like something, either me singing a song or they're an hour worth of film or footage of me from a bot that I've created that just like always records my life on Instagram. And when people just, you don't even have to go to YouTube to see me. When you can just look at your phone, like some people just see on Instagram, wow, this person has so much data. It's unreal. Oh, dude, you have to. Um, I mean, like, I don't even know what this. What is this? Not taking advice from a guy who looks like a Wikipedia depiction of an incel. Dog, he already said he blocked me. I thought that was his deal. Hey, what's going on? How are you? Shout out. Hey, Taki McMuffin, how old are you? Oh, okay, very well. Okay, excellent. How's your day going? How's your day going? Oh, apologies. Well, all right. Well, Caspian Sea, help Tacky do what they need to do. There you go. You're welcome. So, Caspian, there you go. You're welcome. So, Caspian Sea, walk them through what needs to be done.
shouldn't do that stuff. But this whole thing just closed off. Sure. Yeah. Well, I can see my. If you want, you can pop that out. Keep that. Okay. Yep. Pop out. That'll open an iframe. Back into OBS. To the sources plus button. And you're going to add audio input. Capture. And microphone if you want. You're going to right click that one. Add. Sure. Oh, I better put a name out on the recognize. Okay. And microphone. Okay. Are we working? Oh, you can probably hear you now. Can you hear you? Hang on. I'll go to the chat for a second. Try to hear. Your microphone is garbage. You have to turn it off. Okay, how do I turn it off? Right click the microphone. Yeah, microphone. Horrendous. It is drilling all the audio surrounding. Okay.
Wait. I have a question. Is it because they have their microphone on here? Can you advise them to turn off their microphone?
No.
Okay, are you sure?
It's noise cancel, echo cancel. A lot of audio engineering stuff. It's a lot more than we're going to accomplish here. Yeah, I mean, I got enough. So is it muted? Check on that. Yeah, it's better. Like, you don't have to come in. No worries. I saw you struggling for the last time. It's 6 o'clock in the morning where I'm at. You're going to have to 8 hours of an LP. I'm like, fuck. That's why I figured I could help my brain. I see you asking everybody else. I was just like, don't take on the project. It doesn't matter if you like it. Yeah. Like, finally, fucking, yeah, she felt popular. This is all. Everyone must have logged off and dealt with her face. So let me share the holidays. I mean, we're all on Discord. Come on, you know what? Like we're suddenly gonna get friends. That's one thing that I did like about. I don't like that guy Dustin, but you know, I've always kind of thought that comment, said this funny. Someone asked him a question about blah blah blah, the concept of cells, and like I don't know if I ever talked about incels. Years ago, when it was just us on the internet, none of us were having sex. So when nobody had sex, it wasn't an issue. Now everyone's made this big issue. Of course, we're on the computer, we're not having sex. Right? People assigning those titles. You had them putting it in your dream. But, like, look, we weren't mad about it back in the day. I think we fucking laughed. Well, you know, if I got this, like, like, you talk on the internet. Well, serial, you did not. Yeah, exactly. I'm trying to. Oh, I gotta make mine. Oh, well, that's a. Yeah, I better turn my camera off in case. Oh my God, where? Okay, where you get? I'm dead. I don't cut off the camera. except for you have you.
I'm a movie go to first. Okay, my God. I'll send you your set of money.
I'll take money.
I have money.
No.
I mean, you can. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm totally.
After what I just witnessed, definitely first
What?
becoming a YouTuber.
No.
Well, you have more than one channel, and the one live stream has 2.1 thousand subscribers. So.
Yeah, because people like, no, what happened was I just.
Hear it.
Not
like, the YouTuber with almost 3K subscribers.
If I get like 300.
It's only enough to become a partner. Don't worry about it. What were you saying?
I like monetize, but I mean, I don't care about that. Like, I don't care. I mean, I don't care. I mean, no, I made the channel for me. I really love crystal content. They just and her streams are like 12 hours, so horrible, and I realized that the silence out of they're really good. I got like a couple of apps for the edit the silence out, posted it, and I woke up and it was like followers, and I'm like, oh, whoa, I don't, why are they trying? And it just kept growing and growing, and I'm like, oh, well, they enjoy it too, so I had made it for me. And so it turns out I love editing. Like I would, if I could sit down, I like looking at city. Like if I could, I would. I did not know how much work like that. I respect it now. I do. I use free editing apps on my phone.
You've been doing all of that on a pause. I've been pausing so much. I've been doing it all on your phone.
With free apps that have limited.
No, I understand totally, but it looks good. But she really absolutely. Yes, how the fuck would she fucking?
Hey.
I'm sorry.
You're good.
You're on A plus, right? We're certified. Certified. I haven't. I read. Unit repair. So yeah, it's not that I'm. It's something about
I didn't.
My brain. My brain won't. My brain fights. My brain. Don't know why.
Tacky McMuffin, you have thousands of people who are subscribed to you on YouTube.
Yeah, 2.81K.
That's phenomenal. And you're doing this all with free software, essentially. I mean, like, you have no idea how much respect I have for you. That is such an amazing accomplishment. Oh, absolutely. Great job.
Yeah, no, I mean, as much as I'm thankful. I've heard you waffle on that. So just stay quiet. out there, track big 25. All one. Let's be honest.
Wait, I don't want to be.
I can't accept it. I can't accept it. Like everything in my life when I was so you're off. I'm not.
I agree.
I have to.
That's all. I want someone to tell us it's okay to be quirky. That's a lot. It's okay. No?
Want them to say I'm normal, and they didn't.
You're normal, and I didn't even notice you. You're welcome.
People that are different do not want. You're normal. People that are not want. Are you?
I don't know. I'm not. Wow, that's actually not in the. I thought you were gonna drop it. I thought I'd be on Discord. I thought you were gonna draw the conclusion that I was wrong.
I'm so tired of that. We're all here. Probably all have the same odd. Sometimes
I don't know. It's Discord.
I don't think it's odd. It's very normal to me. This would in the 80s. This would be a in the 80s. This would be a party line. In the 90s, it would be an AOL instant message discussion. In the 2000s, it might be texting group. I don't think
They're the
so.
ones who are having the most fun. I mean, no, it's not. Yeah, it's better. A lot less pretense.
I think it's like what somebody would have back in the day, like a watering hole or a bar. It's people with whom you're familiar, and
I
you're
like it. Yeah.
you're comfortable around them, and you just talk. That's what people did in bars for hundreds of years.
it's true, but
Tacky music is out in the place where everyone. You know, I enjoy time. No, I don't, because I'm passionate about
well,
something.
you know,
Well, you're a girl too. Date, nothing else going on. That's more than enough reason to find it. Exactly. You
sounds
know,
like you're like, like maybe so you know that's what they're hoping. That it's
no, exactly. Yeah, and that's what literally no one's better at. Not even I don't even want to dodge it. How Rabbi walked the fucking the high tide. It always comes out clean on the other side. Impressive. Like
Thanks, Pedro.
I mean,
you know,
I got introduced to Rabbi Marty's fire accident on the break right before Marty discovered crystal. Someone said, I got this rabbi guy maybe next to him. So Marty, the whole 1,000 I'll start watching Rabbi for about an hour. Rabbi or Marty. Rabbi's kind of a cool guy. I don't really have anything to work with. You found Crystal, right? And that there was like, how the fuck did this guy just dodge like everyone trying to damn it on a Rabbi? And I was beyond fascinated and enthralled by the ability to whip away the crime.
And people from that
Rabbi
stream,
is one of my best friends now.
absolutely. People from that stream, well, they continued to watch me, and I sang karaoke for hours thereafter. And then they joined my.
Now they love you.
And I had people from there who joined my stream, and I became very close with them. We would watch movies together and do trivia together. I texted with them, like, I mean, like, they were really, really nice. So that was honestly like the best influencer um um spotlight that I could have ever gotten. I met Caspian Sea that way, and I mean, I can't say enough good things about the Music Biz Marty community. They've really been nice to me.
Hey, what can you say?
I see your setup. Okay. Yeah. You gotta.
You don't have.
Right, exactly. That's I mean, they're cameras. I'm not paying attention to them. Oh, that's really cool.
No, it hasn't happened yet. Have you ever heard of Rabbi Michael Rothschild?
No, they said Rabbi. I thought he. Yeah, well,
No.
Rabbi, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah. So
Now I
like,
see.
he's back. And then I joined the server, but I was like, like I'm scared.
That's
Like,
okay.
what is this? I don't understand.
Tacky, if you
They don't
would,
know what they were doing.
if you would take a look at the link that I just sent you on YouTube, and you can watch all my streams. I've got more than 10 of them going right now. So you can see all of the work that I put in.
All the different angles. That's the ones I buy.
Uh-uh.
What?
That's correct. I have more data than any person ever on the internet. Because data is Earth's number one resource. It's more valuable than food, water, gold, air, petroleum, palladium, everything.
Oh yeah. I meant like okay.
No, actually, I do it for world peace. I don't want people to have war anymore. And this stream gives me the platform to be able to discuss world peace. Well, not with that attitude, there's not. But if you think, given enough time, world peace is. Go ahead.
Humans are coded, right? Are coded, not like us.
If you study extraterrestrial species or even science fiction, they all have to create peace on their own home planet in order to get into space exploration, into space tourism, into terraforming other planets, and then into interstellar travel. You're exactly right. Tacky, I love you.
She knows. Wow. Oh wow.
No.
Tacky coming in with the deep track.
Yeah. No. Absolutely. Caspian Sea.
We were just talking about this, but yesterday.
It was this week or within the last week. Wow, tacky. No, you're absolutely right. So not with conventional physics we can't, but with the use of anti-gravity we can. But you're right. You're 100% right. The Van Allen radiation belts. Okay.
The fact that she brought up.
Oh, it's phenomenal.
It made my brain so fucking. Oh.
Yeah. Tacky knows what's up.
Yeah.
I'm not arguing with you. You're entitled to your opinion.
Yeah. Until someone discovers a graviton, a fucking particle. Well, it's scary.
I mean, gravity doesn't one way there, like it's
Physical force.
yeah, but as far as gravity is what and like that's just mainly on what they did. Yeah, it hasn't been proven. I like a large one because no one around me is I used to one that be like I want to I just don't really care about what
I have a pretty.
I love words. I don't like my my mom said you take it with smart common sense has to go out. I want to keep my streaming. I don't. No one's in my chat. I don't have.
What is your channel?
Yeah, there's chatting. My shit. Chat. I know.
What's mine? I'm sorry.
Right.
I get on this.
Actually, copy.
Like when I look at this stuff, like, oh, like,
Tech,
Like, download. Like.
pardon me. Tacky, what's your
right. I did not be. I was fucking around. I wasn't.
Tacky? What's your Yeah, absolutely. You can say it.
It wasn't like I would not do that. I would not.
Tacky, what's your channel?
Not
Thank you.
not. Yeah, I don't. I think feel on.
I've got it.
I'm sorry. I was just. I started using my phone.
So is your thing poop nut?
It's like put that on there.
Yeah. You have so much. I mean, you have 8 people watching you right now. That's phenomenal.
I don't care if it watches. I want the
Okay, so we want. Okay, so we just need to get. We just. So we just need potato to see it? Okay. And they're live right now? Okay. What is their...
Um,
So couldn't we just go into Tim Dooley's chat and just say, hey, look at Tacky McMuffin's
yeah.
stream? Okay. I'll make him aware of it right now.
I'm not even trolling. I'm not out for like I was calling. I won't do anything to someone I would.
If you know about, I would say you shouldn't feel that bad about it. Them. Anyway, that's just.
But okay, here's my on that. No one showed me proof. They showed me this proof. They showed me like possibly right. They showed screaming. The reason I have anything that happened, I had people taking stuff I said out of context. Once you've been through that question, because they like so that people have a reason to justify what they're doing. I feel that. Oh, he did this. Hey, they'll say there's proof. They tell me. Oh, I'll find it. You know, like.
They do.
Well, like.
I'm not saying that. He is. I asked him, like, he told me, like, I used to talk to him, try to get him about it. He is exactly what he knows.
Did he notice he's angry? He's happy. Did you see it? Seen it? Yeah, he's a beast. Like, everyone said, no, that's okay once I realized it. Like, what if he found someone like me and they recognize it? I know what. Okay.
Tacky. Okay, so what do you want me to say to him? Tim, look at that Crystal Station on YouTube. What's the last part about What's the last part about tomatoes?
Tomatoes.
No, it's on an account that's backup video archive 007. He has no idea who I am.
Part of the reason I don't like about constant that's why have it before you fucking like you know what I mean? And then he'll be like Marty because Marty's big and on with shit. It's like I love Marty him way, but I love to rearrange against fucking that's not the only but
I don't know if
half half
I don't like. I really honestly,
Still doing the very same thing. Still doing the science garbage, where you believe every word that the government tells you, every word that the TV tells you, and then you don't question it because you have no critical thinking. You're like, you live in a world full of NPCs. None of you know how to think. You can't think for yourself. I'm the only thinking person. Everyone with a conscience is you. Everyone else is the markup, the mozzarella, the NPCs, a bunch of clowns. There's nothing but potatoes is the only thing that's real. Everything else is code. I don't believe those people are real. I don't believe mud dwellers have an existence. I don't believe they can think for themselves. I don't believe they have the autonomy to actually know what they're doing. Because everything they do makes no sense. Everything they do makes no sense. They're all brain dead. We live in a world full of NPCs. And everything I say makes sense. Everything everybody else makes no sense. Everything everybody else says literally makes no sense. And that's not even a joke. Everything I say is true. Everything everybody else says is a bunch of lies. Every fucking time. So how could it be we can live inside a universe where lies become true and garbage people become the best ones, the ones that we look up to? How is it? It's a miracle. Like, but in a bad way. Like, it's amazing. How can we be so blind? Even as I say it, nothing. Don't worry. That's not
skillish part. Yeah, and record you have to own it. Just to make the person make it okay. I always remember all of our trolls recorded history as fucking global. You know what I mean? We're not. We're like I don't know how you expect to hear that. I don't think it'll be kindly for any of us, except Rabbi, of course. That's why I try to fucking Rabbi keeps me Rabbi keeps me.
Somebody's got two big dogs.
I know. Rabbi's on the phone. Have your seems
well, you're the first person to break out. Well, I'm not crazy. Okay.
argue most of the people were pretty high on like the bird like great called I don't remember. I guess low on that actually. A degrader. A degrader. A lot of them scored high like
You know what that is? It's not close.
yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I think I got the healthy fucking test results that are.
They start coming at you, recognize, like, start being nice. They don't know what. You control the pros by being nice.
That's what Rabbi does. That's how I learned. One
Yeah.
does it better. I always gotta bring it back. I'm telling you, this guy inspires. Fucking.
Oh, thank you, my man.
But I mean,
Yeah, dude.
I mean, it's so long. Like, no, it's not the troll. Someone my grandma had a flower. I'll just let y'all know I'm just. She would have been walking to the red place. She had a flower bed.
Bartenders kind of joking.
Dang, she's fat.
Wow. Okay.
I'm not fat.
Okay.
So, my grandma, these mosquitoes, they kept getting her flowers. I mean, that was a project. There was a lot of people. They kept. I think I just know was no one's ever been kind to her. She had them come help her replant flowers, and they were so happy helping someone involved with someone being kind to her, that anytime someone tried to hurt her flower bed, they came to her because they had helped that flower, like totally changed. They quit tearing it up and they told them they protected it. Somebody talking, I just.
Oh. Yeah, no worries.
I need to take my. I'm just down.
Sure. No, that reminds me. Thanks for the reminder, Tacky.
They say it slows you down, but sometimes I swear to God, it's like, why would you not focus?
Yeah, I don't know. They're all different. The very model of a modern nature general. Animal general. Likes historical, marathon, water, order categorical. Located to matters mathematics. Not by normal science. A lot of many sure facts about the square of the buttons. No, anyone? Anyone want to join me for the next verse of Modern Nature General?
First, read it. Oh.
Yeah, I'm not going to do the rest. Medicine go down. Right? Julie Andrews box back in the day. Right?
Yeah, definitely, she can get it.
Oh. That was my. But
You
never have a phone.
what kind
That's
of
my trick. By helping you set up a. I've got you right where I want you. That's what it is.
if you
What?
you
Sorry.
let me open my mouth wider. Southern accent delete.
Finally, someone from the South admits it.
My mom said my mama said that when the pioneer were thinking about and did finish the work,
That's very. Wow.
they
That's a
did
good one.
they did a study and people in the Appalachians around like the Jacksons understand Old English really well, and if you think about it, kind of difficult. Yeah, a word. I think it's Scottish though. Scottish.
Well, Appalachia is people.
Are the
Million
blue
people.
blood?
So possible.
They were blues.
Nine people. What about the blue people? Now tell me about these blue people. I need to hear about this story
You
right
never heard
now.
about the blue people?
No, I absolutely have to know about this
Yeah, they're
immediately. I have to
But
know
it's
about
like
this.
it's a rare thing in terms of they were mountains. Try to say free. Just a rare. Look it up. Google it.
Well, people who suffer from weird cyanosis by like it's like triggered by silver colloidal silver. Like a cure on it. So they'll take the colloidal cocktail. Too much of it turns it blue. I'm not even joking.
No, this was a hold on. Let me find his. Okay, there it is. No, that's my server. Okay. Where would I post it? Okay, I'm just gonna message it to you.
Alrighty.
And I'm sorry, y'all, if I
No, that's alright. Now you've been asked. Especially on this people of Appalachia.
Do you do that where like you have to like get all this energy out in order to
I think so. But usually, like, if someone tells me information that I'm certain I have no prior information on, I get absolutely horny for them to just put their fucking guts up and tell me about the people from Appalachia.
Do you know words of own?
Well, they have the most control over their body. I was actually just watching something on them earlier.
Don't you out fast. Don't you probably gonna win. I don't like it. Don't out fast. You know what I learned earlier? From accidentally clicking on a cooking screen. I learned no, it's awesome. It's like a cooking screen goes like all these facts like press out.
Alton Brown did that.
And it's more it's less good about sharing facts and I'm like, wow, because I was sugar plum. I had never thought about
I was gonna look at that one. I was gonna watch that one. I saw that pop up.
it's amazing. I see amazing. It goes into that like you know back in the 1600s were called punk. A punk was prostitute.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I did not know that. A punk was a prostitute. So you're calling people prostitutes. Calling them punks. That makes that
Well, now I think it's less of an insult because at least prostitutes are making money.
these sugar plums, they take like days. You can just make them. I mean, it takes forever. And they must have been really well, like M&Ms are kind of sugar plums now, but they were a confectioner had made. Watch it. It goes into this amazing thing. I'm obsessed with sugar plums. I I had flavor.
After the Lion of Original Wardrobe, I natural flavor of Turkish delight. Now I know that it's not that great.
Turkey flavor.
Literally just like really hard jelly, rose water flavor because from the fucking Mesopotamia, thing they know how to flavor their sweets with is fucking rose water. Sorry, I have an ex-wife, so now I get to be salty. Yeah, and then coated in like powdered sugar and stuff.
I don't think that was like an insult.
See, I'm all walking on eggshell around in case there's a bunch of Lebanese people around. It's like, oh, I don't mean to be offensive. The Lebanese, they don't even like you learn it's more than rose water.
So I might apologize. I might feel bad. I just word. So there's like when people say like someone's racist,
like I don't think I don't consider myself racist, but I think it's funny to tell people stuff like Lebanon will be Israel. I like to see them get mad.
I don't understand what people get mad.
I mean, it's really just words from me, and I don't write legislation anywhere, so it's not like I have to tell people that, whatever will piss them off.
I'm not allowed to think what I think, but you right, so what I think's wrong. Like, I'm allowed to say or thing I want. It's a control. Everyone wants to control it.
Like, I have my moments, but I'm aware of it. Even those.
I hate.
One time, oh yeah, no, I don't understand. One time, it was fucking trolled, and it was a quick one. And I got out of it real quick. But I thought I was in a conversation with Cyrax, and I was like, "Fuck you, chance."
You're talking to Marty?
It was on in the chat of Potato Stream as well. This is like a year ago. And I thought I thought Chance just showed up, and I was like, "What the hell are you fucking doing here, you nasty shit?" You know what I mean? And it's Marty, so he pretended to be Cyrax to get to get whoever. Like it was that time, I and so then I hopped in the server and someone was like, "Do you really think that's Cyrax?" And I was like, I don't know who it was that said it to me, but I wish I remembered it because I owe them big. And I said, "Oh fuck," and I just said it. I said, "God damn it! Did I just spurg out on Marty?" Like, well, there you go. That's my moment, everybody. Let him know if that's enough to come after me now. I guess I did it. But then I was chill, and I don't know. It was really funny though because that just made me laugh fucking ass.
Marty's like more of a cool girl. He's more in it.
No, that's 100% fun.
Yeah, like I don't think a lot of people say that like the open girls for it.
Because everyone is like a virtue signal. The only reason I'm a troll is trying to save children, whatever. And it's like, you know what? Quit trying to be like on this moral high. It's all just like kicking a bad person, okay? Okay.
And when you inform them of possible, I was in a server. I'm like, something's not right here. I'm like, yeah, I'm not good at stuff on that. I'm not a pedo hunter. I tend to look at things as being good. Something wasn't right, and I didn't know how to do anything. And so people that were calling me a pedo, I'm sorry. So I might want to look at it like something's not right. So nobody cares. They don't care. It's about getting clout and attention. I don't trust you. You're obsessed with I don't trust you.
Yeah, right. Absolutely. And so that's what I'm saying. Like Marty is never the person that shut up. It's always other people, and that's why it's like, like.
Yeah, he says the same thing. Like like,
Hey,
okay, go, there's a kettle over there, go get do something.
yeah, yeah, exactly. If that's what they're there for, but anyway.
Yeah,
Yes, anyway.
Marty, because we have lots of fun. Everything I'm saying, I like to try. I think get fun because that's funny.
Yeah.
Are we being rude? Did we take over his?
No, you're absolutely fine. You're absolutely fine.
Are you saying non-stop?
You got it. It's content.
Rabbi Rothschild.
Not at all. I wish. Perhaps someday. Perhaps someday.
Send me something. Some of the family portraits, some of them weren't. My dad was a freak. That's his dad forced him all to drink silver. I bet family oil silver as a remedy.
Someone sent me a freaking. Here's my group. Say I'm crazy. Like, oh, like, it's not crazy.
I won't lie, you I'm not so sure. All right. Now, according to Wikipedia,
I know people.
Blue Fugit, founded in 1820, commonly known as the ancestral 19th century, where they're known for having a genetic trait, blood disorder, methemoglobinemia, doesn't feel here. Well, time to look up this blood disorder now. And there's more about the family, but the only thing that's important is why they have cyanosis. It's a condition of elevated blood, shortness of breath, nausea, coordination. Wow. And colored skin. Complications include seizures, partner. Interesting. Cause. Wired. Antibiotics. Anesthetics. Clover. Brass. Uricase. Bellulone. Chlorate. Bromate. Nitrate. I'm pretty sure I expose myself to chlorate, bromate, nitrate all too often. But I don't know too much about metoclopramide, rasburicase, or umbellulose. But apparently, otherwise healthy individuals are protective. The protective system normally present in methylglobin. Back to hemoglobin, contain hemoglobin. Oh, interesting. It's under 6. Yeah. So it's not just blue skin. It's like pretty fucked up blood that you don't.
I don't think that around. Because everyone, back then they were like, oh, this is bread. There's some few pieces on actually.
Genetic aberration or impeding it that possible. They're basically like to be contracted. The streets would say that. The streets also, we hang out in the streets, so we understand what the streets are about. Yeah, is acquired by drug cases. Otherwise, genetic, okay, do it. Yeah. Carrier. Yeah. Genetic trait as well.
I wonder why, like, is that rare? Like,
well, I know throughout history there have always been people. Unfortunately, they're usually in high positions, like royalty. You know that royalty doesn't usually have inbreeding. Such a rare condition that that's probably because they have to has to be both mother and father that prevalent, and mother and father in that photo. Like the mother and the father in that photo have
I mean, there could have been some. They were isolated.
Well, maybe not, because alright, now I'm looking at the family portrait. Father not. So if she was a carrier of it, she did not have a presenting condition. But if she was a carrier, her husband was a full-blown presenting case. Explain why 4 of the 7 kids in the picture share the trait. But
She was cheating. The others aren't. I know.
well, there you go.
Those are my kids. They are not blue.
Well, it looks like the youngest ones are blue. Except for that young boy. It's like Papa got one in the middle. You know? He was still in the mix of things.
That was his side.
People of Troublesome Creek. They lived in a place called Troublesome Creek. That sounds fucking good. People of Troublesome Creek.
That sounds like a.
So, like in ancient Egyptian, they pick Osiris as having blue skin, right? Pick people with blue skin. You know, rare traits. I mean, let's be honest. People know about genetic aberrations or something. Random, some otherworldly colored person born out of regular colored. And I'm talking about blue. I'm not talking about a black kid. No, no one is blue all the time in their culture. So like if you had a blue kid all of a sudden, okay, you know what I mean. I mean cyanosis. But if someone's like born all cyanotic, right? Like why not elevate that person king? You know?
I was playing on the nail.
Oh yeah, exactly. I am of divine origin. I was sent to be your king. Here you go. I've been sent to be your king. The one with the answer.
What is it, Jeremy? Where's the girl? Where's the girl? Gosh. I was just up on time. I was, oh my god, I had so much fun. I feel like, look.
Or what if that's supposed to be? And Blue Fugits of Kentucky was supposed to be like our king. And we let them die.
You know what?
Now we live in a forsaken world of people.
Aubrey, that's kind of
actually, you might not know her. I think she's
anyone with sufficient lineage and really anyone with sufficient lineage and righteousness could be. It could be anybody.
so humble.
Caspian Sea. Caspian Sea. Caspian Sea. There was just a Wall Street Journal article that I'm sending you. That Biden has contacted the Department of Defense 4 times on these drones or whatever, and still can't get an answer. And if you go on Reddit, on the UFO Reddit right now, somebody got a piece of pieces of metal that fell off one of the crafts, and it's kind of blowing up all over Twitter as well.
Yeah, I gotta see that. Trump. Terminology that enough Matlock rated. Oh wow, that's a lot of info.
I know. Hold on. Look at the Reddit thing I just sent you, and you can see the picture of the metal.
Fire colony by lawn. Side front lawn, and you don't like fire ants. Then if we're not interesting for what we are, our planet's pretty fucking.
Big time.
I believe. Sure. I many of were when I imagine creatures on a distant planet that are probably having conversations. Like, you don't really think there's other like creatures, right? That's just like because of infinite time and all of that, you have to actually find another habitable planet and get there. Like, found a planet that had aliens. Look at them. We have generation shift. By that time, you know we're conquering them. Generations here. Great grandma and great pet, they all died on the Battlestar Galactica. We're here just to take over.
I wasn't. Dreamer type person. Others like down the ground. I wouldn't love it. So it's not real.
That's all I was told. Why I was I like.
But you know what? I realized my mom thought I wish I would have realized or known what that was. It created a whole different thing. Like it makes.
Like a variable.
No, she makes. But if you tell her that, she thought this was call me a retard. No, that's not what I. That generation. Well,
Actually,
his grandson is a nonverbal autistic room and why nonverbal. What's the program? Ways to like out of the way they took it, I could tell they had no idea what it was. And they did. They started going to therapy.
Personally, I don't think able to in my life. I'd rather be verbal.
I think it's because they say some of them will just start talking. Like, have you ever been? Like, when I was a kid, I was so shy that sometimes I'd be hungry just around strangers. I would say it in my head at the time because I could not get it on out. And I wonder if nonverbal is like that.
Well, I'm sure that they're thinking. There was definitely proof there.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, they're not. I've heard some stuff. The way their brains work, don't need.
For me, it's too late. Like everyone would know that. Like we'll call it twice now, but all I wanted to do was take a fucking bow silent, dress like Pythagoras.
Baby, don't talk harder. Oh, don't talk harder. Be more silent.
Exactly.
He's like, how could you get? Oh, well, that's a kid. I would. That would be like unbelievable.
Maybe that's funny. That's hilarious. No, but you know what I mean? Like a almost 40 virus. Because it would be a decision. I'm nonverbal now. It's a battle of silence at this point in my life. But that feels like everyone in my life already knows. I've been talking about Pythagoras, my desire, fucking 2 to 5 year battle of silence. Good old Papa Pipa. Yeah, but then you gotta start over. No.
I could go. I could be in my house. I could be in my house by myself. Like college. Nobody bothers me. I don't have to put on a show. I don't have to like how I'm blabbing now.
You're doing just fine.
I'm high. Is that awkward?
No. That's social anxiety.
I don't have social anxiety.
Describe social anxiety. I'm calling it autism or schizophrenia.
I'm not anxious. That's not like you get tired of having to explain you're not weird.
You said that when you were a child you were afraid to were hungry. Sounds like I mean if you don't want to be schizophrenic or autistic, why would you shy away from one of the simplest slaps on the wrist in the world? That's the concept that maybe social anxiety. You know what I mean? Very overcomable thing.
I'm not shy now. I'm not shy at all.
Well, not right now.
I'm the opposite. I wish I was shy. I wish I was shy. I didn't want to.
You're just trolling.
I'm not trolling. I have not trolled one time yet. Okay, now you're gaslighting. You're abusing
me. Me?
I'm being abused.
What? Here?
Get out of my life.
What?
Get out of my life.
Yours?
Get out of my life. Why are you here?
Because I invited you to the Rabbi server. I
don't want to bring my life.
I understand.
I'm being potato.
I know. And you didn't say small hats. Every time.
I did not know what that meant. So, like,
Talking about a kippa.
He was saying that I think that he's got a car. I didn't know. I thought he was talking about people.
No,
A couple months ago. I did not know
that's
what
funny.
it was. I just recently. I'm like, oh.
I've never heard anyone use that. I do a lot of investigation in history. I've seen all sorts of races. Jews have been called egg layers, like non-human. No, I understand. What I'm saying is, out of all the racism I've heard in my entire life, like investigated and purposely thought out to be like, well, like absolutely monstrous things about each other. Like people now, they talk about like, oh, Britain had like the dog-headed people. Oh, were there really dog-headed people? I think that that's just fucking ancient British people saying, yeah, those people look like dogs. They dress in clothes, they have their own religion, and we do trade them. You know, like, but in all the paintings they draw fucking dog faces. I think they probably really, really, really didn't like the race of people that they grudgingly traded. They drew them as dogs. I mean, you know, it was really not unheard of.
How's that race? I don't like with races. You know, if we were in like back in the 50s, right? Was in the tribe, right? Everyone in your tribe looks like you, okay? Also, like you all have the same features. You come upon a tribe that you all have brown eyes. You come upon some blue eyes. They don't look like your tribe. So by nature, it's telling you your genetics are different. Create a genetic. I mean, you don't know it. It's conscious, right? So you see someone that looks different, you're programmed like because there's different genetics. Might create this in your tribe. I mean, we're programmed. You can't trust someone that doesn't look like you. You're programmed.
But that's not a hard rule. It's very rare, actually, that people depict other cultures as dog-headed or monsters. For the most part, if you know, if we find Phrygian depictions of the Greeks, they draw people in different clothes. If we see, Roman depictions of Persians, people in different clothes. So, like, what I'm saying is, different clothes are what differentiate. Sometimes there are different facial features on sculptures, but to go so far as to say those people, that valley, that we trade that whole group of people, a bunch of dog-headed people, and sometimes during conversation they all erupted barking, but then their people know, so they're able to get themselves back to the conversation, but they erupted barking. Like whatever the fuck it was going on there, I see that as a very because at the same time, like I'm talking about like Romans, like they depicted a lot of they didn't. The Romans hated the Carthaginians. The Romans hated the Punics, right? Like the Second Punic War against Carthage. Carthage is in the best. Carthage must fall. Like they hate religion. They hate the Canaanite religion. They wipe the fuck out. But when they draw the people, they draw humans. Sculpt the Phoenicians, the Carthaginians, Hannibal, their people. So I think it was like almost a funny random racism, but that or we're trying to make up a story about it as a very I don't know, that's what I think. That's it.
My life ended. My life ended this morning. I'll be up for oh, wait a minute. No, that's in the, that's behind the, what did my life, that's the, my life, those that still running. So me, I was like, did they look like dogs? But I mean, did they look like dogs?
No, I don't. I mean,
Maybe dogs look different back then. But you just, you find it so humorous.
that's
funny.
the most I've been.
Yeah, that's like that's what I think is funny is how humorous you are. Like you just think that's hilarious. That's funny. Like they call them dumb. They think are.
They do. They do. They say that. Like they don't just say that people were dog-headed. There's written records that, like, okay, we all went and we traveled there because we like their fucking grain, we give them some corn or whatever. We went to go trade, and it was hard because during trade negotiations, they're trying to be like, yeah, we'll trade you 5 bushels for 2 of those. Anyway, and then it's like it's the funniest fucking.
I think the way you're recorded, how I'm recorded,
okay,
it's hilarious.
It's because I feel like they spurred out, and now I'm spurging about it, so it's funny to watch them spurg. Cultural. Let's make up some dog-headed people. Like, hey, fuck the French. Fuck the French with their ha ha ha. Sounds like dog bark. Let's just pretend that they're like a far-off land because we fucking hate the French. That's another thing. Like, it's not just Hispanic people who got lots of hate throughout the years. People fucking hate the French.
Why do they hate the French? Even Americans.
French hate everyone back, so it's just like it's tit for tat if nothing else.
Yeah, no.
I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's right, but
You know, a lot of them like calling people dogs market. Just a lot. At some point, you understand it's self-hatred. They don't hate. If everyone's a mirror, right? Everything you love or hate about something is something you love or hate about yourself.
so
And
does
if you
that
call
mean
them, like, well, you say they're dogs, like, that don't mean dogs. Something nice.
well, that's also kind of like that sounds like the beginning of like a psychological explanation for what's path to racism at the time, you know.
I just don't.
You know, like
I don't see racism. Like, I just feel like you're allowed to not like for any, you know, like how if I
maybe
don't
they
like
didn't call it racism back then, but it's the entire culture of canine faces. I don't know. I'm not saying it was. I'm not saying, but I think that either the doghead or either made up or racist caricatures of neighbors, you know, and I I, I don't know because deep down, what I want to believe is that there was a culture of upright walking humans that just so happened to have the heads of dogs. That is what I want the truth to be. But that is the one truth that I just have the hardest time believing. So I try to find all the other explanations. And I think,
but maybe that's how they insult it. But I asked my mama how to determine they don't have to. Probably.
Wow.
She's the type that like bad words. They don't have them. And finally I got her to, well, they
What about Scheisse? Scheisse is.
well,
I know
she
that
would
one.
always say, Jewish Trumpet. She said, you insult people by calling them animals. Like, people calling me a sloppy, and that, you know, a pig. That's like cussing. You know, it's a little different, but, you know, Jewish Trumpet. Call them, like, you know, your mother is a boar.
That's funny.
That's kind of cussing, so it was like a translation. Like,
But the Middle Eastern Arabic people call them a dog. Most of them consider dogs clean. So pigs are obviously dog. If you call them a dog, that's a special kind of dig. So
we call people bitches, son of a bitch. Well, that's not a. We call people bitch. That's a dog.
Call people an ass. Call people a cock. Most of this in English
A cuck or cock.
I mean, both. Interesting.
I like how it feels. Go ahead. I'm not laughing. It's that you're laughing at my pain. It's like a trauma coping. People laugh at my pain. They just you know what that's like.
I think that you have fun being a perpetual, like, contrarian.
That's it. That's what I like. That's what I get called. I like to be contrary.
Yeah, you're a contrarian. Through and through. It doesn't matter what I've said. You're pretty quick to tell what I'm wrong.
I don't like agreeing with people. I like. What is that?
Not even people being offended.
But I'm not being mean. I'm just like, I don't know what it is. I'm not being mean. If I'm like that, it means I like it. Like it means I really like it. You know, like, I don't. What is it? Is that a mental disorder?
Social anxiety.
I like to agree and get people worked up. Not want people like worked up.
So coming like social anxiety. I don't like being around people a lot. Like, I hang out with Rabbi, like I'll go dark for because like can't. I don't know. My brain thinks like, should I talk to people? What would I say? That would be the only thought in my head for like a week. What would I say? That's a bad thing. But then
I want to think about. I do that, and I just I'm glad I'm not talking.
no, I mean darkly I feel that too. Darkly I feel like I enjoy not speaking, but I was in this rabbi and nothing on the internet. I gotta.
And you're missed as well. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not the only one either. You were just told within the last 24 hours. Other people miss you as well.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think I have that same way. That that's how my thing is. So it's not a one-to-one version. Sounds too similar to what you described.
No,
I,
I don't like it.
I don't like it either, but it's like, you know what?
No, I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. I feel like the armor's gone. Don't do that.
It's alright.
I don't like it. I feel like I'm gonna get an arrow in it. What? I'm gonna blanket over my head. Some anxiety's like panic attack.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't get panic.
feel socially awkward around people?
Yeah, because I'm weird.
That's different. Panic attacks. But
I used to feel like I don't. Now out the adult system, as a kid, know how to like no one else gets no one understands the big now all these adults can't handle it. You're adults, you understand what happened.
yeah, I mean, most, but I mean, now I'm a doctor and they're trying to figure out stuff. Fucking whatever. I mean, I have ADHD. I'm on ADHD. Everything.
Well, we just tell you how I quit having it. I not every like maybe 5 years I might start. They were really. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know if it'll work. But, when they start happening, I just try to. I mean, I can't prevent them. And make them I just reminding myself, you know, you feel like you're out of your body kind of. You know what I'm saying? That feeling where nothing's real scary.
That's the feeling that makes you wonder if it's a well, you're the one who brought it up. You said it a second ago.
I've never.
So if you were joking about that, then I was trying to alleviate some. Anyway, it's okay. But yeah, also, at some point, I talked to doctors because before I went. Rabbi knows about what I've done this year. So I don't know. Rabbi, you've helped me a lot.
Welcome, big dog.
To list all of it.
No need. I know it all. We'll keeping optimistic vibes.
Rabbi, I'm sure he will. How many times I've had to, but it's like, you know, I'm trying to, but that happens often. Allowing myself to cycle. Exactly. I mean,
Especially working and act on it.
more recently, I've had.
Well, when you take a panic, when you start realizing, first thing you could like gotta be a panic attack, which is just a little more panic.
Yep.
I just try to calm my brain down and I just eating nonstop to myself. Panic attack is not real because panic attack like
Fight or fight.
that's primitive thing. That was a survival thing. You fight, you have to fight. For some reason, I just don't know why. We don't need that in. We have to do that. So
There are some times that found out why, you know, some people have traumas. You know, soldiers for one, and then, you know, maybe other types of traumas.
but it gets triggered when you don't fight is what it is. That's why it's scary because
Like I get panic attacks when I drive. I mean, I'll be 39 in a couple of days.
What I do.
Well, I only get them.
Not real.
I didn't get them until I was 30. Because I guess actually I got in 2 car accidents. Or total my car. I got 2 car accidents. 5. Second one was not before I was married. Rather than so my car was in the shop when I went to go get married and have my honeymoon. So it's my brand new car. My brand new car just got. Someone totaled my car a few months ago. I just got a brand new fucking car and someone slammed into it. My brand new fucking car is in the shop while I'm shit getting married. So after that, the car I bought was a nice car, driving well, like it's a good job. I started driving. It becomes less because I can't do it. I start shaking and just being, and it's especially it does happen occasionally where I have like calling myself behind the wheel, but I pretty much never drive safely again because I have long sweat, deep sweats, like bring out from your body that you like. I don't even. Why do I sound like this? Pure anxiety, but and there you go. Maybe I'm so fucking anxious that I imagine I stink like shit in this moment. You know what I mean? But like,
I took them as like, yeah, they're horrible. They're horrible.
Like that kind of an anxiety attack that happens to me when I'm in the car, or kind of in a now. But I hate driving. But I was a driver. I mean, I was 14 years old. I was driving a car, or 15. I got my driver's license like either like before I was 16, like my parents signing off, or it was like right at 16. I don't remember. 24 years ago, like 3. I don't remember exactly, but I was driving. I was like a road trip. But me and friends were taking. It doesn't matter if it was my car or not. Kids were thrown to me because I was good at long haul driving. I would drive Vegas to LA 4 times a year, hang out with friends, and so people in my town would go out. I would drive. I loved it. I took cross country road across America, southern ones, Roswell, Texas, everywhere, all the way down to Nashville, Grand Ole Opry. Now, I used to love it. Be behind the wheel. Now it's like
you've had so much happen.
And that's a mild PTSD. Not the box I wasn't dodging fucking bullets. Being behind the wheel, I hate because all I can think about is all of these cars that are around me on the road have goddamn morons behind the wheel. And I don't like thinking that because I'm not trying to just think everyone's a moron, but I don't know these people. I don't know any of these people. Drivers in the cars around me, and if one of them hits me, it's not like I can, like, you know.
A friend of mine will go a mile outside of her house, which is silly because we drive within a mile, but not outside a mile. It created that fear at that mile mark.
I don't have that. Like, I don't mind, but I just really don't want to be the driver. I can be in a car, no problem, but I do have a lot of moments where I just kind of close my eyes and think, if it happens, at least I'm not behind the wheel, you know? Because being behind the wheel fills me with all those thoughts of what could I have done to have avoided. And the fact of the matter, I was not at fault because I was not the dumb driver in any of those accidents. I got smashed into by two. And the brain is always trying to figure out how can I learn better. And the can't, because this isn't your fault. You can't rely on every other person to drive you correct. And so the thing that sets my brain is like being in a situation where I know there isn't anything I can do to already cause me harm. You know what I mean? Like
If you accept that,
you gotta accept it.
It really helps with the burden off. Like don't gonna finally say, you know what, I cannot control it, and you accept it away. But you have to be able. You have to train. You can train yourself to be different. It's really hard, and it takes a long time. But
I'm at that place where I drive.
Apparently comedy. Yeah.
That's good. That's the true essence of comedy. Transform pain into
Comedians are the most depressed people. It's not.
comedians are modern day philosophers. Philosophy, unfortunately, most philosophers died by their own hand. Very trying to figure out everything about why.
You're never satisfied.
No.
Yeah, you can never not. You can't take in enough. You can't memorize everything. You can't recall everything. You want to know, but I have a friend. He won't look 40. He's almost 50. He's gay. He's afraid to have sex. He's afraid of things. Extreme.
Yeah.
Like I said, he still lives with his elderly. I don't know what's gonna happen. His room still looks like a child. He's probably got the worst anxiety I've ever. Someone we don't even hang out in person. We actually write to each other letters in the mail because that's what he's comfortable with. Fine. The only is they've got him on so many drugs. He's got drugs for the side effects of the other drugs that he doesn't realize. I don't really see other. Like it's not helping. You still can't leave the house. Now you're.
And that's what it is. The major problem is they don't try. Again, this kind of ties into philosophy a little bit because I am a student of philosophy, origin of psychology. So I mostly Jungian psychology, in my opinion, the proper way to treat with like we're going through uncertainty about it, where it's very likely that we can talk into a different mode of thinking to allow us to live a little bit, right?
Yeah, I mean not for everyone.
No, but I'm saying not for everyone. There are people who absolutely need it, unfortunately, lithium to not scream all day and be a danger to themselves and others. And
Wait. What did I say? I'm alive. I'm alive.
when I'm looking at you, Ben, like, yeah, it's still going.
No, on live. Hold on.
Not here.
I must. Okay, go ahead. I didn't want to scream sniper.
No.
Okay, I found it.
There's more setup involved in that. Trust me, when it comes to.
I think I might put my phone. It's okay. Go ahead.
That's fine.
Yeah, I started off.
Rabbi always more exposure.
No, I still make money off of on camp. Okay, go ahead. Was my goal to get here.
I'll tell you what, if Rabbi, no, will help me.
Help,
Tell you what, I'm riding that man's coattails all the way to the Messianic.
Well, you know, and that's beautiful. That's beautiful.
I mean, no joke, no shit. At first, I didn't know him at first. Somebody told Marty.
I'm paying.
Then, Crystal. Phone die again.
I just wanted to close it.
Oh no worries. I didn't hear you. You closed it out. Off by it. Music. You just hear me or not. Yeah, no. I mean, Rabbi, it's interesting, organic type of thing. Like, kind of interesting. I was looking for people to troll, and honestly, then my funniest part in my head, Rabbi, I probably never told you about this, is that in my head, I was starting to like wonder. I was starting to chat with him a little, like his chat, and I was like, yeah, I didn't know him at that point either. So like, I'm gonna be honest with him. I'm gonna tell him I found him Marty.
Yes, exactly.
Exactly.
Tacky, I agree. Being a shitty person.
And I tried to I semi people know I don't want to bring it up in front of Rabbi. Sure. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I don't know online with them like that new Francis Esquire. That guy is the next target. He's showing up. I've asked him, I'm like, are you actually the autistic, or are you just trying to get first? Are you like attention, trying to get in? Like, look, this guy is something else. Look, he's just kind of like one of those kind of. He gets angry and starts telling us that we're all not men because we never survived combat sports. Honestly, I wonder sometimes. We've done all the investigation. We know all about him at this record. He is. What? Yeah. But you got to confirm if the person that you're going after. Well, see, that's the thing. Like some of us, at least in Tree Server, like just because you're weird, that's not justification enough. You know what I mean? Because if it, like, I don't know.
It's not friendly for me.
I don't know what your history are. I'm a little bit newer, slightly different circles. I don't know what the past. with some other people that got around.
No, it's what I don't
Okay, no worries.
like. But I think what it is, like I said,
You showed up in this server. You showed up on pretty quite well. So that's why that's the only reason I was suggesting perhaps from before I had.
I didn't know to Marty. You know, people think Marty's like a said. Like I cracked up laughing. Did you know people want to eat him? Like it's Marty.
Marty, people really think Marty is. I mean, I don't know. I was just chatting. I was just talking with him earlier today. I mean, in a way, sure, we all buddy. I'll watch his streams, everything. They went, they go up and down, doing like 2,000 viewers, like can't even hit 2,000. It's like no, that's the best part. That's why I like Marty. He doesn't give a fuck about all the people watching him. He's having fun.
Yes.
And anyone who wants to have some fun with him, show up, have some fun. But you know, barely reads the chat, and I love that because he's working. He's trying to piss off Iraq or Tiffany.
Everyone, like it wasn't about no one. No one got credit for stuff. It was hilarious.
Exactly.
But now it's about narcissism, loud money, and my Crystal station channel is monetized.
And you know, Chris Chan is what ruined all of it. Chris Chan is what ruined simple poking.
And that's racist, but it's not different. They were offended by everything. But with Marty, no, I came around in like February. What it is, or they think Marty has clout or something. Something about Marty.
Well, he's been around for a while. He's a mainstay.
But there's something about him they want to. They like. It's not just.
A lot of them, I agree.
They don't want to be friends. They want to have the connection. Or you know how many people don't.
Oh yeah, I see that. I see exactly what you mean. That makes sense.
They don't know. Like me and Marty are close, so you know they name drop Marty. And I just. Why are they like they're kind of letting me know that they're connected to Marty and I can go through. You know, it's like that's what they do. You know, make me think they're important. Hilarious. And Marty is all of this like. But what is
so you know what's really funny when he switched over to Rumble, like the first 2 weeks he was so shit at figuring out how to use Rumble, and he kept complaining, I just miss YouTube, you know, and finally like he's having a real fucking struggle today, and I sent a message on Discord. I was just like, yo, just so you know. If you don't want to do it, I'm like, I know you're streaming, but after your stream, if you need some pointers with them, I literally just solidified my knowledge with that platform. I mean, Rabbi knows all of the streaming platforms. Rabbi, I mean, shit. When it comes to technology, pretty much everything brand new and necessary knowledge. Just found out a minute ago, and so, like, he and I together, like, he showed Rumble. And so I send it to Marty. I go, if you need help with Rumble, I can help you figure it out. I help. And then he said that, oh, it's like having fees and stuff. Yeah. Maybe it was that or something else. No, but my initial reaction is, no, don't tell people I'm texting. It's like I'm clout chasing, you know? Like my immediate reaction was, don't tell people I messaged you. No, because I don't want attention necessarily.
Just a lot of like Marty.
Yeah.
Marty
But no, exactly. Now I get friend requesting me and stuff. It's like, what's up? It's like, interesting. And then he made me a mod in there for a little while, right? But I think the reason why I got kicked is that I did actually kept joking. I just randomly kicked like people anywhere.
Like, this is business, Marty. I don't think
Yeah,
there's more going on than
exactly.
they were donors, harassing donors. It's like, he told me, whatever you do, just don't kick the donor.
Yeah, the only people I kicked were not comment, not taking part, like 15 very back. Like these people have not interacted with the server in at least 7 months. Like, so I was just like, that was.
The issue was, it was becoming a clique, and they were running. If I went in there, I would get dogpiled. I could not go. It wasn't Marty's. It was people had clicked up and taken over it. If they wanted someone out, yeah, I used to be an attack dog. But there's someone in there that is controlling it, sending attack dogs out. I got dogpiled. I know what attack dog. I was an attack dog. I know I'm getting dogpiled. But like I've been through that, so you know it didn't scare me off. Like, I know how it works.
Yeah, I'd never seen Bill fellow troll, but I think it's the. No, I'm not talking about you.
Oh. I know who it is. I know who it is.
I don't know what her clip is all about. I'm not in that server, and I don't know. I don't know if they are all just thirsting after her. Girl, that's kind of the impression I get.
No,
but
she knows. No, she like she knows how to. But what happened, and what it is, so I made a friend online, or my life. I feel like I went to breakup. I feel like he was. I didn't know. I didn't. I did not believe in God. I kind of believe in God now. I could hear this like that. Okay. So
wow.
Yeah, that's how. I'm trying to fight it. You know, like
Wild.
I could not ever find it. Like I said, I did. I did believe God. I believe God. Like I said, that's a big. That was a that that has to be balanced. You know. Anyway,
That's philosophy, by the way, but
that was a bad. No, that was 2 years ago. You know, and narcissists know who to go at. I did not. I'm telling you, I did not understand mental illness the way I do now. Narcissists don't. They are terrible. They are the worst. There's something wrong with them.
very interesting about her, by the way, because like I've been friendly and cordial, but even when I've tried engaging.
I'm not talking about her.
Oh,
I'm talking about a friend I made.
Oh, I understand. Yeah, I was just bringing it back because of the similarity.
Yeah, I don't believe.
No, where you have a sense, and you at least know, like, when you're talking about tribalism, right? Like, we live in a world where we can talk to people from different cultures, generations, stuff. You know what I mean? Like, one of my other closest friends here is in Australia. Not Port, but I mean, again, not the Port all the time. Australia. Really, tribalism has now come down to like-minded.
Or not always like someone else.
No, but you want to be, but where you differ, you'd like to find you can have a conversation about this, right? Because I had issues with there too. And again, I'm not saying I'm psychic, but hell, you know, and
I can now. I can't now. It was that
from my first interaction with her,
did she greet you right away?
I don't remember. Like, I was in the server for a little while, and then right when I wanted to like start trying to fuck around with potato, I wanted to try to, figure it out. It don't matter. They don't hear you. You're not streaming your voice. That's why I'm not saying names, but
Streaming my data?
no.
Are you stealing my voice for AI?
Stealing all of our voice for AI, but that's just because to sneakily make sure that we're all transcended the robot body.
100%, baby.
I swear to God, I would.
Like what you're talking about, the engineering. I could see something, but I didn't have that terminology. I didn't have that verbiage in my mind. I knew something was going on. And I'm very friendly with a lot of people. Are very friendly with her, but nobody really brings her up. I think she doesn't like me, and I don't think she has a reason why. I'm not sure, but it's the way she acts. So when I first started doing that, when I was trying to control potato, I asked, "Hey, does it have like the about potato?" Because I'm trying to figure this out, myself. And I don't know, maybe it wasn't somebody changed my nickname to Potato Apologist, and I thought that was funny. I didn't give a shit. I was like, great. I'm selling myself out. I'll probably have this nickname for a week or so. Then someone else it wasn't her.
I don't like you.
Okay, well, certified.
I don't like you.
Yeah, well, it's fine. I've never. It just like I think he just saw me as a target for a long time, and he was trying.
There's something about you that you can protect.
There's something that they weren't. That some of them weren't sure about, but there are.
Already wanted you right away.
No, not right away. It was weird.
Oh.
But I mean, it was slow.
You couldn't be intimidated.
Yeah, exactly.
You go in that server and like there was any hardly created situation.
Yeah, no, not at all. So I mean, and then there was a weird misunderstanding too, which was that I think it was a scary guy about calling me or something. It's not something memorable, but it might have been him who said something like calling me a fag or something. And so I was just like for me, it seemed like that was a bit overboard what the person said, but it still made me laugh because it's like, oh wow, well, that's how they're going to be. My next step was if I already ousted myself.
Rabbi?
I am. How are you?
Why do you have two screens on? Oh, what?
I have 10 screens on. Oh, because we sometimes watch podcasts. So if I ever want, hit this button, and it's Ray Kurzweil and Lex Friedman. You're good. I am. I'm a certified project management professional. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. It's essentially someone who's certified in project management.
Okay. I don't know anyone design a
Generally, you're going to want an engineer to do that.
I want to I'm talking about a vacuum. I love vacuum cleaners. No, they don't. Start as the price tag. Start. I'll tell you this. I want to pick it up. I have no one not that the action ever are the two anyway. So they're doing a it's a white monkey movie. And suddenly I hear Spice mention okay, like Spice. Everything I've ever said, no way to say that exact same thing. And all they do is gaslight. It's got me so curious, trying to find out. It's like able to. I know what I mean, but I can't get point exactly why.
Like I vacuum a lot.
Have you ever said I'm autistic about that? I
No.
nice. I have five. I love the vacuum. I vacuum. No. I keep hearing myself repeat it, and it's like it's gas. I mean, I've been tasting it. It's like
No, not any of it.
It's only like there's so many more characters, and it's like how come I'm on the outside? Like, why am I not allowed to know? Like, get it? And it's like then there's like those people like acting like some stuff from it. It's designed to make me look crazy if I try to. I'm aware enough to know that I know I look crazy. I don't think they understand that I am an organizing like my office power. And
Can I ask you a question?
okay, I'm just really irritated that they'll.
No, I understand. No, I was actually asked for clarification. That was for example, tree server. People are being basic about topics. In my mind, I always do if something's being basic about Cyra, probably because certain people are involved in the next thing. If it's well,
Gaslight me. They're like, you're crazy. That's when I'm like, okay, no. I'm not.
I mean, yeah,
if I were crazy,
it's that.
I would have outside of. If I were crazy, if I was schizophrenic or crazy, I'm not a paranoid.
No, you're hanging out.
There's already people that are mentally ill, and I guess the way I used to act before I left the internet, it looked like I spurred out, but what it is my friends start a lot of trouble. A lot of people were just get out of hand, and she could not handle what would come out of it. She couldn't, being called fat or ugly. So she on and crisis or something. Like so, I was like, well, I can let me like speak for you. I'll spur out and still pay attention and not you. I'm the spurring out. So everyone.
Well, that's a noble thing. You became the lightning rod for your friend. It's actually a very noble thing.
Well, yeah, but I didn't. I'm like,
what kind of abuse it was going to be?
I didn't realize that was that like that. People find like fight their battles, like it's not. They're not going to get harmed. You are putting out. Well, you did it, but I'll say I did it. Bring it. Suddenly you're taking everything. No. Anyway. So that's
no, yeah. But now you're hanging out with people who, yes, some of them do find it very funny to outright gaslight.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but that's what I'm saying. They thought I had BPD, and it's not gonna. Also, it's the prettier. I did not know that. You know, I thought people were saying that. I didn't recognize it. But you didn't like see people. There's different types, I think.
Yeah.
I was paranoid for some place. But I believe it was because people online were trying to kill her. Like the Kiwi farm spread on her. Like I thought.
Who is she? Who is she? I'm asking.
It, you know
No
what?
worries. If she has a kiwi thread, that's why I was like, wow.
Well, I'm on spread because I'm friend. I'm not. But you know what?
Do you have your own section? There you go. So is it hers? For a footnote, or
we're both in it. It's like someone else.
exactly. Okay.
He dated before. I had no idea what he. I had no idea what. I had no idea what. We used to troll anonymous. We would troll like new bag anonymous. They were like kids. That didn't.
The fake anonymous.
Yeah, like wasn't anonymous. It was like
it was just Guy Fawkes masks pretending.
Yeah, we would throw them. No, they're not. Like still anonymous. They didn't like voting. Anyway, that's what we would throw. And it was. I didn't know. I didn't know what this was. I did not know. And
right now, there's a bunch of people who are probably still, some of them still salty from COVID, some of them salty from other stuff. A lot of them. The reason I like to hang out, I like it because it's brutal and it kind of helps me with tough skin, honestly.
Yeah, but okay. Here's the thing, like a lot of it was funny. A lot of it was funny. Yeah, there's a lot of lies on there. There's really things. Some of it.
Yeah.
The harder it was, so she could take like bad pictures, saying bad, or and they knew that. They knew that, and the reaction why they doing it, not like oh, you know, she had to have the last word when she was feeling worse. She does not want to be. It's not her fault. No, she don't want to be like that. No one wants to be like that. Can't help her head's messed up, you know.
I understand. I also do. I mean, at the same time, if you can't hack it, you know, then you're gonna get pushed out, and that's kind of a natural evolution. You know, if she can't keep her emotions together about it, then ultimately it's not for her.
Was one of this, but maybe I'm thinking now she.
That's the thing. A lot of exactly like what you're talking about, Marty. A lot of people show up because they want the protection, and a lot of these that we end up making fun of are people like we go so hard on them because like they've been hanging out with us pretending that they weren't something that they are, and then it's like, oh well, if that's how it's going to be, then gloves are off.
Yeah, that's one thing. Like when they dogpile me, not you know, dogpile. It's like, or like they want to do all these bad things. They have to deal. They could don't be all brave about doing something you can't yourself. That's I guess that's my boundary there. If I do it, I can not wrong further. Don't make it right.
I think I live by that as well. I don't doubt more than I am certain myself.
Yeah, but I mean, it got really ugly. It got, you know,
except for Potato, he's just a genuine bad person. That's why I stay away from him because I'll turn into a bad person because of how much I want him to have a bad day. I don't like that about myself, but I really like it in the moment. So I try to stay away. You know, it's very dark and that I try to avoid. But hang on, Rabbi, he's a good influence on me.
Thank you, big dog.
You know, I mean, a lot of bad stuff. I know a lot of bad stuff. And, you know, I bring it off. First off, they would bring it. This whole you know, and I admire. Anyway, I slowly, my mom was great, and I'd be there every Saturday. All day was Friday. So we would be there 12 hours. I would while she the IV, and I used to watch documentaries. I think those that's when it came across. I knew about Cyrax from motorboat when they were trying to watch Cyrax. I didn't know Cyrax. So I would watch Marty. That's how I discovered Marty. I thought he was smoking.
You thought Marty was Smokey person?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Was on me. I wasn't mad at him. I felt someone else on Cyrax yelling at the window about the PlayStation. I just thought it was hilarious. And so then, you know, I slowly started watching Marty. And then the crystal thing, right? Crystal. And I just fell in love with her. I think I'm trolling her. I'm really not. I know she's slow. I don't blame her. And I've never.
I don't think she's slow. I think that she's like Andy. I think she's a fan. Or I guess all right. I'm having this weird fond flow inside of me, whereas I would like to more out. There is a very strong possibility I reckon like early childhood trauma affecting the way she acts these days. If that's all it is, then I kind of have a little bit less sympathy, especially.
But she's slow. It's like a lot. I feel like people just don't fully understand like someone else's brain process like that. You can't look at them the way you look at everything. You have to become what they are. But it's like she is manipulative. You think you're slow, you can't be manipulative. So she's manipulative. She knows right from wrong.
Manipulation is the survival tactic.
When you're slow like that, people let you off. You learn, you're trained to understand. Say, well, I can't do it, and everyone does it for you. Say, I'll do it.
That's an epidemic in our world. I worked for a tech company. The majority of my job was people walking into the goddamn office and be like, how do I use the app? I would start the same way. Touch the menu button, now click instructions, have a seat right there. Come back up if you have any questions. I fucking hated trying to like, but what are instructions? That's how.
I pulled that one.
No,
but
I'll tell you what.
My brain won't work.
You're also using fucking Ubuntu, and like I'm pretty impressed that I didn't understand why OBS worked like that, and I still you figure out because you weren't even using an operating system. I know, but I know OBS well enough to know what should happen. With you've got all the Linux stuff going on. And
double Windows here. They had a VPN on here. I got it on. I'm not like a hacker. Like I need all this security. I'm not doing it. I might get on Tor every now and then. Like, God, I'm not doing nothing. But no, I'm gonna make it. Oh God. Anyway, I forget what we were saying, but I started doing the crystal thing for myself. I wanted more crystals. Maybe that might be Christian. I don't hate her. Yeah. Like I don't encourage people to be mean. I am a fan, but I've never called her fat. I've never called her freak. It's funny.
Literal definition, she fits it.
What's it? And I don't care. If like I've never called her. I've never made fun of her.
Yeah, make fun of her wearing a diaper when she shouldn't have to.
I don't think that. I think the diapers, you can get diapers on insurance free, and so she has a period and she don't have money in those. I grew up poor, so I know. I didn't. I but I'm not gonna make fun of them. There are people that I don't work.
People with requirements that it's not really up to them, I don't think there's a reason to make fun of them.
She wore the
But
diapers on her period, which I mean, people have a period. I understand them, and they're free. Free. So if you're poor, have you ever been poor?
yeah, absolutely.
If you're poor,
No, I get it. As long as she does not, that's just,
yeah, no, see, if I thought I don't think if I thought she was poor for that reason, yeah. But I probably I don't want to make fun of her. I'm there because I find the way her brain processes things interesting. Like, the, you can look at her eyes, see the circuit. It's the way her brain, the way she like phrases things, does things. That's her brain processing things in a way ours doesn't. And I really like that. I like her. Amen 15. I adore it. I told her, I said, like, that's
yeah.
what people are used to. Anyway, I did not do it out of attention. I did it because I wanted it, and I figured if I go through all that work, why not share it? But, well, apparently Marty found it, and Marty, like, I woke up and I had all these, I don't want to be, I got mama. I'm famous now. I did not want followers like this. People send the Marty want these followers.
Yeah.
I want to enjoy it. I don't want 2,000 followers that don't watch it. So he found it, I guess, and no one knew who I was. I was tacky back then. Nobody knew I was tacky. I became not Crystal Station, which I love Liquid Crystal. Remember that troll?
Which troll?
Liquid Crystal.
Yeah.
I think that's the greatest troll ever. I can
Hands down.
So I was like, I got her to call me.
That's fine.
No one. Okay.
That's terrible. If they didn't understand, that's their fault.
I was, and then like, did you see the stream where I got to talk to her?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, I got to go. It happened out of nowhere. It wasn't planned. Stream out after it was done. It was, and Marty like started showing my channel a lot. I didn't even know how. And so it was getting me attention. I didn't know what to do. Everybody thought I was fine. One night I went to a party. So instantly I got like a mod row. Me and Marty were like best friends. I think the wrong way. Well, people tried to use. That's probably what they did to you. They tried to go around you. They probably didn't know your people.
And I don't really even have one. I don't know. Pretty chill.
Well, then that means someone probably like a lot of times if someone takes a liking,
It'll piss people off who like I'll put it this way. Somebody did take a liking. I don't know. Nobody's ever like I'm pretty free about honestly. rabbi is a good man, one of my best friends, and he's helped me. I've taken no one's ever said anything won't be a fraction of that. Like assure me that I'm on a good side. But it just appears there's a couple
people are watching. Like it's the weirdest thing.
some people are obsessed with it.
Because
And even when just chat with a couple people, chat with Laura a little bit, chat with Glitch a little.
I don't like
and I know you don't, and that's why I didn't. Which is true.
We've made a. I think you've made a. I think realized a lot of people that have sent for me. What has happened is they first of all like they realize and does it. I don't know. So I think maybe there's something going on. Right now I'm just speculating what I'm saying. Like there are people once they found out who I was, I have a history with a lot of people that other people and act like they don't remember. I have a history, far back history. And some people once they found out who I was, I was like crap. So, a lot of them came in once they heard the story of what really happened back then. Wasn't God. I think they seen it and they understood. I didn't see what I was into today. I think a lot of them expected at the time. But anyways, yeah, it's like I was already known. And I think a lot of men there, they can't tell me what that one guy that girl kept talking. He came at me talking to me. So I'm responding. And so she's, hopping in to tell me don't be my friend. Well, yeah, I'm sick of it. I'm sick of people attacking me, telling me to die. And then I say, okay, you're fat. And people are like, no, that's nice. That's my friend. I don't care. I don't know them. And so that would rub not being able to approach and being able to go over their head. Like when, Jace, when I tried to come back in Marty's, Jace kicking me to the retard role. That was to be me. That was not having, that was, and so I was like, court make me mod, so mod, and suddenly, all these,
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, there's just people dominating engineering, they're in control, they're secretly engineering, there's someone, remember what I said you happened, my friend was the shit stirrer, but I was out there as the attack dog. No one seen behind the scenes. They thought I was the one. That's not her time. That's what's happening. Someone behind the scenes asking. But some people, it's not going to work on. Some people, it's not going to work. And they're going to be able to come back. They realize they don't have. That might be what happened.
I might have hopped out only the last 6 months, but I kind of do the same thing. I'm here for a while, but no one would remember my name. I never go by a different name. It was I don't remember who it was, but I hop in there and someone's like, "Who the fuck are you?" Like you're. I just give the same answer. They go, "You."
I said that, didn't I? I think I said that for you.
Probably, yeah, and I always give the same answer. I'm Caspian C.
Tell people who are traumatized.
Yeah, and when they start asking, and I was just like, I'm Caspian C. Like, who's that?
I think I said that.
It was you then. I was just like, I'm here. Okay. Yeah. I was just like, I pop in from time to time. I don't know what to say. And then someone else chimes in. I'll vouch. He does show up from time to time. It's all right. And there we go. That might have been Glitch, actually. I don't know. I am well.
No,
again, I think that was probably just.
My beef with him is hold on, let me stop this. I don't want to get like.
Might have been reconnaissance, if you know what I mean.
No, what happened with that is that dog pile there, like everybody was at me, and it made no sense.
I was watching. That's about the time I was just like, yo, what's up?
I was like, thank God, like I like the fact that no one in there was like coming back. I was like, this is some type of off. I mean, it's retarded. Like I'm it's stupid stuff like that. I know how ridiculous. It's not real. Sometimes I recognize it's off. I had a son. I'm like, okay, I know, I know, I know that. I know that thing, but like, I'm like, I wanted to leave at that point, but I said I can't leave because I'm like, I can't stand. But you know, I mean, they did similar. You didn't get me spurred. Like, you know, the goal is someone spurred and someone left it. It's not gonna happen. Um, yeah, they were skint that way. Never looked like that. What's wrong with her? You know, it's a female thing. Women are, um, but it's another a lot of guys out there. You know what happened was like settling for rolling tomato with crackling Chris. I never heard. So we did. You know, it was it wasn't someone recorded it, but we were there and they were interested. I've never heard of it. And so we streamed there, and then suddenly, like we would every now and then hop in their board. Well, then suddenly certain people who have like this weird role they're doing that really it's under it's not worthy of
A lot of it.
a lot of it like so cringe. Not but
So, taking a picture.
yeah, well they suddenly they would start showing up. They weren't trolling. They were being like that's. But I guess to them that was trolling. Like that was big.
Yeah.
Who am I to judge? Everyone's like that's style. That's fine. But like suddenly they kept having to show up anytime I was. And I started noticing certain people I was friends with acting that was interacting that way. And I dropped it. I just left it alone. They want me to react. I'm not going. I just left that alone, and then like they're just oh, and then I really morning. I didn't want to. I never wanted to. I used to stream, and so he pulled me on his channel, and I think everyone loved him first. He pulled me on his. So we did the Christmas. But always, anytime I left the on trolling like that, that church, I don't hear like you're the best cattle. Like
they're trying to make their own down. No.
Well, I just think it. Yeah, I just think it was like I wasn't. I don't party as. I don't see him as.
No, and that's what it is. Other people who see him as like a role model or something. Funny, he's got a good show, he's got a good stick, but I mean, most of the people like the people that he hangs out with, Work's not trying to be him. He comes to hang out with Ford or Cheese. They're not people who are trying to be like. He doesn't hang out with those people.
Marty seems to be able to recognize, without even knowing them, he's able to recognize level, maybe. Marty just seems to be able to pick, knows, if you notice all the girls in there, they always point hint that they've talked to Marty. So weird.
Well, I'm not trying to brag, but I'm friends with Discord.
Right.
So we.
Or like, like, alone. Like, that's a girl thing. Maybe out of fun, girl thing. But that thing that happened, we're in a. I didn't know that was why.
Well, I don't know about this.
Here's my take. My take. I don't. I believe that Stacy first. They, the way they came at it, it for me to lose my mind and act crazy. Like, I'm not. Like, I don't. Like, me and Ford were bored. Me and Ford are Ford. We like silent. They're friends. Nothing but friends. It's never like sometimes I joke around and stop. We are just friends. I'm like, I said, like like we're friends. I love you. And we. I'm a night owl. In Australia. Am I talking too much?
No, I need to use the restroom. Actually, I'll be back in a minute.
I don't want to.
You're fine.
I feel this way.
Well, just wait on it. Wait for Caspian Sea. Wait for Caspian Sea. He'll be back in a moment. How was your day today? 27 for me. That's unfortunate. Do you have memory issues? Vitamin D or vitamin B? Okay. A thyroid storm? we're here to support you. I'll help you feel better. I don't know whose responsibility it is if it's not your own. Yeah, I'm in agreement with you on that.
Poland today.
Thank you, Franco. I will have back person and then one and a half hours. I'm excited. So I'll be because last time so late. We understand each other.
Yeah, you did. You changed my life, Afirmatia. I even changed.
Oh,
You did. You really did. I even changed part of the paragraph that I have in the introductory letter that goes to anyone who goes out. It used to say everything in the universe is subjective except this sentence. Now it says every opinion in the universe is subjective except this sentence. So I mean that was huge. I even told Caspian C about it. Like I hadn't seen him for a little bit, and the first thing I told him was like, dude, Affirmatia, we had this discussion on the speed of light, and it caused me to make some changes. So thank you so much.
Yeah, you.
I even would uh, opinion is about the your voice makes me happy. So much. Thank you for the energy. I am
Every opinion is subjective.
so good. Sounds like her.
Well, every sub, I'm, I can work through this. Okay, so there has to be something that is true. I guess. Okay, every opinion is subjective, but isn't that a statement that has to be true?
Subjective statement.
Yes, because I have like defense. I think everything is just our question.
Yes, isn't that an objective statement though?
Can you repeat?
Isn't that an objective statement?
Subjective.
No, objective. That,
That's the
right. So there has to be one objective thing.
I'm sorry. She sounds so kind.
She is. She's very kind.
She's
You too. You too. What's your name? Okay. I feel like I feel like it's I don't know how to I just makes me feel happy. Right. I am happy when I am happy. I feel very 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 and then happy. I feel come up regenerate soul happy heart mind body.
Let's work through this. It'll keep me up all night. All right. So every opinion is subjective. Is that correct?
In my opinion, even about of life because uh, and the
I agree. We went into.
what
I agree. We went into that. On this sentence, though, every opinion is subjective.
it's more true than us.
No, I understand that, and we've changed that. Wait. So, do you agree every opinion is subjective?
Every opinion
Then isn't that an objective? Hold on. Isn't that an objective statement?
that's
Yes.
yes,
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And that's why I love it.
yes,
There has to be one objective thing. The one objective thing that you're saying is that every opinion is subjective.
yeah, yeah. That's but my mind, but I have it.
Yes. And so, yes. And if you were to say, let's try it the other way, uh, every opinion is subjective. Is that a subjective opinion? Yes, because every opinion is subjective. You need to have one objective thing, and the objective thing would be essentially saying that every opinion is subjective.
And I understand.
That's okay. So basically, if we say every opinion is subjective, that's an objective statement.
Yeah,
And so there has to be one objective opinion. And the objective opinion is that every opinion is subjective.
yeah. Okay.
Yes. Okay.
Now I got it.
Yes. I love this conversation.
Only object statement can all all objective.
Yeah, essentially.
Only thing objective common on objective there understand.
Too compli- too complicated. I mean, that could be right, but so the sentence is every opinion is subjective except this one. There you go. He says that everything is subjective. There you go.
Uh, actually present that already. Science distribution occurs from random occurrence, not ignited. scientific information. It's always scientists curve. If you use a computer without a guy's hand, would you trust the computer? Every scientist no. While relying on completely random, I don't know. It reminds me kind of one-to-one.
I get
It
you.
reminded me of his understanding of science had from the assumption that had guiding creation. Argument what he said, but again, that's more philosophy. That one.
My mind is
It
blown.
does not affect two.
My mind is blown. Taki, you were telling us a story. Did you have a chance to finish your story?
Sorry for cutting you off.
No. I just want to make sure I understood correctly. Taki, can you hear me? Okay, that's all right. Taki, are you there? She might have, or they might have popped away for a second. All right. Well, I need to get some sleep because
Sorry, man.
if not, I mean, I don't really have anything, but nevertheless, I will be crabby and tired and all kinds of other things. Affirmation though, for as long as I live, I will remember the gift you gave me. So thank you so much for pushing me on that. Normally, I'm like, no, 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 I got it figured out. No, 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 I got it figured out. But no, I knew there was something more to it. So thank you so much. I very much appreciate it. Thank you.
No,
Absolutely.
I wanted to say about the like why I said that object object because the light is not constant.
Right, 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 right.
But say the speed of light travels 300 meters per second. Uh,
It, exactly.
you know why? Because what you said.
At the beginning of the Big Bang, it could have been faster.
And a second, second, uh, that
Right. And one thing, I just had to look this up just to confirm that I had the number correct. It's 300,000 kilometers per second. Kilometers. So it's actually 1,000 times faster. Yes. Thank you so much, though, for that. I very much appreciate it. Caspian C, I'll see you after the time capsule.
Good night, man.
The time traveling. Take care, bud. Hey, let's hope I don't get banned. Yeah. Oh.
episode number 2. Thank you for joining me. My name is Matt. On today's episode, we're going to be talking about the dawn of what's known as the Age of Discovery. You see, when you're telling any story, but especially a historical story, I think it's important to give the necessary background information to really paint a picture of the world in which we find ourselves. And when you're talking about piracy in the Caribbean around the beginning of the 1700s, I think the logical place to do that is the Age of Discovery. That is the time when explorers from Europe explored really all over the world to places most of them had never even heard of. But most importantly to our story was when they traveled west and discovered, explored, and subsequently colonized the New World, what's known as the Americas. Now, this is kind of a foolish because talk about the Age of Discovery is a huge topic. I mean, people in this film take up entire podcast series, and I'm going to be trying to talk about all of them in a single short episode. So understand that I'm going to be talking in very broad strokes. I'm not going to get too in-depth into anything, but I want everybody to have at least a basic understanding of who these characters are and what they do and why this is important. Now, many of you have already heard some of these stories. We learned about most of this stuff in elementary school, but this is kind of a refresher course as well as an opportunity for me to talk about some things that I think are under-discussed and that are pretty important. When you're looking at the dawn of the Age of Exploration, you have to look at it through Iberian eyes. Now, of course, the Iberian Peninsula today is comprised primarily of Portugal and Spain, but things were a little bit different in the 1400s, which we'll get into in just a minute. The first thing you have to realize, though, about these Iberian eyes is that they were staunchly Catholic eyes. Now, many of you might be saying, well, of course they were Catholic eyes. This was decades before the Reformation. Why wouldn't they be Catholic? Well, especially in the Iberian, there were a couple of other pretty prominent reasons. Of course, there were Jews all throughout Europe, but more importantly to our story, the Iberian Peninsula had until very recently been under the control of an Islamic kingdom known as the Caliphate of Cordoba. Now, the Caliphate of Cordoba, well, that started in the year 711. It was when an army of Arabs and Berbers, known collectively as the Moors, invaded the Iberian Peninsula from North Africa. Now, they did very well. I could go into all sorts of dates and battles and treaties and names, but that's not what this is about. You need to know that more than half of the Iberian Peninsula was controlled by the Caliphate of Cordoba. The Caliphate of Cordoba was renowned throughout the Christian and Muslim as a center of learning and science. Now, of course, the Islamic world as a whole was leaps and bounds ahead of the Christian world at the time in terms of learning and science. So that kind of suggests that the Caliphate of Cordoba, known for it, must have been well ahead and very advanced. Now, why does this matter? Well, not only did the Islamic world excel in science, they also excelled in trade. They had a monopoly on trade between the East, which was essentially India and China, and the West, which was essentially Christian. Now, this control was due to two things. First of all, the Silk Road, the overland route to get to the East, was controlled and ran through Islamic lands. But almost more importantly, they had a control over seafaring trade. They had, of course, rivers that were very important to trade, such as the Tigris and Euphrates and the Nile. But the most important conduit of trade was the Mediterranean, which was known at the time as the Muslim Neck. Now, if they're going to control trade on the Mediterranean, you need one thing. You need ships, lots and lots of ships. And Muslim ships, such as the Caravel, were some of the best ships in the world at the time. They rivaled the Viking ships and were better than almost anything else in Europe. In fact, many Vikings were known to have traveled to the Muslim world to learn from their shipbuilders how to build better and better ships. So, you can see why when there is an Islamic caliphate and about 3/4 of the Iberian Peninsula that's still populated by many Christians, many converts, and many people that would have children that would live there, they knew more about building ships than almost anybody else in the West. This is extremely important to, well, the story we're about to tell. Of course, the Caliphate of Cordoba was a class. was a huge undertaking. It took many years, lots of battles, lots of treaties, alliances, also exciting stories, none of which I'm going to talk about. This event as a whole was known as the Reconquista, in English, of course, the conquest. It was extraordinarily successful, and eventually there was only one small toehold left in all of the Iberian Peninsula that belonged to the Muslim kingdom. That was, of course, Grenada. At the very southwestern tip, one of the pillars of Hercules, which we'll get into in just a moment. Grenada lasted under Muslim control until the year 1492. But before we get to that, before we talk about the other events of 1492 and that one guy you may have heard of, we need to talk about one other man who's almost as important to the story of the colonization of the New World as Columbus' point of view. That was a man, Henry of Portugal, known in history as Henry the Navigator. Now, I'm not going to start talking about Henry the Navigator by saying Prince Henry the Navigator was born on the 4th of March, 1894, because this isn't a biography about Prince Henry the Navigator, and really that's not important. What you have to know about him is that he's generally seen as the guy that kick-started the exploration, and the reason people think of him that way is he's kind of the first European to really explore the Atlantic Ocean. Now, there is a date that you do need to know about. The date was July 25th, 1415, and what he did, well, he led a fleet of about 200 ships south in the Atlantic Ocean from the port of Lisbon. Now, that's a pretty large fleet at the time. On board were about 45,000 soldiers, which is no small army right there. And I have to think that most of the neighbors had to be wondering where Henry was going with that army. We know that King Ferdinand I of Castile initially thought that he was heading towards Grenada, the place we just talked about, that last toehold of the Islamic Caliphate in the Iberian Peninsula. He thought he was heading that way because, well, whoever took Grenada was going to be given a huge amount of honor and respect. For a Catholic monarch to get rid of the Islamic threat would have been, and beyond that, Grenada had a palace, the Alhambra Palace, which was extraordinarily well defended. So not only would his reputation as a Catholic have gone up, his reputation as a military commander would have risen, and his wealth would have risen significantly. It was really a shiny jewel to take. Now, Ferdinand was probably somewhat concerned about this because he had laid claim to taking Grenada. He had the right to it. And if Henry was in fact heading to do that, that would have been essentially an act of war against Castile. But really, he didn't need to worry because Henry knew that as well, and he wasn't heading to Grenada. He was heading to a place that was about 8 miles south of Grenada. And that place is called Ceuta. Ceuta is the southern end of what's known as the Pillars of Hercules, Grenada being the northern end. Those are two peaks that begin the Strait of Gibraltar. Yeah, the Strait of Gibraltar is the waterway that connects the Mediterranean Sea to the Atlantic Ocean. Now, as you might imagine, the Pillars of Hercules is kind of important to the ancient Greeks. I'll go into that just a little bit. They're named the Pillars of Hercules because they mark the furthest westward extent of the travels of the hero known as Hercules. It was where he performed the 10th of his 12 labors. Now, Hercules was possibly the strongest, bravest man that the Greeks had in their midst, so if that was as far as Hercules was willing to go, then it had to serve as a warning to the rest of the Greeks not to go any further than that. Beyond that, well, okay, we've all heard of Poseidon. Poseidon is normally known as the god of the sea, but really, he's the god of the Mediterranean. He was one of the Olympian gods that the Greeks felt they could somewhat understand, but beyond the Strait of Gibraltar, when you moved past that, well, those waters were in the hands of another god, an older god, really kind of a primordial deity. He was one of the Titans. His name was Oceanus. Oceanus was something of a mystery to the Greeks. He stepped back from the war between the Titans and the Olympians. The Greeks didn't really understand him or legend, and well, Oceanus was the god of an ocean river that encircled the world as they knew it. The sun rose from Oceanus and went back into Oceanus and set. He was almost terrifying to them. There was something about him that was otherworldly in the way that the gods of the pantheon normally. They knew that it was past. There was a Hercules. Any ship foolish enough to do so certainly faced death. Now, the Romans, of course, adopted many of the ancient Greeks. That was one of them. And really, up until the time we're talking about, the early 1400s, that was still a belief that was somewhat held. Now, of course, Portuguese and Spanish ships would travel in the Atlantic a little bit, but they were waters. There were massive storms that would crop up. You could travel on them, but you wouldn't travel out too far. I mean, think about it. When you look at an old-timey map, you'll still see a sea monster out in the Atlantic Ocean. That means that monsters be there, death to tread them. However, navigating that, he was one of the first, outside of Vikings, but one of the first Europeans said, I'm going to go ahead and go out there. I want to know what lies beyond. Now, that all came after he took Ceuta. He took Ceuta because, well, there were three big reasons. First of all, Portugal didn't have a whole lot of very good land for farming. It was pretty rocky terrain. Ceuta had very good land for farming grain. Grain was, of course, extraordinarily important. That's what you had to do. And Portugal was largely dependent on foreign imports. It didn't get a whole lot of money. Of course, there were other reasons. One of them being money. People were very wealthy. It was a trading center that connected the Islamic world to the Western world. Muslim traders would come across the coast of North Africa from the Middle East to trade their goods to Europe. There was a large and very established trading network there, so anybody who controlled that was going to become extraordinarily wealthy. So there was grain, and there was gold, and then there was another. There was a belief in the ancient world of a man named Prester John. Prester John is a strange myth that changed depending on who's telling and hearing that myth, and really changed according to the era. For example, many of the Crusaders believed that there was a man named Prester John on the other side of the Islamic world. Now, some people even believe that the person who believed Prester John would have been Genghis Khan. In the time of Henry the Navigator, there was a belief that in Ethiopia, the Christian king, Prester John, was in constant battle with the Muslim army. He was also extremely wealthy and extremely powerful. So, if they got a toehold on Africa, maybe they could explore India and find this Prester John, and finally do away with the Muslim storage. They had grain, they had gold, they had God. 3Gs. Right? They had all of these reasons to take. But they did. It really went pretty well. It was a fairly easy battle. However, what they didn't realize or didn't think through was that once they took this Muslim trading post that was supposed to be extremely wealthy, well, the Muslim traders from the Middle East weren't going to trade with a bunch of Christians. That wasn't what they were going to do, especially after they had invaded and attacked one of their towns. So, they took this trading post, but really didn't have anything to do with it. So there he was, Henry the Navigator, in his newly taken town, with really nothing to do. He had a lot of ships. He had to figure, what am I going to do with all these ships and all these and an interest in sea travel? And, well, he did a couple of things. First of all, he explored Africa. He had a lifelong fascination with the continent. But more important to our story, he decided it was time to travel west. West from the coast of Africa, from Europe, into the Atlantic Ocean, to see what he would find. I don't want to mislead you, though. Despite his name, Henry the Navigator, he didn't actually go on many of these seafaring expeditions after that. Mostly, he planned and financed the expedition. These expeditions moved further and further south. All along the African coast, he was setting up settlements and trading posts. These settlements would, before long, become infamous for, well, the slave trade. Henry's time, they were used primarily to trade with the Africans and as starting points for expeditions into the Atlantic. He knew a little bit about what was out there. About 100 years before this, a Genoese sailor had found a group of islands about 100 miles off the coast of Africa. Now, I say he found them because he didn't exactly discover them. These islands were known of before that, even as far back as the ancient world. In the first century CE, Pliny the Elder even wrote about them, calling them Canary. So those are, of course, the Canary Islands. They were known about, but it wasn't until the early 1300s that European explorers found them. And there was a flurry of exploration from the Genoese, from the Portuguese, and the Castilians, but really they weren't particularly profitable islands. There wasn't much to grow there, and there were a large number of very hostile natives that did not want Europeans there. So while you could set up colonies, there wasn't much point to setting up anything too large. But by Henry's time, travel, especially because of technological advancement and ships themselves, had really made them a little bit more profitable. Henry was looking for something like that. Something like that because the Castilians were in control of the islands by that point. And all along the African coast, he was sending out ships to try and find islands that Portuguese colonized. Unfortunately, he wasn't finding anything. Many of his expeditions didn't come back at all. The Atlantic Ocean was a dangerous place, so even on the rare occasions that one of his ships would come back, they didn't have anything. So eventually he decided that he would take one of the Canary Islands. Well, he would try to. Then he would fail. And he would try again. He would fail again. Several times he would try to take the Canaries from the Castilians and fail. Which was unfortunate because for Henry the Navigator, a man who had done so much to promote sea travel and to promote exploration, really, despite the fact that he set up so many settlements in Africa, he was unable to set up any settlement in the Atlantic Ocean. Now, that's not to say that the Portuguese wouldn't have any settlements in the Atlantic. But somewhat north of the Canary Islands, right about the time that Henry the Navigator was setting out, another Portuguese sailor found an island called Madeira. Now, Madeira was bigger than any of the Canaries, had much better land for growing sugar cane. Their sugar cane was much richer and produced much better sugar than anything grown in the Canaries. So good, in fact, that the sugar itself was about worth its weight in gold. This, of course, was a flurry of exploration from the Portuguese out into the Atlantic to try and find as many islands as they could, and they found several. They found Pismore, they found the Cape Verde Islands, which, ironically, despite the fact that Verde and Green were not very verdant, they were pretty arid places. But they found several islands that would really join the Portuguese Empire. Now, Portugal is generally given credit for having started the first real global empire. And we just mentioned a couple of reasons for that. They weren't particularly resource rich, they weren't very large nations, and they realized that the only way they were going to keep up with their neighbors was by expanding. You know, sometimes when you're looking back on the great events, the big stuff, things like the fall of the Roman Empire or the beginning of the Republic, you can look back and really hindsight is 2020. You can see the perfect storm emerge of events and forces that build and pressurize to create these huge world-shaping events. In the case of the Age of Discovery, that period only lasted about 50 years, and it started in the year 1453 with the fall of Constantinople to the Ottoman Turks. Constantinople was, of course, a very important city for a very, very long time. It was the city that bridged the gap between Europe and the East. It was the place where the Silk Road kind of started, and the Silk Road trade was extremely important to people in Europe. It was where they got most of the spices that had become integral to life in Europe, like cinnamon, cloves. They also got other bits from there. Obviously, they got silk. They got porcelain china, and they got things like opium. All of this is hugely important to the Europeans. And when Constantinople fell, well, they really lost the place that began the Silk Road. And so, in effect, lost the Silk Road trading route, generally speaking. Now, the obvious answer to that problem would seem to be if you can't trade by land, then why not trade by sea? Unfortunately, that wasn't a route that anybody had ever taken before between Europe and the mariners of the time didn't even know if it was possible. They didn't know what were the best ways to go, what were the safe ways to go. They didn't know if they would get caught up in a storm around the Cape of Good Hope and shipwrecked or killed. It was extremely possible. Beyond the natural dangers, there were also the dangers of people. There was very little that the Europeans considered civilization between Europe and the Indies, and anywhere they were likely to stop in Africa, there was a potential for hostile natives. Beyond that, closer to home, there was a definite danger of piracy. Even if you managed to make that voyage, it wasn't really ideal even still. They realized that they needed another, better way to get to Asia. Now, of course, there were several ideas about this. Some people took other routes to what would become Russia. That would happen a little bit later. But the most obvious route for many of the European monarchs was to travel west and find another sea. There's that. People are looking for a new sea. But beyond that, Portugal and Spain, they're going through a very tense period of time. You see, Spain as a country had really become something just began to merge. Because of the marriage between Ferdinand II and Isabella I, that though their countries stayed separate, they ruled together. They began to really integrate into a single society. So Portugal was kind of the third wheel. They were sort of left out of the loop. And the Pope Alexander IV, even called Ferdinand and Isabella the Catholic monarchs, giving them his papal blessing in the Iberian Peninsula. So we realized there was something of an arms race, a ship race, to see who could find best trading routes just first. In any arms race, you need several things. You need, of course, resources. And you need to gather those resources as fast as possible because you are always in a deficit of time against whoever you're having this arm race against. But in addition to that, you need people that are willing to take risks. These risks are usually what leads to the greatest rewards and wind up winning those arms races. And that brings us, of course, to some of the great sailors and explorers, men with names like Christopher Columbus. Now, I'd like to pause here just briefly to discuss a little side topic. It's going to be about names and pronunciation. Christopher Columbus's name was not actually Christopher Columbus. His name was actually, as you know, Cristoforo Colombo. And Prince Henry the Navigator's name wasn't actually Prince Henry the Navigator. His real name was Infante Enrique de Portugal. Now, it would be much more difficult for me to say that every time because, as anybody out there who speaks Portuguese could just tell, I don't speak Portuguese and I don't know how to pronounce Portuguese very well. I intend to do my best about things that are given names are generally accepted to be in Spanish or French or Portuguese or Dutch. But when there's a name that is most people in English-speaking countries known as something else, such as Henry the Navigator or Christopher Columbus, I intend to use the anglicized version of the name. Now, for example, a long time from now in our chronological history, there's going to be a ship called the Caca del Fuego. The Caca del Fuego. Well, I could call that the Shipfire every time if I really wanted to, but you see, people in history know that ship as the Caca del Fuego. So I'm going to go ahead and use it there. So if there are any issues like that with my pronunciation of names, let me know. I'll do my best. And I don't want to be offending anybody with my name. You've got Portugal and Spain. Not exactly an open war, but tensions are definitely high. They're kind of at each other's throats. Beyond that, you've got both countries, as well as pretty much every other country in Europe, looking for a sea route to Asia that can grow. And then, in addition to all of that, in the year 1492, Spain from rule in the Iberian Peninsula. There's no more reconquest taking place. Everybody's kind of looking around, seeing what they can do to improve their position. And it is that world in walked Christopher Columbus. Unfortunately, though, we're running short on time. I'd really like to try to keep these episodes under about a half an hour, and Columbus and the Spanish conquest of the Americas is a very big topic, something that I'd like to be able to give some proper time. So I'm going to devote my entire episode next week to that. Hopefully, though, I've given a good picture of the world that spawned men like Christopher Columbus and Hernan Cortez. All right. Thanks for listening, everybody. I really appreciate it. Our theme music, as always, is The Old Captain by the absolutely fantastic band Free. If you're enjoying this podcast, I think it might be right up your alley, so why don't you go over and check them out over at brillig.com.au. brillig.com.au. After you're done over there, check out our Facebook page. Anybody has any questions? Message me.
Raise your glass, yeah, we're carrying on. Time to find out if it's in the dance. Or it's like one time. Live on, live on.
Hello, and welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. Thank you. My name. This week, we're going to be talking about Christopher Columbus and the Spanish colonization of America. I intended to talk about this topic last time, however, as sometimes happens with me, I got distracted on some historical tangents that I found pretty interesting. So I told myself that this week I was going to stay on target. I was going to talk about Christopher Columbus, not let myself get distracted. So, naturally, I'm about to talk to you about the Mongol Empire. As most of you are probably aware, the Mongol Empire, at its height during the Middle Ages, spanned most of Asia, the majority of what's now called the Middle East, and even the parts of Russia and Europe. A huge amount of territory. The Mongolian Empire was massive. Now, after the initial conquest, some internal strife, civil wars, and dynastic struggles, the Mongol Empire reached a period of relative peace. There was a saying about this period in time, a period in time known to historians as Pax Mongolica, a maiden bearing a nugget of gold on her head would wander safely through the realm. Now, even if that's propaganda, that kind of goes to show you that at the time it must have been a peaceful and therefore relatively prosperous time. The reason it prospered, as is true about any other period in history, is because things were peaceful, trade allowed to flourish. And in the Mongolian Empire, trade flourished, as we all know, along the Silk Road. We mentioned the Silk Road last time. It was, of course, the trading route through which goods got from Southeast Asia, areas like China, through the Middle East. It was extremely important, and lots of people were getting very, very rich because of this peaceful trade agreement. Europeans were getting all the exotic spices and all the exotic goods they needed. And the Mongol leaders and the people and like the Empire, the Mongol held Middle East India, China, essentially everywhere that they went through, were trading countries in return as well as very, very wealthy. You could hope that an agreement in a situation like this could last forever. However, of course, it's not going to. The Silk Road eventually fell into disrepair. This is for a number of reasons. The first, and most important, being the fall of the Mongol Empire. There were a lot of root causes to the fall of the Mongol Empire. There was a lot of internal tension building between the different khans ruling different areas that were struggling to find a balance of power. But one of the biggest ones would have to be the Black Death, the bubonic plague. It struck the Mongol Empire very, very hard, very, very early. I'd like to give a brief rundown of how fast the Black Death moved. The first generally accepted record of an outbreak of the bubonic plague happened in 1334 in China. A mere 10 years later, in 1344, India, Alexandria, and Egypt, and all the way up into Constantinople, that's all the way through the Middle East, all had reports of outbreaks of Black Death. That's essentially the whole of the Mongol Empire in 10 years. Now, 3 years after that, in 1347, it hit Europe. A group of sailors landed in Sicily bearing the Black Death. 1 year later, by 1348, the Black Death reached the shores of England. That's a mere 14 years. The Black Death went from Southeast Asia, the southeast parts of China, all the way through the Eurasian continent to a little tiny island up in the very, very northwest. Essentially, all of Europe, all of the Middle East, parts of Africa, and all of Asia was struck by the Black Death, and this killed upwards of 50% of the population in many places. It was devastating. Things just couldn't work the way they had been working forever. So naturally, the Mongol Empire fell. Now, it wasn't, of course, just the Black Death, but their strength waned from that hit. Their strength waned, and unfortunately for the Mongols, the Muslim peoples became strong. There was a movement of resurgence against their Mongol overlords to keep the Muslims self-ruling. This movement grew until several smaller states appeared, and then, of course, strongmen began to coalesce with smaller states into stronger and stronger units. It took a little over 100 years, but in the year 1453, the very last vestige of what one would consider the Roman Empire, the city of Constantinople, the capital of Byzantium, fell to the Ottoman Turks. This fall of Constantinople is really what I wanted to get to, because that directly affected Christopher Columbus. You see, before the fall of Constantinople, the Genoese had been traders primarily. Genoa was a major trading port that was becoming very, very wealthy for many, many years because of trade with the Middle East that happened primarily through Constantinople around the Mediterranean. But with the fall of Constantinople, the Genoese were forced to rethink how they were going to make their money. Trade was not panning out and making them as much money as they hoped it would. So all of these people who traded primarily on the Mediterranean looked around and they said, well, we've got lots of money, we've got lots of ships, but we're not getting any good trade, so what are we going to do with all of this money and ships? The natural solution is to start bidding and financing expeditions that other people will undertake. Now, Christopher Columbus was born in the year 1451. That was 2 years before Constantinople fell. Genoa is changing, and thusly all of Europe is changing because of the experience of trade with the East. Christopher Columbus is growing up in a time when Europe is trying to figure out a new identity for itself. He's really a product of that new Europe. Now, I said just this wasn't that Spanish. Most of them came from Spain. There are some that came from Portuguese. Most of those came from Portuguese. There are some that claim he was Greek. In fact, one person who claimed he was Greek we know was in fact Greek. I do know somebody who has a professor that swears that his grandmother has documents that prove Christopher Columbus is Greek, but of course she refuses to let those out into the world. The thing to take away from this is that Christopher Columbus is a character that people want to claim for themselves because he's one of the most respected and one of the greatest explorers of all time, and was a mariner. And he was earning his chops at a time when all of the mariners that he was working under and respected would probably talk about things like, well, what's the best way to get to Asia now? Oh, did you hear about that new piece of news that found about how to get to Asia? And so it's probably on his mind his entire life. There were other European explorers who had thought about going west through what they call the Ocean Sea, what we now call the Atlantic Ocean, to get to the Indian. There is a common misconception that people at the time thought the earth was flat, and I'd just like to go ahead and nip that in the bud. People at the time did not think the earth was flat. The church did not think the earth was flat. Essentially, anybody who had any learning at all knew the earth was round. This was true not only of the Europeans of Asia, but the Romans and the ancient Greeks and the Chinese, and basically anybody who had any sort of seafaring experience under their belt. This conception that people at the time thought the earth was flat probably comes originally from a Washington Irving biography of Christopher Columbus, published in 1828, that claimed that the Catholic Church denounced the belief that the earth was round and that Christopher Columbus must be a heretic for doing so, which I can't say for certain, but coming from an early American writer, there was strong anti-Catholic sentiment in those early years of the American Republic. That may have been a bit of propaganda to talk about how foolish the Catholics were not to know that you could find your way. Considering that the ancient Greeks, ancient Romans, ancient Chinese, basically everybody started saying that the earth was round, the next time that you're on Twitter and some celebrity starts giving you flat earther nonsense, go ahead and unfollow them. And then, after you're done with that, why not go over to the Pirate History Podcast at Black Flagcast and follow them? You can get much better information. So, while Christopher Columbus is sailing under other captains, there are many captains and explorers that are trying to find the route to Asia by going west. Most of those expeditions never returned, and the few that did limping back into port months later, most being dead. Very few were alive, barely surviving. For anybody that financed expeditions, be they naval officers or the Navy or even royalty, it was a huge expense and a great expense. And the way that most of them saw it, if they were using a guide, traveling west into the Ocean Sea was an even more foolish adventure that would almost certainly lose them lots of money, and perhaps a ship or two. You can imagine how hard a time Columbus must have had finding anybody to finance his expedition. At the time, people were scrambling all throughout Europe to get financing to find perhaps safer routes to Asia. In 1488, Bartholomew Diaz rounded the Cape of Good Hope, the southern tip of Africa, which was the first stepping stone to finding the most feasible route to Asia. So anybody who thought that west was the way to go had to move faster and faster. Columbus scrambled all throughout Europe trying to find financing. He went to England, he went to France, he tried Portuguese, and nowhere was he finding anybody who would listen. But finally, in Spain, the Catholic monarchs, Ferdinand and Isabella, were somewhat more in it. As the Reconquista closed, rumor the Reconquista was the reconquest of the Iberian Peninsula from the Caliphate of Cordoba. As the dream closed, the Catholic monarchs were able to turn their mind towards more internal matters. The internal matters were the forced conversion or expulsion or even execution of all non-Catholics in their realm. You can imagine for anybody who was like Jewish or Muslim or not sufficiently Catholic but liking them in charge, it was a terrible time. For the ruling class, the lust for convert, as well as the lust for riches and the lost treasures of the Orient, well, these were all almost equal in measure, so it left the Catholic monarchs, as well as the court nobility, very open for perhaps more adventure. It should be noted that Isabella was a bit less conservative than Ferdinand in her openness to some of these suggestions for these more dangerous ventures, as well as more open to the counsel of some of her religious advisors. In her stellar History of the Caribbean, Empire's Crossroads, historian Carrie Gibson gives a much better account of these court advisors, as well as the mindset of Ferdinand and Isabella, than I can help. Quote, many were not persuaded by his calculations, but Columbus did manage to convince two friars in Andalusia, Juan Perez and Antonio de excited at the prospect of the reunited powerful kingdom of Castile and Aragon making its presence known among other non-believers. It was almost too tempting to resist. The gold and the spices of the Orient, as well as many people ripe for conversion. End quote. Despite the backing of these two friars that had Isabella's ear, the rest of the nobility court didn't exactly share the same confidence in Columbus. Columbus believed that the earth was much smaller than it actually is. He had calculated the distance between the sun and the destination of Japan, which was called at the time Pampagu. I believe I pronounced that at least close correctly, as 2,400 miles. Spain and in reality, the distance was closer to 10,600 miles, which some of the more learned men in Isabella's court had calculated much more closely. However, that doesn't really bother Isabella. She decided to put her faith in Columbus. There were many reasons that this might be the case. It's possible that it was just bravado. Spain was doing incredibly well, and perhaps she believed that anything that undertook would succeed. Perhaps it was religious. These two friars believed in Columbus, and anything that they seemed to be doing was going well, so perhaps God had her back as well. Or perhaps there was a more emotional reason for it. Isabella was, after all, the grand niece of Henry the Navigator. With Isabella's backing, he finally had the royal support he needed, and was able to get his own ships from the Athena and the Santa Maria, as well as the funds to supply his ships and pay his payments. So, on August 3rd, 1492, Columbus set sail. The first leg of his journey was well known. He stopped at the Canary Islands to stop and supply. When he was done there, he finally sailed due west into the unknown. By all accounts, it was an easy journey. They had over-provisioned just in case, and the winds appeared to be with them. Regardless, the sailors on the Santa Maria were beginning to get nervous. I imagine that all the sailors were beginning to get nervous. You see, all of the men who had attempted this voyage before this and returned to Europe had not sailed as far on sand as these two ships had. They knew they were in essentially uncharted and unknown waters, and the unknown is still one of the most powerful motivating factors in the human psyche. Now, this manifested itself on Columbus's journey. On October 6th, the sailors from the Santa Maria attempted to mutiny. However, their fears were put to rest because one of the other ships had seen birds, and birds are a sure sign of land nearby, so they knew they were close to land and soon would find it. This happened to be 6 days later. On October 12th, 1492, land was sighted. Upon going ashore, the first act they did was to plant a flag with the Royal Cross of Spain, as well as the letters F and Y, standing for Ferdinand and Isabella. Isabella was at the time sometimes spelled with a Y. Columbus had read the works of Marco Polo. He had also read the works of several other missionaries and explorers and traders that had traveled to the East, so he thought he had some idea of what to expect. I'd like to give you a little bit of an idea of what he was expecting by reading a bit from Marco Polo's journal. Quote, "There is gold there and very great abundance, but the monarch does not easily permit it to be taken away from the island, and consequently few traders go there, and rarely do ships from other regions land at its ports. The king of the island is a large palace with a very fine gold roof in the manner in which we run churches today. The windows of this palace are all trimmed with gold, and the pavement in the halls and many rooms is covered with slabs of gold which are 2 fingers thick. There are also many precious stones, and for this reason the island of Pampagu is marvelously rich." End quote. Can you imagine a palace that rich? A palace that is being made of gold, slabs of gold 2 inches thick lining the floors, and so rich the windows themselves are trimmed with gold? I'm sure the Europeans were in their wildest dreams, but I imagine they saw it as sort of a frivolous waste of wealth. Maybe saw the people of the Orient as people who didn't respect their wealth as they thought they should. Unfortunately for Columbus, though, the island that he landed on, Antiquaris San Salvador, didn't have any palaces made of gold. Didn't have any palaces at all. In fact, had no structure. Didn't see any people there except for just a few naked Indians. At this moment, expecting to see the riches of the Orient, well, that must have been one of the more confusing times in Columbus's life. You see, Columbus took the works of Marco Polo to heart. He believed in the So it must have been of some comfort to him, despite the fact that there were no lavish peoples or lavish palaces around. Well, there was another note that Columbus made in his journals about a passage from Marco Polo, which I'd like to continue. Quote, the number of islands is so numerous that no living being can count all of their qualities. So the sailors and pilots confirm, and from what is known from sea charts and from observing compasses of the English sea, there are 1,378 islands of the reef in the sea, and all they say are inhabited. And so Columbus was undaunted. He decided to move on in exploration, but he firmly believed in the Indies. He explored some more of the Bahamian, but his first major find was Cuba. He heard it was said of Cuba that it was larger than England and Scotland taken together, which it's not. However, Cuba is a very big island, so Columbus may be forgiven for making this statement. His next major find was an island that would be known as Hispaniola. To quote Columbus again, Hispaniola is a miracle. Mountains and hills, plains and pastures are both fertile and beautiful. The harbors are unbelievably good, and there are many wide rivers which the majority contain gold. There are many spices and great mines of gold and other metals. Columbus continued. Its inhabitants, and those of all the other islands that I saw or learned of, always go naked as the day they were born, except that some women cover their private parts with a leaf or spray of foliage, or a piece of common cloth which they make with that effect. The very reason the Silk Road is named the Silk Road is not because of the spices, and not because of the china, and not because of the exotic goods or the drugs. It is because of silk, which was one of the most hotly contested and important commodities brought from the East to Europe. Europeans had a heavy taste for silk, and they knew that it came from what they called the Orient. You would think that Columbus would see these natives going naked, not clothed in silk, not wearing gold jewelry, and having no palaces of the lavish luxury that he had been led to expect. You would think that some part of him, maybe buried deep inside, would start to think, maybe I haven't found the point. Maybe I found something entirely new. But for Columbus's part, he would never ever admit for the rest of his life that what he had found was in fact the Caribbean, and not, as he believed, the Indian Ocean. On Christmas Day, 1492, the Santa Maria ran aground. Columbus decided that since the Santa Maria was not seaworthy and they didn't have the space on board his other two ships to take everybody home, to leave a garrison of 39 soldiers on the island on which it ran aground. He commanded these soldiers to establish a gold mine there, and due to the proximity to Christmas, they named the settlement La Navidad. I'd like to ask, if you were left with 38 other people in an alien land with no way to provide for you, do you think that between the hours that you spend hunting and the hours that you spend fishing and foraging for food, as well as building a much needed shelter, would you have time personally to begin mining for gold? I don't think you would. So it's likely that the implied directive Columbus gave those men was to enlist the help of the native peoples of that island. However, those people had lives of their own and duties that they had to attend to every day that did not include toiling underground in a dangerous and dark gold mine. In fact, toiling isn't the right word. They didn't have time to slave away in a dangerous and dark gold mine. Columbus had well built, with good bodies and constitution. They do not bear arms and do not know this, for I showed them a sword, and they took it by the edge and cut themselves out of ignorance. They have no iron. Their spears are made of stone. They would make fine servants. With 50 men, we could subjugate them all and make them do whatever we want. End quote. Soon after establishing the colony of La Navidad, Columbus left to go back to Europe. On board, he carried with him exotic fruit, several animals, some of the goods which he had traded with the natives. He would also put on board what little gold he was able to gather, but really that amounted to no more than a few small nuggets. Of the primates, those back in Europe, he had managed to convince somehow, probably by force, a few natives to get on board and to go back to Europe. These native people were unlike anybody the Europeans had seen before. They didn't look like Africans, they didn't look like Arabs, they didn't look like people from the Far East. The closest thing to be compared to were the native Canary Islanders, but there was even a distinction of hair. They were frequently described back in Europe as strong, exotic, beautiful, and most importantly, unconverted. To Europeans at the time, you didn't treat people the way that you treat the unconverted. I mean, feudalism was a very exploitative practice, but as despicable as it was not even come close to what was about to happen in America. A few years later, many people in Europe understood that this was a new world that Columbus found, something that Columbus would never admit in his entire life. These were unconverted people. Therefore, exploitation of them would not be seen as against the rule of God. So you can imagine that in Europe, these natives caused a stir. News of Columbus's voyages and the natives he brought back spread like wildfire. The letter that he wrote to Ferdinand and Isabella, the Catholic monarchs, was translated into nearly every language in Europe and read all throughout the country. There was even a version of Columbus's voyages in verse that was recited in every town and village he would reach. However, Columbus's promises to the Catholic monarchs had not really been met. He brought back almost no gold and none of the exotic Oriental trade goods that they were expecting. But Columbus did have quite a bit to show for his voyage, and in addition to that, made several pretty wild assertions of what was possible if he was granted another voyage. His first promise is that, despite only recovering a tiny amount of gold, the land overflowed with riches. It is even known to have said that the island of Hispaniola was covered in fields of gold, which, of course, wait, what's going on? Oh no, 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 there's no reason to this. Look, there were no fields of gold. Okay, seriously, that's enough. That's enough. I'm so sorry about that. Regardless, there were actually no fields of gold on Hispaniola, but his promises did seem to sway the Catholic monarch, who granted Columbus a second voyage with a total of 17 ships and as many as 1,200 soldiers. It was clear that this was no exploration. This was an invasion. On board Columbus's second voyage, there was a doctor. This doctor was probably the first person to draw distinctions between the native peoples along what he considered racial and tribal lines. The names that he gave to these tribal peoples are still sometimes used today. However, the distinctions that he made are generally seen to be, well, total nonsense. They're really a source of misinformation and propaganda that the Spanish used to their benefit. The doctor's name was Dr. Diego Alvarez Chunk, and he spoke of the Taino, who were known as the peaceful and friendly people, and the Caribs, from whom the Caribbean takes its name, who were violent and warlike. There was also mention of a people called the Arawaks, which is typically today the name that is most used to describe the native peoples of the Caribbean, but really all of these names were borrowed from the native peoples, but that none of them actually represent the people of the era. Now, the Caribs, in addition to being violent and warlike, were known to practice a much darker way of life. They were said to be cannibals. Being cannibals, of course, was against the rule of God and against the rule of man, and so qualified the Carib people for extermination. Now, this is important because a further distinction is that the people of the Greater Antilles, the larger islands of the Caribbean, islands such as Cuba and Hispaniola and Puerto Rico, well, those people were said to be friendly and peaceful Taino, whereas the Caribs lived on the smaller islands, the Bahamas and elsewhere. And if it was okay to completely exterminate these people, well, then it became much easier for the Spanish to set up bases and settlements on these smaller islands without having any feeling of the natives. And of course, this distinction is total nonsense. To say that everybody in the Caribbean at the time fell into one of not along with falsified racial or tribal boundaries, but well, a French missionary who traveled to the Caribbean in 1693 was quoted as saying, quote, I also know, and it is quite true, that when the English and French first settled in the island, many men of both nations were killed, Buchan, and eaten by the Canadians. But this is due to the inability of the Indians to take revenge on the Europeans for their injustice and cruelty, and it was done with rage, not custom. End quote. In addition, the desire of the Spanish to calm any fear of natives, there was another reason that they decided it was okay to exterminate entire islands full of human beings. That was what they found when they returned to La Navidad. And it showed us that the first European settlement in the Americas was quiet. It was empty. There was not a soul of 39 men left remaining. The natives on that island were particularly close-mouthed with what happened to them. So, the Spanish they killed the tribe they deemed responsible, down to every man, woman, and child. It began what is arguably the most horrific genocide in all of human history. Beyond their revenge and desire to exterminate the Arab people from these islands, there was another reason that made that decision. While they wanted to exterminate all of the natives on the smaller islands, on the larger islands on which they intended to establish large bases and begin mining for gold, there just weren't enough men among the Spanish to do that. So they needed labor. If we're going to find that labor from the native people, they were systematically conquered, converted by force, and when the Spanish first began their search for gold, they instituted a practice. They would force the natives of Hispaniola to collect gold. All people above 14 years of age would collect a certain amount of gold every 3 months, a quota. Upon receiving the gold, the Spanish official would give the natives a copper token that they would hang around their neck. Now, any native that was found without a token or who was unable to provide a quota of gold would have their hands cut off and left to bleed to death. It was a horrific time for the natives of Hispaniola and the other islands the Spanish had made their presence known on. Of course, the natives did resist. They organized as well they could, but they were facing forces of mounted men wearing armor, carrying muskets, and cold steel, none of which were technologies that the native people had any knowledge of. There was also the issue of disease. Disease spread so fast in the New World that it's really hard to wrap your mind around. The native people didn't have any resistance to the old world germs and viruses, and they died in record numbers. This happened all throughout the New World, and really, it's hard to say that the only people who saw a New World that was untouched by Europeans were the people on that first voyage of Columbus. Everybody after that saw a world that had been ravaged by the disease of the Europeans. Within 2 years from Columbus's first voyage to the Caribbean, half of the natives of Hispaniola were dead. What disease and warfare didn't finish, the Encomiendos managed to. The natives weren't finding enough gold because there wasn't enough gold to be found, so the Spanish organized these huge plantations, mostly sugar, but some other goods, where the natives would work hard, daily, to death. Before the Spanish arrival, it was estimated that there were 350,000 natives on the island. By 1515, that's only about 20 years later, only 50,000 were left. 200,000 dead. By 1550, there was only 500 natives left, and essentially 1650, with absolutely no natives of Hispaniola living on the island. Human history has a long and troubled past of terrible atrocities against other human beings. So I'd be hard pressed to find anything that rivals what is about to happen in the New World to all of the natives. These numbers may not exactly be totally accurate. all we know about the period, aside from what the archaeological evidence could show, and even Columbus's writings, including those quotes that I've given in this episode, might be attributed to him, because Columbus's journals were lost at one point until Las Casas discovered them, which, of course, many historians find suspect, but some accept that these are transcribed journals that he found. At first, Las Casas was complicit in the Spanish conquest of the New World, even participated actively in the conquest of Cuba. He set up an encomienda there. Owning that encomienda, he got to see firsthand the brutality that was done to the native people. So he began a campaign against the brutality that was happening to the native people of the Caribbean. He was even given the title of Protector of the Seas, a quote from his numerous writings about the atrocities done to the native peoples. Quote, "In this testimony is the mild and temperament of the nation, but our work is to exasperate, ravage, kill, mangle, and destroy." End quote. Slave on Hispaniola. But it was, of course, too late. The Africans were, in many ways, indeed superior to the natives. They were not susceptible to the diseases of the Old World, considering that they had had much contact with the Old World and developed immunity. In addition, they were far from home. They had been torn from their families and the lands they'd known their entire lives, so they were less able to organize resistance than the native people. In nearly 100 years from the time that the Spanish began importing African slaves, by the year 1500, there were around 100,000 people that had been kidnapped, put in chains, and transported across the Atlantic. And that doesn't even count the untold numbers of men and women that died en route. This atrocious pattern continued all across the world, and even onto the mainland of the New World. The Spanish would conquer, through whatever means necessary, enslave the native people, until nearly all of them were dead, and then begin to import African replacements. Within a mere number of decades, the Spanish had conquered the mainland. The conquistador Hernan Cortez defeated the Aztecs of Mexico, and that's a story that is mythical. One of his deputies, a man named Pizarro, did the exact same thing to the Inca Empire in South America. These were two warlike, great, large, and powerful empires that had been completely destroyed and turned into massive mining colonies, creating amazing amounts of gold and silver that they were going to smelt and ship back to Spain. At first, they did this in gold and silver bars, but eventually they were sending cemented coins back to Spain in larger numbers than Spain could ever hope to produce on its own. This solidified the beginning of the first true global empire, one that spanned both hemispheres. It was a rival to, and perhaps even surpassed, the empires of Alexander, or the Romans, or even the Mongols. The empire was unparalleled in its power. That power was due to the money that they were creating. It was so influential, in fact, that our modern dollar sign here in the U.S. and in other countries was actually first coined by the Spanish. The dollar sign, or something very similar to it, appeared on their minted pieces of eight, which are, of course, going to become very important to our story of Caribbean piracy in a very short amount of time. If you think about the dollar sign, it's like an S, two lines. On the piece of eight, those two lines represent the Strait of Gibraltar, which is essentially where the Spanish Empire began. And what we would think of as an S on the piece of eight was a little bit more like a representation of the two hemispheres, which showed that the coins there were a symbol of the power of the Spanish Empire. The piece of eight, of course, became so prevalent in the Caribbean and around Europe that even today, people can from them money. So, in a record amount of time, we have brushed through the creation of what is the greatest empire the world has ever known. But whatever happened to the man who discovered that empire, who found the land upon which that empire would be born? Christopher Columbus. Well, Columbus was eventually granted governorship. The governorship expanded. He made a total of 4 voyages. However, he disagreed and conflicted with Spanish monarchs on a number of issues, and eventually his rank as admiral as well as his governorship were revoked, and he went back to where he fell into madness. Not entirely insane, but he became quite unhinged. There, he died a very, very rich man. And of course, Columbus never found the prison death that he found a secret, something even he was a governor false. Probably why his name is not Chrysis. Another explorer, Amerigo Vespucci, who explored extensively in the world, got that on of having his name printed on this large, fertile, and glorious land, the Americas. I think that'll just about do it. I brushed past a lot of very, very big topics, but considering the scope of what I was trying to cover, I think I can keep it. I do want to go into topics in more depth. Topics like native people, the conquest of the Americas, and of course, slavery. However, I'm not going to do that next week. I think it's about time we move on with ours. I'm toying with some ways to get these episodes, perhaps offering a membership option that will allow people to get access to special episodes, or some other way to reward loyal listenership. Next week, we're going to be covering the religious divide that led to many of the conflicts in the Caribbean that were a direct cause of piracy. This is going to lead to characters like Martin Luther, GatePodcast.com. Over there, you can find maps as well as and some supplemental information for the episode. The website also now has a donation button through PayPal. If there are any wonderfully kind souls out here that are enjoying the podcast and would like to help support it, we really appreciate it. Donations help keep the podcast afloat and offset the cost of things like hosting and was, as always, the old captain, that fantastic band Brillig. If you found that you enjoyed it, why not go on over and check them out at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com. After you're done, why not go on over and check it out at piratehistorypodcast.com. Go ahead and like us. This helps the podcast. Thank you for listening.
Raise your glass, yeah, with the tear in the rug. Time has come now to take this goodbye. For a twist like one, feels nothing this let it live on. Now.
Hello, welcome to Pirate History Podcast. My name is Thank you. Before we get started, I'd like to dollar sign originates from a symbol on a piece of paper, which represents two dashes, and the globe is represented by an S. Now, this is a theory that has been postulated by historians. Really, the symbolism is pretty good. Unfortunately, it's true. A listener by the name of Funkmark pointed out that this isn't necessarily the most consistent among subjects. There are a few other theories on where the dollar sign originated. Another one that I like is that it's a simple symbol with a line drawn to symbolize a piece of 8. And that goes to explain the single slash dollar sign. However, the consensus among historians seems to be much more simple and less symbolic than that. It was a short shorthand at the time used to represent the Spanish peso, which was a large P followed by a very small S, which eventually was merged into a S, and then eventually just an S, a line. This is generally accepted to be the origin of the dollar sign by most historians, so I just like to go ahead and get it. If anybody out there has any questions or concerns about anything I say, I urge you to contact me. Either leave a comment on the episode at piratehistorypodcast.com, or you can email me at piratehistorypodcast@gmail.com. I will take all of your questions and comments. I'd like to address anything you have. And once again, let me thank Funkmon for bringing me attention. Now, without further ado, let's get to episode number 4, Old Europe on Fire. Today we're going to be talking about the Catholic Church, Reformation in Europe, Germany, called the Low Countries, and we're going to be talking about the political upheaval it caused, as well as the spiritual and social effect that it had on the lives of the people living in those countries. Perhaps, though, a bit of explanation is required. This is, after all, a show about high seas and swashbuckling piracy. And so far, we've talked about exploration, a lot of politics. Today we're going to be getting into religion. And as we all know, politics and religion are two topics that are not quite talked about around the dinner table. So where are we going into? Well, of course, religion has been a key factor in the lives of every person and every society that's ever existed on Earth. Well, for the pirates in the Caribbean, around the beginning of the 17th century, it wasn't only an important force, it was a leader. Because of the events we're going to be talking about today, there were two rival factions of Christians in Europe, but also in the Caribbean. And in Europe, you had national boundaries that could protect them. That if you rode what would become Germany, you could be safe. If you were to move over and fight France, this was true. However, in the Caribbean, you could be on an island that was owned by England and be safe for you as Protestant, but you could be merely a couple days away, even less, from an area that was controlled by Catholics, who likely wanted you dead because of the religion you followed. Likely wanted you dead because of the religion you followed. Beyond that, there were many actual wars and conflicts that weren't called wars most of the time, that were based entirely around the issue of religion. And so many of these Catholics and the Protestants, sailors and soldiers, had a deep hatred for people on the other side. Many people that we're going to be talking about in a very short amount of time, people like St. Francis Xavier, Catherine Morgan, and even on people like Warren. Well, they were people who saw themselves not as pirates, but as people on a religious and political war against the other side. So, for the people who were engaging in piracy in the Caribbean, religion was a highly important factor. And here is where all that conflict began. I'd like to introduce that conflict with the quote of William Shakespeare. This comes from his multi-volume work, A History of the English-Speaking Peoples. This is from volume 2 of that work, subtitled The New World. Quote, "We have now reached the dawn of what is called the 16th century, which means all the years and the hundred years that begin with the 16th. The name is inevitable in English, but complete. It covers a period of time in which extraordinary changes affected the whole of Europe. Some had been on the move for a long time, but sprang into full operative force at this moment. For 300 years or more, the Renaissance had been the strange and innocent spirit of Italy. Now came forth in the vivid revival of the traditions of ancient Greece and Rome, insofar as these did not affect the foundations of Christianity. The popes had, in the meanwhile, become temporal rulers of the East, that is to say. Yet they indicated revenue was swelled by the CLL's indulgence to purgatory both the officer hard work bought and sold in a common other organizations in the church were widely recognized and much of but as and almost that I'm going to say. However, there is one I think doesn't about gold kind of important. The Catholic Church, for the time of Roman tripod from the empire. There was, of course, the Roman Church. There was Roman. Then there were the leaders. But when the fall of Rome, other two besides fell away. Left all who were trying to change the spiritual needs without support at all. So it had to work from scratch by allying itself with the tribes by control of the continent. Some very alliance, such as the ones that France after that brought up to today is the Holy Roman Empire. It even managed to hold on quite strongly. But in Gaul, the former province money was the oldest growing part of the empire in the north, and that was quickly invaded by barbarians. Threatened to wipe out the Catholic Church and to hold on and ally them likely somehow. Now, of course, the Catholic Church had a lot to offer. They had schools that were that strong enough. That's the most important point was the Roman Church and on their side, the Roman God. Barbarians were for this. That's the most they would have sacrifices owed enemies fighting sacrifices to God. So church, then they would have the God of Rome, a God who helped to build the most powerful empire in the world that humanity people had never been able to. And it's worked out. People allied themselves wound up on top. And the foundation for many modern today. However, the church had to bring it. They had to make themselves fantastic. At every life that you had. Born, bad, married, born, died. Not only were people to the lives of they were central to their people in Spain. However, communicate by using Latin. Latin, the language of Rome, that was what was taught. Really, the Roman Empire. The church government, army, call upon at any themselves or like the Muslim. That's not the definite part. Even at the outside the Holy Roman Empire, Parliament, constant Rome, vying for control. The Holy Roman Empire had one of their Holy Roman Frederick Barber part as an element own defiant like Roman was exactly the Roman Church. company, Catholic Pope, and the church addressed it. They owned massive tracts of land, collected forces in every city. You might take a Catholic hat and whatever. However, how you had to get this amount of money. And if you weren't able to get this amount of money, it wasn't just the soul that was involved. The secular life very well. How well the church spoke of the book. Throughout the Middle Ages, folks were telling what and started fighting about the dynastic. They had palace family. They had extraordinarily large quantities of gold. Folks had even to parties that would be the most decadent Roman Empire. Despite the fact that there was a huge amount of money, revenue. They decided to do that to the sale of indulgence. I imagine, however, the indulgence was a that allowed your soul to pass purgatory. That purgatory was a place where, well, when you die, according to the church, your soul was bound either to hell, either to burn, or live. However, to get to hell, you had to commit what was known as a mortal, something violently God. For the rest of us who hadn't committed a mortal, we were going to go to heaven. But first, we had to have our earthly that was done. That's what's called. My favorite description of purgatory is probably the one in the Bible by Dante Alighieri. He envisions as a mountain spiraling up toward heaven. After death, your soul leaves that mountain. While it ascends that mountain, it gets to heaven, it underwent several trials, 7 of them in fact, that were intended to clear the way 7 days. That you got to were able to reach heaven, your soul to be complete, fast, and fast. So purgatory wasn't a particularly nice place. It wasn't as bad as hell, but it wasn't a place of necessary. The church had that hope and grant that would allow your soul to over that undead. At certain times, the church was known to sell these indulgences for money. This was Rome, a Rome of lavish decades, a Rome that was seen by many as by lying to them about being able to get them into heaven for money. This was Rome that at the end of a very long journey was encountered by Martin Luther. Martin Luther was one of thousands of pilgrims every year. Many of them preaching an effort to bring themselves closer to God. Turning on Martin almost always felt by the folks. In fact, Martin Luther had trouble with his father, where they both Germany. By all accounts, it's not a very. However, he on Martin off to the university, where he was supposed to train his for a while. He did a lot of well, they thought. But after running and died, that could be a long violent understanding. Decided to himself to die. However, after becoming a all of those, he never felt himself because he felt God's love. The church taught him to feel God's love. One, the other was the Martin Luther works also under a level that was where those from the fact that it was all flagellating himself. More than once, his brothers had told him the cold outside death, flying arrived in Rome, Michelangelo was painting a new Raphael was painting a book decorated with lavish way. There were some of the artists and architects of all time living and working, especially in Rome, at this Martin Luther. Not only was Rome culturally in a way Martin Luther only church, God's house. This was where God was closest to him, spoke directly to the Pope, the leader of the Catholic Church, Martin Luther had dedicated. At first, Martin Luther was in awe of all of the majesty, as I imagine anybody writing at about the time. Soon, that beneath awe, one of Martin Luther's testaments has been a couple of testaments on thousands of martyrs. However, he arrived which he did that earned also spoken that led to lessons. And that was at a sermon that an understandably Martin Luther from Westminster declared. He overheard one of them. Martin Luther after German, even more writing, why can't I feel that? And so in 1611, not having Rome, he was convinced a town in Germany spoken and had a country. There was also a leader of Martin Luther's order there who was someone who, after getting to know him, he decided to make Martin Luther a professor of Bible studies at the theological university. At first, Martin Luther tested a number of reasons. One of them work as decide that okay, God has much use for government. He always knows just what to say. And so Martin Luther was forced to leave his world of meditation, suffering, and interact. He had to look into the sky and tell them with authority what God said. To do this, he studied not only the Latin Bible, but he in fact studied the Greek and the Hebrew. And while studying these, he began to see discrepancies in what the Bible originally taught and what the church was preaching. He realized that him, what the church was teaching was wrong. The way to get to God wasn't by doing good works. The way to get to God for him was by opening his heart and his hand and allowing God's love to Rome. The time that he the old Pope died. A man named I would have a movie about Martin. I would picture someone who was young, freshly, innocent, ever cute. I would picture a man cold-eyed, stern, and at the same time enjoyed his wife. I would also imagine every time he were on screen, it would be something like something that lets you know that. No, I'm not saying that that's how the Martin actually was. That's how it's been throughout the ages ever since. Not exactly having a four hunts, dinner parties that were supported at the time by people who said were not pro. He reported that there would be young boys jumping out of high all of them. He said even not necessarily but that he on the number of young boys that declared to be something. Now, it's all maybe propaganda and no definitive something that was believed at the more to the point, something that can all of the architects, painters, sculptors in Rome and in Italy were there working on St. Peter's Basilica, and they did not come cheap. So in the year 1617, in order to raise some more money to complete the work of St. Peter's Basilica, Leo the King began a campaign to move the these indulgences were far more inclusive than any indulgences ever had been. They were also much more available than any other. Before, you would have to prove that you've done good work to get your indulgence. Now, all you had to do was to pay a little money and you could receive it. And they covered all sorts of things, things that even people who believed in indulgences thought were just ridiculous. It was even said by people who opposed these indulgences, it should be noted that these indulgences would allow someone to be forgiven for everything that they did. However, these indulgences in the 1617 campaign raised in today's dollars millions and millions. There was a man who was a bishop known as Johann Tetzel in charge of these campaigns to produce money. He's seen today by historians as a master marketer, somebody who came up with even clever little jingles to sell these indulgences. One of them was heard to say, "When the coin in his coffer rings, the soul heavenward wings." That was all it took. A little bit of coin, and your soul would be going to purgatory after death, it would tip over that nasty little stuff and go right into heaven, no matter what you've done, according to them. Beyond that, one of the big problems that many people had with the 1617 indulgence campaign is that before, you had to earn an indulgence during your life. But now, if you wanted to buy an indulgence for somebody who was died, say, your mother had passed away, and you didn't want her to have to suffer in purgatory, you could just give the church a little bit of money, and all of a sudden she would be forgiven. These indulgences were widely hated all throughout Europe. No more so than in Germany, which had become the prime market for these indulgences. Martin Luther himself had noted that many of the congregations, including the students, stopped coming to his services and stopped coming to mass because they were told that all they had to do to reach heaven was to pay the church a little bit of coin. This, understandably, enraged them. In the story of what's to come, is really a turning point in the history of the campaign to complete the church. Because of the importance of it, the crux of that story, the thing that kind of sets the fire off, is usually told in very melodramatic ways. It's told as if it's an epic story, almost something you would see in an adventure movie. If this were a scene in that movie about Martin Luther I was talking about earlier, the scene would have to begin with very dark, brooding, and epic music. October 31st, 1670, All Hallows Eve. In the small town of Wittenberg, a young monk by the name of Rabbi Rothschild learns that his first students are being watched. They are being lied to, told that for a small amount of coin they can earn an indulgence which will save their immortal souls from damnation to purgatory. In a rage, Martin Luther flies to his study where he grabs some pen and paper and begins to scrawl out a list of every detestable crime that the Catholic Church and their vile Pope, Leo X, make in night wars, by candlelight, feasting 95 evenings, detailing everything that the Church has done to the Catholic Church. He grabs his hammer and nail and rushes to the church in haste. Standing before the door, he lays the 95 pieces down, puts his nail in place, raises his hammer, and brings it down. Those inside the church began to hear it as the thunder of God. Again he raises his hammer, brings it down, and again he pushes the nail into the nail-headed cross, until it snaps and breaks in pieces. The church collapses and begins to burn. But, of course, that's not exactly what happened. If you like that story, that's how you might continue to think it. And I wouldn't blame you if you did, very often. I'd go ahead and skip forward a couple here and tell you all about Martin Luther. Martin Luther was an academic, an educated man. Beyond that, he had been trained as a lawyer. And even more so, he was a monk, so not exactly the rashest. He did occasionally lose his temper, but when he had time to stop and think about things, he went about them carefully. And if you were somebody who was trying to get your message across, would you just scrawl out a list of 95 keys, stick it on your kitchen door, and the very first priest you saw it in the morning walk by, see it, scoff, tear it down, and Get to the record story? Well, that's not what Martin Luther did either. What he actually nailed to the church door was the notice of a debate just the 95 he had printed up at a local printing press and passed out to people all throughout the town square, listeners, and especially he had copies printed up to be gotten rid of that evening. That people had to pay attention and had to do stuff. Now that doesn't apply to the story, but makes a lot more sense when you actually find this out. Martin Luther did it in a way that I don't think even he saw coming. Martin Luther wrote the 95 Theses. He was still a Catholic. His intention wasn't a revolution or starting a religion. He even defended the office of the power of the church. Arguments are actually about how back come to his own caught on in a way about the problem. But I think read the 95 Theses had them spoke to a part of them that was tired of control. They took what you said and really kind of ran. At first it was young people and our modern world that will take new ideas to them and run with them. We pass around 95 Theses as well as other writings by Luther and discuss them in ways that people who probably read throughout all of the Netherlands, all throughout that northern long for a copy of 95 Theses on the desk. Imagine the very first action for the writings Paris. And they spent a bit during the interrogation. Martin Luther was co-opted. His writings later these actions by the church galvanized not just Martin Luther, but also the young people that brought supporters to his side who saw this as an action that the Martin Luther unresponsive to the bishop that is the next action Martin Luther himself. Somebody who's on the level of Martin Luther, that wouldn't have been it. Another, about 100 years before, John Huss, who had been in a similar situation. He had written about problems that the character told us something to discuss. Consequently, burned. Martin Luther knew that it was go there. However, most of that wouldn't have been up to the church and the Pope requested his presence. You better go let people rest down to Rome. However, in town of there was a noble as Friedrich Watt. He enjoyed that Martin Luther's writings were bringing to a small town, as well as the university. Friedrich was the one who founded it. Saw this as not only did that reputation of his press, but also something that would frankly kind of as he decided to and not order his men rest. This was more and more popular, as well as that were becoming less and more the writings of someone who some of these writings subsequently 30 years the open that it's almost there are there is a very fond of that has left side Christ, Washington beggars above it Christ. Next to it, 10 feet above it, Antichrist. It had gone beyond complaints about the church. It was a rebellion, Martin Luther had a lot on. Aside from the people that supported him, as well as he had things that many people before him didn't have. Most notably, the published not just copies of pamphlets that amounted to propaganda against the church, them all over. This made it impossible for the church to squash any of his writings, no matter how many of them they collected and burned. In addition to that, there was a force that was beginning to grow in society that was really for the first time beginning to develop a middle class, a merchant class, people who had money, a fair amount of power without being connected to either nobility or led them to be really democratic reformers in Europe who were looking for a measure of rules that none of their ancestors had before. And perhaps this had something inside the moral that can fighting no matter the despite all that, the Catholic Church was still the most powerful organization in the Western world. Luther knew just how unstable steps necessary to ensure that he would be able to continue fighting the church. A pamphlet to the Christian nobility. This pamphlet argued, quote, German money in defiance of nature lies. The argument held a lot of weight. The Holy Roman Empire was a Catholic, and their emperor, Charles V, was a Catholic. However, ever since the time of the Roman Empire, the Romans, even at the height of the Roman Empire, there was a heresy. Long before the heresy of Martin Luther, the way the Roman Church, and this system had never really gone away. Even after the founding of the Holy Roman Empire, were allied strongly with the Roman Church. There was so it made sense to the German nobility of the Holy Roman Empire that their money should belong to the German people, not the Pope. Now, friends, like Frederick the Wise, have helped Martin Luther craft his argument to the German nobility. He would know better than a monk what argument would work best to motivate the German nobility to get to work. Many other nobles took part of it and really joined the arms with however, the man had to convince a young 19-year-old newly raised Holy Roman who was staunch to that. But in 1620, Charles V visited Frederick the Wise and convinced him that he was just in time because in Rome, the cheated excommunication. Excommunication is an powerful weapon that Pope had in his bishop full of past Martin Luther, let anybody who might have any sympathy for Lutheran cause know that this is going to be nipping the bud. Or the further north you go, across the Alps, Roman Empire, the less and less sympathy he has. You find that every time he would pass around full of excommunication, he would be torn or burned or even thrown into the Martin Luther's movement was growing. It was growing even beyond the turn from a religious argument, gone beyond whether or not Romans had the control over whether or not the Romans had any right to political control over Germany. And that middle class we talked about earlier, along with the country, some of these were both more peaceful, some of them were more violent, some of them were outright rebellion against the However, Martin Luther fanned the flame of rebellion. After his many other publications, he published perhaps the best-selling work of all time, possibly the best-selling author at the time. He published the Bible in German, a language that the common people could read. The Bible had always been published in Latin. Martin Luther read the Greek and Hebrew, was able to translate the Bible in the language the Bible was. People were able to read a Bible in their own language along with the other forces them to overthrow the world. Germany was in chaos. The Netherlands was in chaos. The Low Countries were in chaos. England was in chaos. Essentially, the way the Europe worked for 1,000 years turned on its head, all due to the publication of the Bible. The Bible is actually. However, Martin Luther wasn't the first to publish the Bible in the language that the common people used. There were other people before. However, they didn't publish the Bible in German. They published the Bible in the 14th century. There was a monk in England. His name was John Wycliffe. He had a lot of similarities. First of all, he was a monk. He was also a Russian. He also something that Martin Luther was doing. And I think also helps large influence. He had other philosophical. He believed much like Luther, the focus of the religious people should not be on good works, but on a personal relationship with God. And that people should be allowed to have a personal interpretation of the Bible, not an interpretation that is truly a Catholic view. He was also, in many ways, against some of the things that make the way Catholic things like the sacrament, or the belief at all. He was in many ways much more radical than Martin Luther was when he started it. And in 1380, he started at 75 a translation of the Bible into English. Unlike Luther, however, he translated the Bible directly into Latin. Now, this may have been out of respect for the Bible, but it may have been because he didn't have access to the original Greek and Hebrew text. He also decided to translate the Bible directly word from Latin, which is a lot of strange translations, and I imagine even native English speakers at the time had trouble understanding. For example, quote, I forsooth am the Lord thy God, a strong jealous, quote, or perhaps, quote, Lord go from me, for I am a man sinner. Now, the Bible, but largely because they weren't written in a way that people would necessarily at least Luther had built a movement around his belief that actually gained a lot of strength. However, Pope quashed that movement as hard as possible, and within just a few years after Luther's death, nearly every copy they could get their hands on had been burned. His followers followed. However, even today, 170 copies of the Bible remain. And this was that time before the printing press. All of these copies were written by hand in monasteries by English monks. So there must have been a large desire to have a copy of the Bible. For so many to coexist, that's almost unheard of. But he wasn't the last English monk to translate the Bible. Others took his translation, tried to make it a little more readable, and they continued publishing it and passing it around, much like Martin Luther passed around his 95 Theses. People who believe strong and influential in their nation England, where they were trying to undermine it quietly and at careful time. And this continued even up until the time that Henry VIII collected every copy of the British Bible he knew, as well as any subsequent copies, and had them burned in a massive bonfire right outside St. Paul's Cathedral that lasted for 2 days' time. And this was only one of many burnings of these heretical Bibles. And then came another one. Quote William Tyndale to another monk that I'm very fond of, and that's it. In many years I will cause a boy that does a plow to know more of the scriptures than thou. This is saying that he wanted the people of his country to know the actual scriptures and the word of God and not have it fed to them by a third. Unlike John Wycliffe, Tyndale translated the Bible from the Hebrew and the Greek, not the Latin. Now, Tyndale's Bible isn't exactly the King James Version of the Bible, but it's very nearly it. About 85% of Tyndale's Bible is directly from the King James Version. They made some changes and got some stuff out of the Bible that needed to be more put on the interpretation, but it's very, very close to what they see in the Bible. However, Tyndale was not able to do his work of translation and essentially edition in English because the king of England at this time, Henry VIII, was a Catholic and a defender of the wasn't going to last. It wasn't until after his death, but he, of course, eventually long on the were, of course, factors, which is in the Catholic Church. This one is set enough because, as we all probably know, like he had, of course, a daughter. However, unable to cut ties with the Catholic Church, married another woman. This woman was not a Catholic because neither was the second time that marriage. But of course, he eventually married another son, Simon, son, heir. However, he was pragmatic, so he set rules of succession that were untoward his son, his daughter, eldest daughter, as it happened, was the product of marriage and herself, a Catholic woman. For a new Anglican country, officially spelled as that. But Henry had another one, the product of an Anglican marriage. He was, by all accounts, bright, even he was ambitious, he was extremely resilient, and he would make a great focus and figurehead in the growing Protestant movement in England. We talk about her, about turbulence, about the internal struggle working one of the monarchs by both the Spanish Empire to rival their claim to the monopoly of the empire. A feat for which he employed intimate adventurers like Sir Walter Raleigh and Sir Francis. That'll do it for this week, everybody. Thank you for listening. I really hope you enjoyed this episode. And I hope I didn't offend anybody's religion by talking about what is, for a lot of people, a very controversial and topic. That even while discussing a lot of negative things, try and be as balanced as possible. Hopefully you'll tune in. Our theme this week was, as always, Captain of a fantastic band. If you've been enjoying the podcast so far, I really think you might enjoy it. Why not go on over and check them out? That's really go on over to Twitter, follow us at Black Flag Cast. Hello, and welcome to Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you. the next few weeks, we're going to be covering topics that occur during one particular time in some of these events will occur in England, Scotland, Ireland, moving on to Spain, France, Rome, even moving further east as England searches for a land route to the region. But more of them will take place moving west, in North America, as England searches for the Northwest Passage, and some of the first English colonies that would one day become the United States, and more importantly, down a little further south, in the Caribbean, as England begins a campaign that will move against the monopoly of the Spanish Empire in the New World. The campaign is done primarily through the use of what were known as gentlemen adventures, committing little more than acts of some of the most notorious piracy that the Caribbean would ever see. And these events will eventually take us all the way around the globe in search of Spanish treasure. This week, we're going to be introducing the central character in this period of time. We'll be introducing Queen Bess, the Virgin Queen, the Pirate Queen, Queen Elizabeth I of England. This is episode number 5, Gloriana. The story of Queen Elizabeth starts about 30 years before her birth. It starts, in fact, 1 year before Columbus set sail on his maiden voyage, 1491. That was the year that Henry VIII was born. Of course, at the time, he wasn't Henry VIII. He was merely Henry VIII, the second son of King Henry II. His older brother, Arthur, was the heir apparent. Now, Arthur was trained as a knight and a soldier and a noble and politician, all of the things that you needed to know to be king, while his younger brother Henry was sent off with his sister to live with their mother, who was Henry's first tutor. This is important because Henry was born near the end of what's known as the Wars of the Roses, a period of time in England where two houses vied for control of the English throne. Henry's father was a member of one of those houses, what was known as the Lancaster. However, his mother was actually a member of the opposing house, known as the House of York. So while he was nominally a tutor, a member of the Lancaster side, he was trained by and reportedly looked a lot like his Yorkish mother. Now, this shouldn't have been a concern because his older brother Arthur, who was not trained by his Yorkish mother and looked very little like her, was going to be king. However, Arthur died before his ascension to the throne. Of course, there was the beginning of the Yorkish Rebellion, another civil war, another war of the Roses. However, both sides were appeased because the Lancaster would be on the throne if he was someone of the Yorkish side and he looked so much like them that both sides would accept Henry. On the day of his coronation, it could be argued that Henry ended the Wars of the Roses, started becoming Henry VIII. Not too bad for his first day in office. Henry's older brother, Arthur, had been promised to and eventually married a Spanish noblewoman, a woman named Catherine of Aragon. She was actually the daughter of Ferdinand and Isabella, the Catholic monarchs who we've talked about a fair amount. However, she was widowed upon the death of Arthur. Now, her worth as a diplomatic marriage had her that diplomatic tie between Spain and England was already pretty strong, but for a long time, Henry had loved his brother's wife from afar, so he insisted that it was his father's dying wish that he marry his brother's widow, and he did so. Now, it's argued that perhaps that wasn't the case. There were better diplomatic alliances that could have been made, but at the time, it was a pretty important alliance because England and Spain were allied against a common enemy of France, which both countries had been fighting for a long, long time. Henry was on top of the world. He was a young, handsome, charismatic, powerful monarch with the girl of his dreams, who was heavy with child while he was off on a continent fighting wars that were getting him huge amounts of respect and recognition. His wife gave him a child, a beautiful daughter, and he named Mary. He named her Mary largely because Henry is a very proud Catholic. He even wrote a book. He was the first English monarch to write a book since Alfred the Great centuries before. Henry's book was entitled Assertio Septem Sacramentorum, or in English, Defense of the Seventh Sacrament, which earned him the title Defender of the Faith from Pope Leo X. Now, this was, of course, in response to Lutheran heresy, which was gaining traction on the continent at an astonishing speed. Henry felt, and it's a fair bet that his wife, the daughter of the divorce, left the realm in dire need of money. He retired back to England to while away the time hunting boar, passing his days, and his wife, well, she had still only borne him one child, a girl, unfit to be his heir. As years passed, he spent more and more of his time with mystery, which wasn't unheard of at the time. A marriage between two monarchs was a diplomatic alliance meant to create children that would carry on their lineage. It had very little to do with love or even sex, which they managed to find with any other partner. Catherine herself had lovers outside of her, and that was perfectly acceptable. However, here was a mistress, Mary Boleyn, who was one of Catherine's ladies in waiting. This was atypical at the time. What was atypical was that he began to develop feelings for Mary's younger sister, Anne Boleyn. Anne was kind of a mystery. While he had had access to any of the ladies in waiting he desired before, Anne was engaged. She was engaged to marry another nobleman in his court, which, regardless, he decided to interfere in that upcoming marriage. He had one of his counselors, really his main counselor, the guy who kind of ran England on a day-to-day basis. He had him dress down the fiancé of Anne Boleyn in public very harshly until the man was in tears and agreed to marry someone else and leave Anne Boleyn out of his marriage plan. This was kind of a tragedy because it seems like there was real love in that potential marriage between Anne and that nobleman, and she never forgave the man who was blamed for it, who wasn't Henry, but that counselor. Now that Anne was single, Henry started crying. He tried all his usual advances, which had always worked in the past, but Anne rebuffed him. He redoubled his efforts. He offered to make him not just a mistress, but his sole mistress, a concubine that was, in at the time, almost a position that rivaled the queen. It was somebody who was well the some strumpet of the court, just a typical lady in waiting. Anne was a highly educated woman in Europe at the time. She had gone to France, which was perhaps the most advanced European court at the time in things like manners and politics, to get her training, where she learned courtly poise and everything to be an early Renaissance woman. She was fluent in Latin, fluent in French, and fluent in English, and really well educated in things that most women wouldn't have been educated in at the time at all. She was really somewhat brilliant, even somewhat subversive. In her time, the continent, she had been exposed to the Lutheran heresy, which, while she might not exactly be called a Protestant yet, she definitely had a lot of sympathy for the Lutheran cause. But she was also an honorable woman, a woman who would not allow Henry into her bed unless they were married, which was something that, considering Henry was already married, didn't seem very possible. However, Henry was a stubborn who wanted something that was denied him again and again. He was going to find a way to make it happen. Henry was dissatisfied with his wife's Catherine's inability, as he thought, to give him more. So he decided that if he were to marry Anne Boleyn, he would have to have his marriage with Catherine annulled. Divorce was not even something that was thought of at the time, but having your marriage annulled was possible. There's a verse in the Bible, in Leviticus, that says that one should not marry their brother's wife. However, Henry had gotten a special dispensation from the Pope allowing him to do this. He pleaded to annul the marriage, saying that it was a mistake to have allowed this marriage in the first place. Now, whether or not the Pope would have been open to this can't really be known, because at the time, Charles V, the Holy Roman Emperor that we talked about last week, he was in Rome invading the city, and at the time, he had the Pope held hostage. Anything that was coming off the Pope's desk was really written by the author, Charles V. And Charles V was the cousin of Catherine of Aragon, her closest living male relative. There was no way that he was going to allow Henry to have that marriage annulled. So for 6 long years, this scandal etched its way across Europe. Henry held trials in which he tried to have his marriage annulled by the courts. There were religious conclaves about whether or not this was religiously viable. But no matter what he did, Henry did not get his way, which was something that was pleasing to him. He decided to really take it a step beyond, to just cut ties with Rome entirely. This may have been on the advice of the woman whom he loved at the desired all else, and Boleyn, pathetically losing cause, may have suggested that he cut ties with Rome. If he were to do that, then he would be able to marry her, which is exactly what happened. There were, of course, other problems that England was having with Rome at the time. The Lutheran heresy was growing all throughout Europe, and a lot of English people were sympathetic to it. However, it really hadn't taken hold on the island yet. But once Henry decided that Rome was no longer the spiritual power in England, he made himself the head of the English Church, essentially a rival pope of his nation. Now that the pope held no sway in England, he was allowed to annul his marriage with Catherine and marry Anne Boleyn, which he did in secret at first. But within only a few weeks, she was pregnant, and so Henry was able to marry her much more publicly and announced to all the nations of Europe the Pope no longer held sway in England, and now what would be known as the Anglican Church was the Protestant religion of England. Unfortunately, that first pregnancy ended in a miscarriage. However, this was not tremendously uncommon at the time. She was pregnant again shortly thereafter. All of Henry's advisors and astronomers and doctors told him his child was certain to be a male heir. So Henry prepared extensively to have this child baptized. He had seen everything taken care of, every minute detail. This was going to be the first Protestant heir born in any European country, and he had done with all the pomp and ceremony that he could find. He must have been tremendously disappointed when Anne Boleyn gave birth to another girl child. However, he went through this with his wife, even so far as to have her named Princess, which was in England at the time only used for a child who was in the line of succession. It was very rare. And there must have been a lot of affection for this child because he named this girl after his sister, who died when he was very young. He named her Elizabeth. After a miscarriage and the birth of yet another daughter, Henry's passion for Anne increased. Regardless, within only about 2 years, Anne was pregnant again. It was during this pregnancy that Henry was injured during a jousting match in his leg. The injury wasn't life-threatening immediately, but it would lead to complications that would eventually take Henry's life. After hearing of this injury, Anne this time with a boy. Henry saw this as evidence, perhaps a sign, that Anne Boleyn would never give him a son and heir. He decided that he needed to find a new wife. However, he would not be able to just have this marriage annulled as he had his last one. He was going to have to find another solution. What he came up with was to accuse Anne Boleyn of witchcraft. Not only witchcraft, but adultery with at least 5 other men. One of them happened to be her brother, so we could go ahead and toss incest onto the pile as well. At her trial, one of the jurors was that same nobleman with whom she'd been engaged as a young woman. When he declared his verdict of guilty, it was said that he was made physically sick by the act. It was a unanimous decision. Every juror decided she was guilty. That was the kind of power that Henry had at that time. The young Elizabeth was only 2 years old when her mother was beheaded. She never really got to know her and would, for the early parts of her life, be completely dedicated to her father. It was only 10 days later that Henry married a commoner named James who would quickly become pregnant and then bear him finally a son, who he would name Prince Edward of England. Henry finally had his male heir. Much like he had been as a boy, he sent his daughters away to go study elsewhere. Elizabeth's tutor, a man named Roger Ashe, was full of praise. He considered her not just studious, not just bright, but brilliant. He said, quote, "The Lady Elizabeth shines like a star. The constitution of her mind is a weakness. No apprehension can be quicker than hers." End quote. It was said that by the age of 13, Elizabeth was fluent not only in English, but in Welsh, Irish, Scottish, Cornish, French, Latin, Italian, and Greek. She learned this through a process called double translation, where she would translate a word from its original language into English and then translate it back into its original language from her translation. And no mistakes were allowed, or she would have to do it all over again. And this was a practice that Elizabeth would continue for the rest of her life as sort of a mental relaxation, sort of like some people might do a crossword puzzle. Her father didn't see her at all during this period in her life. He would send her birthday presents to courtiers. He would send one noble and another to go send his regards. And one noble commented when he went to go visit her at Christmas that Elizabeth asked after the king with the gravity of a 40-year-old. She desperately wanted her father's attention. There's a portrait of her painted at about this age that presents Elizabeth exactly as she wanted to be seen, not just by the world, but by her father. She is standing holding a book in her hand, marking her face to show what a studious young woman she is. Next to her, there is a copy of the Bible sitting open to show just what a religious woman she is. She is the very picture of what a lady at that time in England was supposed to be. She would send these messengers back with presents that she had made for her father and stepmother. One of these presents that still exists today is a copy of a book, a work of fiction that she wrote, which is bound in cloth of gold and just superbly beautiful, but on the inside, written entirely in Elizabeth's hand, there is a story written in Latin that is pristine. Not the content of the story, but the way that she wrote it. There is not a blotch or a smudge or a single correction throughout this entire work. It's unbelievable. I would say that this sort of genius at that age rivals the likes of child prodigies like Leonardo da Vinci or Mozart or Beethoven, and her father noted. Perhaps his heart softened as he grew older, but he brought his daughters back to court, and even had the forethought to reinstate them in the line of succession. If anything were to happen to Edward, Mary, the eldest daughter, would take the throne, and then potentially Elizabeth after her. Or perhaps he brought his daughters back and put them into the line of succession because he knew that his time was coming to a close. That jousting which he had received years ago wound up claiming his life. It was, by all accounts, exceedingly painful news. When Elizabeth and her younger brother, Edward, were told of their father's death, it said that they fell into each other's arms and were inconsolable. Their older sister, Mary, however, was old enough when she saw the injustice done to her mother to remember it vividly, and it was said that she was much less sympathetic to her father's death. 14 years old, her brother became ill. Her father passed away, having left her a small inheritance, third in line of succession, which made her a promising candidate for marriage. There were two brothers at the time, the brothers Seymour, who were potentially the most powerful men in the kingdom. They were uncles to young King Edward, and the younger brother, Thomas Seymour, had his eye on Elizabeth. Not just Elizabeth, he also proposed to his sister Mary, power that he was after. But of course, him on one knee on a moonlit night, handing a ring to either sister. No, when they're asking for the hand of the king, you ask the king. And when the king is 11 years old, you're not really asking the king. You're asking the Privy Council, the small group of men that had, under Henry, helped him rule the nation. Now, effectively, with Prince Edward not having reached his majority, ruling the nation dead. The Privy Council put the news on Thomas Seymour was not to marry either Mary or Elizabeth. So he took the next best thing. He married Catherine Parr, the widow that Henry had left when he passed away. That was, for counting, NPR, his wife. Catherine Parr had been deeply in love with Thomas Seymour for many years reportedly, so she accepted him mightily. However, she was also the legal guardian of the young Elizabeth. When she married Thomas Seymour, he became not only her stepfather, but her legal guardian. Most of what we know about the following summer comes from a testimony from Elizabeth's governor, Cat Ashley. Cat Ashley would, sometime after the events of that summer, find herself in the Tower of London, and her testimony, taken by men who would use it against them. Almost immediately after marrying Catherine Parr, Thomas Seymour began acting inappropriately towards Elizabeth. At first, he could be called innocent enough. Cat Ashley said that he would be found romping through the garden. They would play hide and seek while he would chase her through the garden, and whenever he managed to catch her, he would pick her up in his arms. There was one occasion that Cat Ashley recorded in which her stepmother, Catherine Parr, held Elizabeth while Thomas Seymour pulled his sword and, quote, cut her dress into 100 pieces. It wasn't long before Seymour gained possession of a key to Elizabeth's bedchamber. He reportedly would come into Elizabeth's room very early in the morning, only partly dressed, and crawl into bed with her, and tease her in ways that I don't think anybody would find appropriate for a stepfather in his stepdaughter's bed. Cat Ashley reprimanded him, but he said that he had no intention of stopping because, quote, he meant no harm by it. Thomas Seymour was 40 years old. By all accounts, he was handsome, charming, and powerful. Elizabeth was only 14. In the account of Cat Ashley, Elizabeth seems to have been conflicted by the actions of her stepfather. There were times early in the morning where she would play hide and seek behind the curtains of her bed with him, giggling and laughing. It must have been, after all, somewhat flattering. However, other times she would rise very early and he would find her in the bedchamber, fully dressed, and there to reprimand him for his inappropriate behavior and offending her maiden honor. But then Catherine Parr became pregnant with his child. It appears that their relationship evolved into something somewhat more serious. Catherine Parr found out about this, and as soon as she did, she sent Elizabeth away. However, Catherine Parr died shortly after giving birth to his child, and their relationship apparently started up again in earnest. This time, Elizabeth's governess seems to have supported marriage between Thomas and Elizabeth, and Elizabeth herself seems to have been somewhat enthusiastic about the match. However, permission still had to be given by the king and the Privy Council, and they seemed to be dragging their feet in the chamber of King Edward. He was crowned because King Edward had many dogs and had begun barking, and when the king's guards went into the room, they found that Thomas Seymour had drawn his sword and run one of King Edward's dogs through. Being in the presence of the king with your sword drawn and obviously bloody, that was treason. It's possible that he found out that the king was not going to allow him to marry. It's also possible that he believed that were he to kill the king, a newly Protestant nation would not allow the king's oldest sister, Mary, a Catholic, to be queen, so that he could marry the newly raised Queen Elizabeth. However, being arrested for treason put a little bit of a crimp in his plan. Cat Ashley, the governess of Elizabeth, was also arrested. This is when we get that account from her interrogator who used against Elizabeth. Now, Elizabeth wasn't arrested, but she was interrogated harshly. It was believed that she had taken part and helped plan this attempt on the king's life, which would have, of course, made her treason as well. There were rumors at the time that Elizabeth was in fact pregnant with Thomas Seymour's child, and that only added fuel to the fire of the rumor around the young Princess Elizabeth. However, there was no strong evidence to support the belief, and when that pregnancy never materialized, she was able to claim that she was still a virgin, she was still chaste, and still completely innocent of any treason against King Edward. Thomas Seymour would, in short order, be beheaded on Tower Hill. Elizabeth had been forced into the world of adult politics and adult sexuality. It had begun with her being abused and almost certainly traumatized, and ended with her nearly losing her faith with treason. She had also learned an important lesson. She had learned that any man who showed interest in her had eyes not only for her, but for the throne. It was shortly after this that it would begin to appear in Elizabeth's journal writings and correspondences that she wished to remain unmarried forever, that she found solace in the state of surviving the attack on his life. Edward died shortly thereafter of tuberculosis. During his short reign, he continued the policies of his father, Henry VIII, in persecuting Catholics across his realm and enforcing the English church on them. He was staunchly against the Catholics. He had decided, knowing that he was going to die, that he couldn't allow his oldest sister Mary to become queen. So he had her removed from the line of succession on the grounds that she was a bastard from an illegitimate marriage. His logic in removing his eldest sister also removed his middle sister, Elizabeth, from the line of succession. He chose a Protestant cousin, Lady Jane Grey, to be his successor, and after his death, she took the throne. But then, an army of loyal royalists, as well as a number of Catholics who desperately wanted an end to the Protestant on the throne, arose to support the queenship of Mary. It seems that there was very little support for Lady Jane Grey because this army marched through the countryside and into London, meeting very little resistance and immediately deposed Lady Jane Grey, and very quickly Queen Mary ascended to the throne. It's a strange twist of fate that this army, comprised largely of Catholics who wanted an end to Protestant rule in England, put Mary on the throne, but that also put Elizabeth, who was Protestant, back in the line of succession. But that was still something off. While Mary may not have had much love for her father, she had certainly learned a lot from him. Henry's reign had been terrible for any Catholic living in England that dared to oppose his change to a Protestant church. However, Mary immediately decided to try and undo all of those changes, and she did so with unprecedented cruelty. Her persecution of the Protestants was every bit as terrible as her father's of Catholics had been. She began almost systematic institution of persecution and execution of any Protestant leader or anyone who dared speak out against the rise of the Catholic Church. This resulted in the execution of over 300 people who were burned alive. Some of them, the lucky ones, had a kind executioner who would tie bags of gunpowder around their legs that would explode in the case of death. The rest were slowly tortured alive. This is what led to Queen Mary of England being known forever as Bloody Mary. A resistance soon evolved. Protestants all around England saw these people burned at the stake as martyrs for their cause. They wanted a return to the English Church and a return to Protestantism. Beyond the burning and persecution of Protestants in England, Queen Mary reaffirmed the alliance with Spain by marrying the new king, King Philip. The Protestant army was growing. They had many soldiers, they had many generals, but what they needed was not exactly a leader, but a figurehead, someone who they could rally around and support as a claimant to the throne of England, who would of course have to be someone that had a legitimate claim and was a good Protestant. The obvious choice was the Queen's younger sister, Elizabeth. One of the leaders of the rebellion, a man named Thomas Wyatt, wrote Elizabeth a letter, letting her know that a rebellion was looming and soon would explode into peace. But Elizabeth was clever and ever cautious. She read the letter and immediately burned it, and when the messenger asked for a reply, all she told him was that she would do, quote, as God would direct her. Her diplomacy proved to have been a smart move, because Wyatt's rebellion, of course, failed. Now, Queen Mary knew that Wyatt had contacted Elizabeth. However, there was no evidence to connect with his rebellion, so she could not be arrested and immediately beheaded for treason. This was a common theme in Elizabeth's life. She always played her cards very close to the chest. She never let her true intentions be known, not even to her closest advisors. This would prove very important to our story because later, fighting de facto wars against the Spanish, she would use tactics that could not be traced back to her exactly, but they still put a heavy claim in Spain's financial prospects and allowed that money to flow directly into England's coffers. This was the beginning of cruelty and piracy, and it all rests on the shoulders of this diplomatic monarch that Elizabeth had become. She was learning this lesson very well in the days before she ascended to the throne. But Mary knew that Elizabeth was somehow connected to the rebellion. While there wasn't enough evidence to behead her, she had her arrested and locked in the Tower of London and then removed from the line of succession. pregnancy was, however, a phantom pregnancy. It was a tumor that would wind up taking her life. It became clear to everybody in the court and in the nation, and especially her Catholic husband, Philip of Spain, that Mary wasn't lost. However, much like a Catholic army had helped put Elizabeth back in the line of succession, it was that Catholic monarch who helped Elizabeth gain the throne. Elizabeth had been removed from the line of succession and continued to be so even after she was released from the Tower of London. However, if she were not put back into the line of succession, the person who would have succeeded on the throne would have been another woman named Mary. That would be Mary Stuart, Queen of Scots. You see, she had grown up in France and married the young French king, which would have made her the queen of not only France and Scotland, which she had a right to, but had she taken the English throne, that would have also made her Queen of England, Queen of Ireland, and Queen of Wales. This was unacceptable to see his old enemy, the French king, have that much influence. He would have been essentially alone in Europe in his alliance against the French, so he could not allow this woman to marry Queen of Scots to take the throne. He convinced his wife, Bloody Mary, to allow Elizabeth back into the line of succession, which just a few days before her death, she did. It's reported that upon learning of the death of her sister, Elizabeth said, "This is the Lord's doing, and it is marvelous in our eyes." Now that may be true, or that may be a little bit of propaganda, but considering who Elizabeth has come through, the position she is in, I think we can allow her a little bit of propaganda. One of the key figures that we'll be talking about next week is a man that Elizabeth is going to have many clashes with. That will be the Spanish ambassador in England, which he very recently had a court that was King Philip of Spain was, after all, also King of England through his marriage with Mary, and now he was going to clash repeatedly with the new queen, Elizabeth. He was reported saying in a letter to the Spanish king about Elizabeth, quote, "She is a very vain, clever woman. She puts great store by all the people who put her in her present position, and she will not acknowledge that your majesty or the nobility of the realm had any part in it. She is determined to be governed by no one." End quote. And Elizabeth would not be. For the entirety of her life, Elizabeth would be an independent monarch that fought not only to keep her position and her place, but to improve England's position in Europe and in the world. Another character we're going to be talking about at some length is a man named John Dee. He was a scientist, an astronomer, but also an occultist at a time when that was seen as a relevant science. He advised her that the best day to hold her coronation would be Sunday, the 15th of January, 1559. And on that day, Princess Elizabeth became Queen Elizabeth I of England. Next week, we're going to talk about the nation that Elizabeth would inherit, the state that England was in somewhat dire. We'll talk about the many people that helped Elizabeth secure her position throughout England and throughout Europe. It would be men like John Dee, her astronomer, her privy council, many of whom are important figures in the history of humanity. We'll be talking about her gentleman, and we'll introduce the primary character in the next few weeks of this podcast, Sir Francis. But that will do it. I hope that you get a good picture of the woman who is ruling England and who will be a central player in everything that's going to happen over the next few decades and the next couple of centuries. This will change the face of the world forever, and a large part of that drama will involve the Golden Circle, the Caribbean, on the Spanish Main, and encompassing the globe. I'd like to thank everybody that's been listening to the show. I've been getting a lot of positive feedback, and I really appreciate that. If there are any people out there that are truly enjoying the show, I urge you to leave a review, either of iTunes, absolutely spectacular. If you enjoy it, why not go check them out at brillig.com.au, BRILLIG.com.au. Go on over to our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. Over there, you can listen to episodes, supplemental materials, and leave a comment if you'd like. We also are a website, which really helps keep the podcast afloat. It helps us cover the cost as well as offset a little bit of the cost of hosting. Go on over to our Facebook page, Pirate History Podcast on Facebook, and there, or go on over to Twitter and follow us.
Break your glass in the air with a tear in your heart. Time to find out a distant goodbye. For it's like born, it's not this night. Let it come, like
Hello. About challenges, goals that include many young, ambitious, eager to make a fortune. We talked about some earlier Caribbean voyages under a man named John Hawkins and one boy under another captain named John Logan. This one was a young, highly talented man. Today we're going to be talking about the third voyage, which is a much larger voyage that's also set on Francis. This voyage would change things forever, and it would shape the worldview and future career of Sir Francis. This is episode number 7, Rocket. Last week we discussed how John Hawkins, John Lovell, and Francis were all members of those West Countrymen born in or around Plymouth who were fiercely Protestant, extraordinarily and yet acted many times of their own accord in matters of trade. But I didn't give much background. I'd like to though we don't know a whole lot about. He was not born noble, but there were very few records kept about his family. What there were mostly tax records and a few arrests, but we can put together a little bit about him. We can assume that Francis Drake was born in February of 1520. We know that his father, Edward, was a farmer, shepherd, and a clothmaker. Now this was of especially in the West Country at the time. Most of them were sheep and would then manufacture cloth, which was export. There is a record that after the English Reformation in 1388, his father became a priest. However, that doesn't exactly pass. There are records that show that Francis Drake's father was a man. Now, not necessarily against his family or against Francis. There are several arrest records about him. We know that he was arrested for robbing them with another accomplice. Then, after being released a few miles away, assaulting and robbing another man of his horse and his purse. After this, his father great. However, this probably didn't have a huge effect on Francis. He had already left home. Young Francis, along with all of his brothers and a number of other people in the community, went to study at the home that was father was not just France and supported also knowledge, quote, close kinsmen. In those days, for boys who were what you might call middle class, received an education at the household of a relative or friend. And many of the West Country region did so at the Hawkins household. That's where they learned like read, write. That's where they learned arithmetic and a fair amount of what you consider that included how to behave with beginners, how to hold, and how to talk to one better. Everybody from higher up merchants to and at the Hawkins household, they learned about the doctrine of the they read the Bible that hadn't really been done by most, and they were taught about the excesses that in exchange for their education, going all across Europe would work for families in question. If the family they were working for were, say, wealthy, they would learn the craft. Hawkins family, merchants and mariners, and these boys worked off the debt of their education on board ships. They traveled all around France, Spain, the Low Countries, even occasionally the Mediterranean. They watched and learned as their elders taught and told them. They come and sometimes the ship all expected ship. They would watch as their elders took that ship and negotiate transfer at the now we don't have any proof that Francis was on board, but probably know that John Hawkins was on board many of these ships, and so it can be assumed that Francis our first record of Francis on board don't happen until about 17, but then we know that he was sailing on ships by the Hawkins. Now these voyages that went primarily in water that had single goal, attacking, plunder, and sometimes outright theft. Now this wasn't exactly a respectable location at the time, in that West Country area, but it was a known fact of flight and something that the government, all the way from the local officials, all the way up to the king, turn a blind eye to. Francis did pretty well as a pirate. In fact, we know that by the age of 20, he was actively investing in other more legitimate Hawkins. I'd like to take a step back and for a minute take a look at the process of investing in knowledge. I made mention of it, but I don't really any voyage at sea is, of course, going to be that's expensive. You need, of course, a supervisor, the captain, and other officers, the crew, as well as provisions to protect your lives. You would need to while it was in port. You would need bar, lumber, other things that would actually keep the ship together. Sail. You would also need on board armament to defend it. That included not only things like powder and shot cannons, but also early rifles, as well as a fair number of bows, arrows, and horses. Now this was a large investment for any single person. There were, of course, people in England with a description of finance expedition. However, if something did happen to the ship despite all those armaments on board, it would be a huge loss to the person that invested. So, the practice of other people investing in these voyages to mitigate any losses, that of course meant that there was a smaller return for a single investor. However, one person invested in a number of voyages, and they could make the same amount of money while the possibility of losing one voyage and higher weather would mitigate their losses. That's why merchant guilds and trading companies like the Muslim company we talked about last week, that's why they were all over Europe. Investors were eager to invest their money into any merchant voyage they could find. Merchants all the way up to the 17th invested in. If you remember, Columbus was on an individual he had the backing of King Spain. This brought in a lot of other investors for Columbus that actually managed to this was typically England as well. Remember, Elizabeth was back then The other investors in her court that nothing else. The Queen investing that some members of the Navy to be investing in but themselves other members of the council elected to invest as well. Even for voyages that weren't known have the backing of the crown. They couldn't exactly put out a press release saying these voyages undermine Spanish trade and backed by the however, they were backed financially by the highest council. This was inflammatory for both the Portuguese and never gambled on her part, but she was betting on Philip himself at a war. He was still and most importantly, probably, was what happened. An open war against Muslims. In the meantime, the war between England and Scotland had come to a close. Elizabeth now held Mary Queen of Scots in her custody, which had somewhat helped in France and England's side, at least active warfare. And Philip knew that the actions of Elizabeth were a direct response to his Calais and closing off the port itself. This was essentially a game of diplomatic tactics. Right now, Elizabeth was counterfeit. Her adversary was Philip. It was probably undistilled of the Spanish ambassador. He was the man that really contested every move. He confronted her openly on the second voyage of John Hawkins and her role. Elizabeth claimed that John Hawkins was nothing but a merchant who had blessings but not his backing. However, all that the had to do was look into the harbor to see that John Hawkins was out on the ship for his next voyage to know that she wasn't exactly doing it. And that's exactly what Elizabeth wanted. She wanted to, as well as Philip, to know that this was a direct challenge to Philip's views against him. She would tell Philip that a vibrant trade in the Caribbean was help Spanish trade. And again to King Philip. And King Philip was obviously outraged, but he didn't really get to Silva any mission that he could use to stop Elizabeth. The Portuguese ambassador was given an even more when he came to protest, he actually first told him that his protest was because he'd already sailed for his second. Some of John Hawkins' very first stops were reprisals against the Portuguese, where he had fishing villages and trading houses and made small fortunes in gold, wax, ivory, pearl. He was attacked his second against the Portuguese and the Spanish. A large part of the reason John Lovell was however, when John Hawkins began to third he was seen as a much better captain, commander, and John Lovell. He had attached to the voyage, attracted investors to the highest sectors in the manifest investors like a London. At the top of the list was the Queen, who invested in her own. There was also Robert Dudley, who was Lester. Dudley was, at the time, faith, and probably actually Robert Dudley had met were both in the Tower of London. They became probably fallen in love. He was in the Tower of London for the plots that rebellion to undermine Mary's on the throne. He was, from the time of the succession, really trusted and he was probably the one man whose loyalty was never in question. Elizabeth was known to spend most of her idle hours with Robert Dudley, and even known to very late. Dudley was given some of the highest honors at court and some of the most responsibility of any man. He even named him if anything were to happen to her, and Dudley even ruled England for a small time when Elizabeth fell. The next man that you would see in the list of investors was really Dudley's main competition for influence, support, and he was the highest advisor on her privy. His name was A notoriously honest man, the man Elizabeth trusted to tell her any hard truth nobody else in her court was willing to, sometimes not even Robert Dudley. Now, Dudley was a really flamboyant character. He was young, handsome, dressed extravagant. If you would picture William Shakespeare, how he dressed, you have a picture of the he wears shoes, brightly stockings, shorts that everybody seems to be wearing. He would have a fine embroidered coat and flamboyant hat, all those feathers sticking out. So, on the other hand, he would have worn almost all black, very plain black coat, plain pants, probably instead of a sword on his hip, he probably had a holy. And these were the two powerful men, and they frequently clashed, sometimes bitterly, sometimes violently. And this was reportedly something that Elizabeth supported somewhat, maybe not openly, but the competition was something she caused it possible. These men suddenly gathered travel around the capital armed. They would wear armbands or cockades that would show their allegiance to either Cecil or Douglas. Sometimes whenever these bands would encounter each other, they would draw their swords and share words, and occasionally blood would said that he was violent was, however, he that's similar to how he didn't approve these maritime adventures or those invested. However, officer invested after seeing him return as his friends. And then came essentially everybody else. Other lawyers, Dudley's own brother, the Earl of Warwick, the Earl of Pembroke, the Lord Admiral of Lord Winter, last week, and his brother George Winter, who was another John Hawkins' older brother, William. Then came essentially all of the merchant families, not just from London, but from all over, especially from Hawkins. Everyone who wanted to share in this voyage was all bought in. John Hawkins was that all the money voyages had a bad reputation. Men who frequently even if he did, probably making money. They didn't get shares by any means. They got paid a stipend and they would be away from home for years. It wasn't worth it. Mariners had to report to the press. They would get men drunk if they were but sometimes just attack them in an alley, knock them wake up on their way staying and after only a few days they had the men they needed to punch up and were ready to get on October 7, 1557, there were two ships belonged to Queen for the 700 Lubbock, which was the flagship captain himself, and the other four ships belonged to Hawkins brothers, John. First of all, the athlete John. Then there was Swallow, the Angel, and the Beast. Now we know Francis however, as to what his rank was. In real life, Francis was captain from Spain. Testimony from testimony, however, were by looking for much evidence that Francis aren't exactly, but he was at the time at least on board. It's also important to mention that this is more than just a merchant voyage. This is a national effort. These ships were heavily armed. Jesus of Lubbock had the own colors alongside the flag of St. George flying above. They were and the men aboard them were in many cases highly trained soldiers of the army. John Hawkins had in his possession a commission ordered him not to defend one's ally. However, had no following after setting scattered by a terrible storm. All the ships lost sight of each other, and the it was so bad that just a few days after setting out, John Hawkins seriously considered turning back when almost they decided that the best course of action would be to go ahead and continue their every ship in the fleet knew the minion William Swallow found it as well. They were, however, nowhere to be found. But when John Hawkins had caught up, Francis, who was certainly its captain by now, had sailed straight to the sea, no loss of life, almost no damage. It had to be kind of impressive for John Hawkins, who was an old friend, the highly accomplished ship captain. Drake fired off Drake had been John Locke. They had been very bad. He didn't want to others because when he made landfall, a militia was marched out to the dock in place to guard the harbor master came out and inspected and saw that all three of them were bristling with firepower and that the men on board were heavily armed and obviously well trained. But he also saw that the luggage was badly damaged and gave the English permission to repair it, as long as they agreed to stay on board, not on shore, not cause it. The Grissom, who was just escaped almost certain death in a terrible storm almost immediately after they and on your first landfall, you're not allowed to where you can see fresh, hot food, and as many women as you could possibly want. Well, sailors and tensions were very high. Two men found themselves what could be considered a violent. One of them was named Edward Duff. He was captain of all the sailors. Essentially, he was the man that whenever they landed in the Caribbean, would be hard. But he and another man decided that they were going to row ashore to fight the sea. First, boat. John Hawkins stopped the second and followed. Hawkins stopped the duel would have broken his promise to keep his men in line. However, Dudley was out. Harsh words were exchanged. Things began to get a little bit violent. Dudley drew his sword and struck his captain above the eye with the sword, drawing blood. That's mutiny. John Hawkins said that was something, however, that he would be able to accept, that he was the admiral of a fleet commissioned by the Queen. He said that this was as bad as striking Hawkins and Dudley. Arquebus pointed directly at Dudley and told him to save his and prepare to die. Dudley pleaded for his he begged for forgiveness. The other Englishmen begged him to save him. Even a foreign priest came down to beg for John Hawkins, which finally helped Dudley and removed the iron. There were no more incidents well. Hawkins had received word that the rest of the fleet was going to be, and as soon as the Jesus was prepared, they set sail. When Hawkins and Drake arrived at port, where they were waiting a celebration. The governor was kind enough to bring food, wine, and even a large number of fresh fruit. However, in their revelry and drink, many of the Englishmen this warm welcome that the Spanish went ashore and they burned. They shot their cannon at the local church. They were cloth and even set fire to the door of a local Now, these men were English Protestants, and they fell into that same type of society they were highly held on board every ship in the fleet that put on board. They saw their justified in God. They saw the Catholic Church hold Virgin Mary as ungodly and worship false idols. And they weren't alone. They were members of really a growing divisive movement. There were other groups and a bad similar stuff today when Muslim extremists in the Middle East destroy what groups like Al Qaeda, ISIS, the long history of defacing some of the world's treasured historical landmarks because they give them something that distracts from God. So make no mistake, the men on board this English voyage of John Hawkins were the kind of men who would disrespect the warm welcome by setting fire to and shooting the church with cannon. The question is that what Queen Elizabeth wanted? We know that she wanted to disrupt Spanish trade. We know that she wanted to send a message of defiance. She wanted to show all of Europe that England had a growing naval presence that was something to see. But does a mob of drunken, devout Englishmen really protect her power? Or does it make her look like a queen of what's nothing more than a nation's brigand tyrant? She may have personally enjoyed hearing the episodes of this voyage. It may have brought her some satisfaction, but it really must have made her job a whole lot harder than being the same. So, naturally, as soon as they sobered up, nothing from they decided to move on with their journey. So they began harassing primarily Portuguese, but some Spanish fishing vessels, similar to John Hawkins' second. They started capturing slaves. They tried to do this on their own at first, but that didn't end well. So they started looking for richer prices. Soon, they came upon a French fort. They decided to take the ships that were waiting in the harbor. Around this time that the history tells there are a number of things that make it hard to figure out exactly what happened. What we know is that one or two French ships were added to the list. We don't know whether or not these ships were by force. Some accounts state that the English snuck in the middle of the night, took all of the French ships, and sold all but two of them back to the French. Other accounts state that some of these French men on board agreed to accompany the English voyage. After all, these Frenchmen wouldn't have kept a record of themselves as having been a pirate, and later, talking to French officials, would have lied, blamed it all on the English. It's reported that at this time, a French ship called the Don de Dieu, God, joined the fleet, commanded by a French captain named Paul Blondel. However, it's also said that 2 days later, the English fleet came upon a group of Portuguese and took them by force. Now, that is called the Gracia de Dios, the grace of God, was reportedly given to Francis as the first captain. However, there are pretty convincing accounts that Francis already was captain on record, and it means that Portuguese ship, the grace of God, is almost exactly the same as that French ship, the gift of God. So, was this first captain on that Portuguese ship by force, or was he already a captain on the French ship joined their fleet captained by a French captain? Then, later, Drake is said to be leading his own raiding parties ashore to capture slaves. Now, this was happening while John Hawkins was elsewhere in Africa, making alliance with the Nets and aiding them in battle against their enemies. These African kings and Hawkins had shown they would split any captive. In addition to that, it's said that the fleet that arrived in the Caribbean sometime later was much larger than the one that captured England. So I tried to synthesize from all of these testimonies at this time, as well as other court documents, the primary sources, as well as the later accounts of Grant himself, and the differing accounts from historians that came later. There are many different stories all seems sounds like talking alliances great along with head own from Drake's own men and account. He actually befriended the French pirate. Now this is not out of the question. Paul, on his voyage with John Lovell, allied with several pirates, possibly although that Drake had beat the French pirates on Africa. Most of the French pirates were rebels against Protestants themselves, people that these Protestant Englishmen had something that makes sense that if the English fleet led by Drake met up with the French pirates, they might attack some Portuguese ships. Later, they weren't the pirates who were called of either dastardly Frenchmen or those piratical because many later historians have attributed Drake's first captaincy to that Russian races. We're going on a revised account many years later from Drake's men said, quote, Francis Drake was the master and captain of the caravan after quote that. However, historians are missing earlier accounts of said that Drake was captain. However, a biographer of Francis Drake, a man named Terry Kelsey, believes that his first captaincy was in fact at the outset of the so it seems to me that Drake was probably made some sort of call him a vice admiral using his own talents as piracy. We know he had a long career of all he joined up with some notorious pirates and had their ships glassing system that was supposed to well had the total number of African while both being able to on a plausible deniability. There's no accounts of being given however later in the game the record has been given his own so while this all seems very plausible don't quote me however after the race Arkin met back up a little bit larger than it was when they left. They had about 5 or 6 slaves. Francis Drake, undisputed captain Francis. Crossed the Atlantic made it. Their first landfall was at Dominican. However, there was no European settlement that week. They got their timber, restocked their water, and once again fully Ronald from the pirates. Quote, at the next call, Margarita, the English found some abandoned boat in a manner all spoiled and burned, with the walls of the house scrawled in charcoal, vengeance or luck. Neither Hawkins nor his men had no by early ever the crowd was Hawkins vowed to apprehend the French force after Sunday followed. After their risk the English left Marguerite next day. That was a place called Bolderata. They found Bolderata as well abandoned. Once again, Hawkins ran out following back to town. He learned from the colonists that the French had also attacked constantly. Happened. Trade with occasionally now I'm going to venture back into the uncharted waters of speculation. What I said earlier, that in fact several joined that had similar goals that the French traveled across the Atlantic. Talking especially Drake, tough time going to have not only voyage with John Lovell had a huge problem. Government had forbidden people to him. In fact, he prayed Toronto was out of the question. allow Hawkins to not only in which he would disrupt Spanish trade without offending allies, as well as make himself personal fortune and repay his investors. This wouldn't break rules, yet it would accomplish all of his goals. Now, I haven't read any historian there may be very good evidence out there. Total nonsense. But like the idea that these two men who were from countries recently at war could join their forces together to work in tandem to make money off of Japan and disrupt five. Now, at his side emporium, Hawkins had a brisk trade in other goods, but his goods, he told us, were mostly not being sold. The colonists weren't buying them. So he ordered his all the barnacles and other ships by call and wrote a letter to he also wrote offered to bribe however for a long time and forthcoming on write Hawkins' letter said, quote, before my eyes I saw the governor of my predecessor carried away into Spain licensed country to traffic after last being an example for me that I fall not like for you. So the Spanish colonists who were and protected by Hawkins for a while decided after run back to the island. And it's here that Francis Drake, Captain Francis, got his first recorded John Hawkins' next destination at Bahacha, while Hawkins quote one of the sailors on board that now in charge of, quote, the Spaniards shot 3 people with us from the shore. We were quitted with 2 hours and shot through the governor's house. We weighed anchor and anchored again without shot of the town. We rode for 5 days in sight of the Spanish shot. The caravel of vice the angel we chased him to the shore. We fetched him from there and spent 200 Spanish arquebuses shot and anchored again till our general's coming, he anchored, landed his men, and valiantly took the town with the loss of 1 man, Thomas John Hawkins had sent to test the waters for the Bahacha, probably warned by Ponce de Leon not to trade with and when they got there, the welcome was not exactly warm. Gunfire, there was fighting, and then they retreated back into the open. John Hawkins and the rest of the troops survived. At this point, Hawkins landed trained soldier on the shore and took the town by force. The English well and truly they killed even that decided not to surrender. They raided the Spanish treasury. They quite literally entire and Bahacha was finally at the mercy of the English. They decided to sell the slaves they had on board to the Spanish. This was truly commerce by force. This was a tactic that John Hawkins and John Lovell had but it was really at that point more of a ruse. Now, on this voyage, the order they were actively attacking, fighting, and killing the Spanish so that they would be able to sell them their goods. After unloading much of cargo, they left Rio de la Hacha and headed to Cartagena was to be the last port. It was a much richer than anywhere they had seen, and desperately needed slaves. They thought that they would be able to make all their profits. Cartagena had gotten the same notice on Leon, and they found it a much better port than anything. So once again, Hawkins was he fired off his several times. However, Cartagena was able to respond time and was unable to land and fell into the slave. And it was getting close to time for the weather was going to go down very short hurricane. They realized that they could not wait any longer. So they decided to cut their losses and head for home. Which really there were hardly any losses at all. They had made profit. Nobody was going. They raced north to catch the trade that would take them back. However, when they reached Florida, the men said later that they could smell. These were accomplished men who had spent their entire lives, and they had seen the storms brewing on the horizon before. They knew these signs. John Hawkins, who was aboard said later, was, quote, not able to bear the sea. For in her stern, on either side of the stern, her plank was open and stuck with every sea, the sea being without number, a reef so big as a man's arm, the living fish would swim upon the ballast of the sea. Storm winds battered the ship as well as the men on board. They worked the water, filled every hole, only to have another one. The captains ordered parts of the ship demolished to try and make them as light as possible. They dumped cargo. More than once, John Hawkins thought about taking the order to abandon. This was much worse than the storm we seen at the outset of the voyage. Most of the men did not believe that alive. But the wind finally died out. However, the fortune did not end. William and John were lost, nowhere to be seen. Each of the ships needed repairs desperately, but Jesus of Lubbock needed repairs more than most. However, John Hawkins was not going to allow the Queen's primary ship to be lost on him. They sailed around, searching both for the William and John, as well as a port in which they could rest and make the repairs they were going to need to make it back to England. However, it became apparent that not only were they very low on food and water, not only were all of the men exhausted, hungry, and many of them injured, they were hopelessly lost. They didn't know where the storm was blowing them. None of their sailors, or their pilots, or their captains knew this. They drifted into the wide sea. But then, on the horizon, the Spanish Francis got after them. The ship was sleeker and faster, and they captured the sea. He got food, water, and wine, things that the men on board needed desperately. He also found Spanish people who knew that they were. They drifted all the way into the Gulf of Mexico. The Spanish ships were headed to the port of Veracruz. It was the closest port, and it was able to make the repairs necessary for return. John Hawkins gave the order, which colors he wasn't sailing for some out of the way Spanish outpost in the Bahamas. He was sailing the Spanish main, terra firma. This was a very important step, as he didn't want to turn what was a dangerous situation into a peace. The account of how he lost peace depends on who you believe. If you were to listen to John Hawkins' soldiers, it appears that they sailed into port. The foolish Spanish believed that they were merchants, and they gained control of an island that held the harbor, a position of strength, in which they were able to dictate terms. If you believe the Spanish, it is said that they sent out fleets to meet this unknown fleet in the harbor, and then relegated them to this island out of the way. But regardless, the English were not allowed to land. They were allowed to stop on the island on the coast, however. It does seem that the position in which the ships rested was not the position that controlled them, because they learned that only 2 days out was the Spanish coast. That is an extremely important position, and this was had on board the newly appointed viceroy, a man who when the viceroy arrived, however, he found himself in the same situation as the English found themselves. The weather was worse. Hurricane season was long upon them, and Florida had to make that clear before the Atlantic Ocean passed, as did the English fleet. Hawkins managed to keep his quota from entering the harbor, bringing supplies and food they needed to make the voyage back to Spain. So, he began to negotiate. Hawkins found himself in a position of relative strength. However, it was apparent to all the Spanish that the ship was sinking into the harbor every day it passed. Both men needed to reach the business as quick as possible. What they decided upon was an exchange of hostages. They were going to be 10 men to the English Spanish, 10 men to the Spanish. Now, these were supposed to be men of some standing. Hawkins chose men who had adventurers who were from noble families, well-born, educated. And the Spanish chose 10 men randomly definitely enough. Hawkins ordered the shore to be watched, as well as the ships in the harbor. He was to write later, quote, the trees are being as shipping weapons from ship to ship, planting and transporting the island, passing to and fro more men than many other ill-likely causes. They had heavily armed their archers moving every man sword and who had used one fire. The cannons were all loaded and fired. On the morning of the 23rd, as the Spanish ships crossed the water to reach the English fleet, the English opened fire. More than 300 men attempted to board the Jesus of Lubbock and were held. The English fleet scored a direct hit against the vice admiral of the Spanish fleet, ripping a hole through her hull, and eventually the ship's magazine exploded. The Jesus and the men were able to cut themselves free of their moorings and return to battle. The Spanish ships were in flames. More than one ship was sinking to the bottom of the harbor with Spaniards upon her. It appeared that the English had won the day. But then, the mainland, another set of ships, reinforcements, came to Spanish. As the new Spanish fleet arrived, the Indians, the Swallow, and the Grace of God were overtaken. The Jesus of Lubbock herself, the flagship, was dangerously close to the sea. Hawkins ordered Francis Drake and the Judas to take many of his men and the riches that they had earned on this voyage upon his ship and get out of sight of the battle. Then Hawkins gave the order to abandon the ship. The Jesus of Lubbock, the Queen's flagship, was abandoned. Hawkins and his men headed to Maine and began to sail away from the battle. Unfortunately for Hawkins, his order to Drake had not been followed. Captain Francis Drake Hawkins said later, quote, the Jesus is our great over 100 English sailors, nearly all of the slaves left for the English fleet, and all but 2 ships were left in the Spanish. This was a great defeat for John Hawkins. Even that was not his best. He knew that his actions on the Spanish main were going to lead undeniably and unavoidably to war with Spain. On the front lines of that war was going to be a young sea captain named Francis. Next week, we're going to continue our journey and look at the opening move of this will be England's first great victory against the Spanish, and it will also set the stage for many of the myths and legends of pirates themselves. That will all have to wait until next week. For now, thank you for listening, and I hope you enjoyed it. If you're enjoying the show, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. Over there, you can find some supplemental information, such as maps and works of art related to our topic. We also have, on every episode, a list of the sources. If you're interested in learning more about any of the topics that we cover, we of course also have links that go to bigbook.com for that book, where you can pick up a copy if you'd like to read more about it. If you do use the big book is only up to a couple of bucks. We also have an 8-book gift card. If you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so. There's a PayPal donate button, as well as a link to our Patreon page. That's going to patreon.com/piratehistorypodcast. There's also a link to Amazon search bar, so if you need to search for anything on piratehistorypodcast.com, you can go to the website or check it out in a couple of minutes. In addition to any of that, you can also leave a review on either iTunes, Stitcher, or Podbean, all of which are linked on the website. Doing this really helps get the podcast made. Once again, and most importantly, thank you. Thank you. Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Mike. We left off last time what's called the troublesome voyage of John Hawkins. The English fleet under John Hawkins had gone through and promised safe passage by the Spanish wound up betraying and attacking. A terrible battle ensued, and Francis Drake, captain of one of the ships, was told to put as many men as he could on on board. The only other ship on board the Admiral Hawkins. After the battle, John Hawkins was fine. Where to be? John Hawkins was back to long and voyage was in very poor repair, and on board not much better. Been through both a battle for long, all of them going to start. The winds weren't in their favor. The voyage took longer than they were finally able to reach the port where they could die. Some of them so much that they killed, a few died. You think that does happen. Back in World War II, many Allied soldiers were given orders to concentration camp victims of camps they had liberated, a little bit of water, and a little bit of broth, giving them solid food to be hazardous to their health after so long a time without food. So some of the men on board died overeating. Many were thrown into the sea. When they finally reached Europe, they were forced to land in the Spanish port. This must have sunk after having been attacked by the Spanish, what they saw as a dire betrayal. However, the Spanish made some repairs and a few sailors sailed them back. John Hawkins, as quickly as possible, learned that Francis Drake had landed in peace only 2 days ago. The Spanish sailors were sent back home, and the crew was brought on board the John Hawkins ship. There he met his brother, the elder Hawkins, who told him to keep Francis Drake on the report of what happened. John Hawkins saw Francis Drake as a betrayal. However, Francis Drake contended that the orders had been unclear. He was only told to leave the battle and not told where to meet up with later. He had seen his responsibility to get his men and as many as possible back to the United States. Back in London, John Hawkins had two goals. One was to keep Francis Drake dragged through the mud. Two was to petition the Queen with letters of reprisal against the Colombia. Third was to petition the Spanish for the release of the English prisoners they had in captivity. This led to John Hawkins into a world of things he didn't really want to be. However, and the priorities going to lead John Hawkins. This is a story that's going to lead to some of the greatest military and political achievements. However, we're going to move. For now, we're going to stick with Captain Francis. His focus has shifted from harassing and trying to disrupt seeking revenge, something amounting to almost all-out war, that has been called by historians Great. This is episode number 8, The Treasure House of the West. After his meeting with the Queen, it's possible that he was in prison, having abandoned the court. If he was not in prison, then it still may be a smart move to get out of England for a while besides there is a couple of legitimate small Africa or that. The next official record that we have. Now this raises a question because the voyage of John Hawkins was reported financial success. However, Francis raised enough money to support their young wife and family. She must have had some money. And she was going to need a little bit of cash to live on, something of a nest because Francis Drake was soon someone who's next to her. Left Plymouth on November 25th, 1515. All three were owned by the other Hawkins, and one of them was captured by William. So they traded some with there was no some good or average. William Hawkins, while the other two Swan and Dragon sailed west, while he back to the British. The voyage wasn't tremendously official record, and trading, or forefront, reconnaissance, voyage from Harvard. A lot of sometimes for what they wasn't the voyage of reconnaissance for Drake to learn as much as possible. Well, that information is not the Spanish had organized both local that would accompany the Spanish ship heavily gunned merchant adding Spanish on the no at first French pirates had this problem, but all while even the best of these French pirates hoped to go Spanish warships, they were closest done attack rowboat. They had what was called the mother, but or sometimes smaller vessels that weren't long running travel, but in small, fast, that had a shallow draft, so long as a large vessel. Most of these ships had a single, but they also four like had four. And of course, small vessels full up. It wasn't a long time fire on it, and these small rowboats alongside a board on the must pipe alongside a larger vessel or in as what was hey, well, at that point, value felt was on their smaller vessels away before any harm. Even if these Spanish warships were nowhere near fast, had the opportunity sometimes lucky they were able to be away before any of the others in the convoy knew successful for the French pirates. Once Francis saw just how successful they were, it's even possible Francis know that he didn't quite as operating successfully smaller were larger prizes. After he rushed back to of these smaller ships were assembled and put aboard on over back to 70. Around this time that the Spanish victorious most of these pirates that we talked about the Winter Brothers were labeled in England Hawkins Brothers were on there as well. Hawkins next. Francis Brothers filled out the rest of the long. However, 71 that was Francis past past Maurice Caribbean, Spain wanted one of the first actions on the Caribbean popular Caribbean of modern day called Venice from Lynn's freedom. The French were not alone. The largest collective called the Moroni, but the original English documents refer to that, and I'm going to use that from that's somehow unaware. I don't know what's going on My apologies for telling. The rooms were a thorn. They were building all throughout the Spanish launched raiding traffic and also like contact with also like the Spanish and I like so we're able to work them all around the time the plane quote not relate both the French also and of 1,000 arrived and more why in these were men and women who had been brought forced into the Spanish colony and then allowed to roam well not truly obviously all throughout the activity both merchant ins and outs better body health and so French and these French first now despite the first voyages on board a vessel company slaving vessel which is the Columbus in fact much as Spanish vessel undeniably wow this must have been historically French hated the for slaves must have had reason to trust white people. However, the Allies had come. All of the members of these rebels were operating outside of the law. Now, well, Maroons had no monarch, or had long Spanish outside. French pirates were keeping out rebels who were war crown. While Francis patriotic loved royal voice, this was personal vendetta. Second, all three desperate. Great had French manned by both and several French helping of Spanish settlement. Plan small galley of the real cargo. The real cargo is an extremely important still is Panama translates in English cargo with connection between the north and Gulf of South. Where it met the Gulf of Panama, a small town called today Panama City, capital. Panama, all of the former that is modern day Colombia, Ecuador, were all goods such as furs, spice, dye, value, prevention, by mountain, farm, nombre de twice a year, were not furs, spices. At the same time, twice a year, all of them gold and Spanish South America go by mule over land. However, this time, great, oil, not that right. That was a vessel target, of course, wait. Had to wait for the rainy season before they voyage drop off or up their larger river, larger Francis small galley, could move while these ships in the effort break and row up alongside, board the ship, everything really much more than they could carry on a vessel, but they destroyed, threw away, or burned anything that was it wasn't just the other story Spanish large time on this voyage, breaking stole more than 50,000 the voyage took only stole a whole lot of Spanish goods, but they also managed to plot the course of the river and learn now. But then, after back on his mother's, Cabo could that number. Now, of course, the break left on land, learn the ins and outs of the village. After dropping off Arab back in his mother's, Drake was out for new Spanish prizes. It was late Spanish trading. Accords, a group of armed led by two men wearing war, one black, one white. They were said to be while the attempted a number of were reported to have was a nobleman, was a quotes and arrows, but the Spanish fought back. The attempt was unsuccessful. However, the Spanish cut the anchor cable land almost immediately the Spanish abandoned the ship and ran away. The English, of course, then another ship along with that ship it as well. They were Spanish message. Plans handed down to us really shows better than anything of it. It really Captain and others of this ship. We are surprised that you ran from us in that fashion and later refused to come to talk to us for our flag, knowing and having seen evidence that you were test you do ill to no one under our flag. The only way and since you will not come courteously to talk with us without evil or heaven, you will find your frigate spoiled by your own fault, and courteously come to talk with us, you will do no harm under our flag, and whoever does not come will bear the blame. Do not think that you are afraid of them, nor of others. By the help of God it shall cost them their lives before they prevail over us. Now you have seen that it would have been better had you come to talk with us, for in the frigate you had not the value of done by the English who are well disposed. There will be no cause to contrary. If there be fine, we will be devils rather than Drake and his pirates headed back to their mother ship, unloaded all of the loot from the frigate. They immediately headed back to the river Cargate, where they back up river and attacked the warehouse was a small and they still there 100,000 the voyage back to the Caribbean the mouth of the Spanish them these were the Spanish along terra firma were untouchable. They would attack the Spanish, run away, and then hide all the inlets that were shackled for during this time break own the Cargate. The Spanish were, of course, now search, but they weren't having it. One of the problems is that the locals and locals all that weren't bothered. The locals fishermen, the farmers, they were attacking that belonged to Spanish merchants, men, locals, flying hard. mouth of about west. Hiding based on the natural properties that small wall around the area, and that wall even up wanted was well fortified. All of the armies Spanish. They also had contact with the local and some fight, but even lost right up last operation almost indefinitely around him, notably populated by men and birds, for which this settlement name is called Fort Trump, under the month-long campaign burning vessel. At one point, that was a letter from the about search for intelligence Spanish finds some, but then the rest of the letters on board, most of the letters back home, correspondence. So, great goal on this time. During all of this, mapping out the rivers, Spanish, mapping out the coastline, all of them are numbered Spanish. He built a big, not just for himself, but for England, either come out or England allies. For England, all voyage, and Francis Drake was almost covered. Before he was allowed to dock it, Francis Drake was forced to. This voyage had not been and Francis Drake found that the Count could not be held for his actions. Also, of his stolen, estimated 250,000. That would have been 100,000 pounds. For modern American dollars, that would be about $3 million. Just started. The situation learned that first actions, although performing active, war with was a undeclared, but war was happening. Francis Drake realized that his actions in the Americas had really been something of an American theater of war, and that it officially as a general in Spanish. Routes done while he wasn't Drake acquired a new task from John Hawkins. It appears that Hawkins brothers and Francis Drake had one day. Both of the Hawkins brothers, as well as were invested in the man, while brother John is going to our small vessel constructed at Fort Pheasant. These are going to be better and faster vessels for raiding on board the vessel Francis Drake. 70 all but one of these men were under the extraordinary. Then, after a small break in preparation, Francis set sail again arrived on July 12th after a short stop in Italy with the men. However, found it. All they saw short, investigators found smoldering iron plaque affixed to a tree. Red quote, Captain, if you fortune make haste away, the Spaniards had witnesses last year betrayed me, and taken away all that you left. I departed from him 7th of July, 1772. Your very loving friend, John. That was a mere 5 days before Drake. Drake had his food before the and he knew the food he brought with him. It was only 3 days later, by Drake ordered his men to the battle station to defend Fort Pheasant. But they were able to. They saw that these ships flags were friendly and moved up Fort Pheasant. When they landed, it turned out to be Captain, one of the men that Drake had head of him. Captain Rounce had been around for much of it. When had hit the voyage of John Hawkins, he was the captain of the William. He had been the man who took the correspondence on Drake's last voyage. It appeared things were not as dire for the English. His friend, Captain Rounce, and Captain local. Captain Rounce on board was a place that Captain Rounce these slaves about as well as Spanish treasure. Voyage you don't really know about. However, now he ordered the slaves who could have been perhaps he identified more with these poor, downtrodden, wretched souls than he did with the Spanish overlords. That doesn't seem as though it could have been a religious part. After all, the voyages he had gone on that was voyages with both John Lovell and John Hawkins had each needed to be asked if possible that he was the Lord. And after his slavery had begun his personal war with the Catholic, well, God very much appeared Protestant. Or maybe it was just he was, after all, allied with the and holding or keeping him in bondage was not likely something that could regardless. Quote, now, this might mean that he may be or it might mean that he may either way, cared for questions about their knowledge of the captain, Grace, and Captain Rothschild began planning their next day. First, they took the story of the armed competitors. It was actually a pretty impressive. They had, quote, 6 targets, 6 fire pikes, 12 pikes, 24 muskets and television, 16 bows, and 6 carded, 2 drums, and 2 trumpets. For a relatively small expedition, that's an infantry weapons, firearms, and explosives. The targets are shields, that's what they're called, and fire pikes, double or but the drums and trumpets, those are telling. This wasn't any normal. Francis Drake, marching Drake and Brown, Number radio was small. It had virtually no defense, or had no military presence at all, and no port at the bay. There were only 100 or so homes everywhere. However, called this place Radio Treasure House of the across the bay at night. Men, their small boat, Creek moved odd. forced the men to wait through battle all the way up the sun, might lose him. At about 3 in the morning, the clouds the night saw this kind of when the clouds parted and there was more light to see by, we realized it was a small wine ship. The wine ship actually steamed. The wine ship was sending the boat ashore to warn the people. However, they accept them and steered their boat off to an island off. They were no longer going to be. So Drake and his men embarked and advanced. The very first thing they did was take control of a single gun battery without one guard approaching, he ran away. So Drake's men, 3 people. His brother took one group. Another man ran Oxen. They would circle both left and right, while Francis took the largest group directly through his nose. The man who had been manning the gun had run through the town. He had reached the church and began to ring the bell. It was then that Drake ordered his drummers to keep time. They marched toward the trumpet sounded, announcing the coming of Francis that he was a general or an emperor. The women and children, nombre de Dios, fled before him. The men rallied before the doors of the church and the treasure house, holding the square against the church bell continued to sound. The drums continued to beat, and the trumpets continued to play. Drake's men held their fire, lighting their way. And then the Spanish militia fired. One round hit a trumpet. Another hit Francis Drake in the foot. The rest hit the ground in front of the army. Thanks to they fled. Drake taken nombre de Dios, the loss of one trumpet. Now that they had the town, things had come a little bit. There are 2 different fashions in which the loot nombre de Dios, the treasure house of the world, first was as follows. After taking the town square, Drake questioned the Spaniards on the capture to find the governor's house. When they arrived at the governor's house, they find a single lit candle, and at the top of the candle, quote, a fair Janae ready saddled either for the governor himself or some other of his household to carry after him. By means of its light, he saw a huge heap of silver in that nether room, being a pile of bars of silver of, as near as we could guess, 70 foot in width, 10 foot in breadth, and 12 foot in height, piled up against the walls. Each bar was between 35 and 40 pounds. At the sight hereof, our captain commanded straightly that none of us should touch a bar of silver, but stand upon our weapons, because the town was full of people, and there was in the king's treasure house, near the water side, more gold and jewels than all of our 4 princes could carry, which we would gladly set some in hand of their books. As they left the governor's house, a young slave rushed to meet Drake and his men, begging to become one of them. He had heard news of the name of and he wanted to join them. At that moment, the heavens opened, and a torrential downpour began. We waited for it to pass, and Drake continued to bleed from the wounds of his leg. When they reached the door of the treasure house, Drake fell to his knees, collapsing from loss of blood. He ordered his men to enter the treasure house. They decided that they loved their captain more than Spanish gold, and to save his life, they carried him back to his ship. The Spanish gold. Now there are a couple of problems. First, Nombre de Dios did not have a governor's house or a treasure house. Secondly, no matter one's title, or any sailor, or really any person at all, abandoning the riches of the king of Spain's treasure house and saving one captain, well, that kind of stuff is good. And what's perhaps most important and worth noting is that that story wasn't told until 50 years later. The reality is that the storehouse of the treasure house of the world was either the African slaves that they had back as pheasant had been incorrect, or they lied to the Spaniards, told them what they wanted to hear to save them alive, which is a likely possibility. When the Spanish had knocked down the doors, they found the treasure house. Later, they concocted the story to make it much more heroic. reality, forced to leave. They did, of course, take a wine across the side called the island. Had large fields of pineapple, banana, and guanabana. Captain Brown decided to leave. He saw great, indecisive, and effective. He also surprised the Spanish understandably outraged and terrified. He realized a small group of pirates boldly into the harbor unopposed of the fate of all of the gold in Spain and cows. Luckily, it wasn't cows for the time, but they realized how easy it would have been to stolen all of that gold. The Spanish governor released orders to town and harbor the devils not only on land but on water. He realized resistance for his allies. One of these a man named now sometimes one of the Captain Brown's other times thought to be the friend of join Captain Drake. Either way, a trusted and friended member set up immediate meeting with Captain Frail and reciting at home. They also watched twice a year all the Spanish gold across their home back of the train. So they hatched a plan that when that train came to transport Drake along with the train and the company that but because they five Greeks, a few other men set to watch the son of Notre Dame fall out. Decided to do put on board a ship for asking Spanish. Almost a month of this taking any Spanish came across, attacking, taking whatever he wanted, and sometimes there was one ship that was too large for his on his last he attacked it and held. However, this time Francis board and he found waiting for him Spanish soldiers. Francis never did find out what was aboard that vessel might have been that it had that many little arms. Campaign lasted leading around the Caribbean, even for a small period of time, and not allowing any ship in or out. Somehow, Francis always but back home, Fort Pheasant, Spanish attack, brothers. That there was an outbreak. Thought that this was one of the men killed. Francis' other. After Joseph died, ordered the surgeon of an autopsy. He didn't know how dangerous it was, what was knowledge. Of course, the surgeon well died shortly. The only man who had any medical knowledge at all died off. But Drake rallied that he was able to inspire those even at times was Francis more and more before that he'd always avoid but now Spanish reporting Oric was danger to their empire. They called him Rocket Dragon. Forces their spirits high, a group of arrived were heavily burdened. They all carried armor, weapons really did the Romans work. They knew all the trails, all the paths, how to go ahead, and carry the English hardly. The jungle was not a place for the English would go. Hondas, swamps. They did at once well dressed, first pause on the assumptions that the had what these one day guiding just before the climb. In the tree, he had a small speck that placed he looked north south. Drake quotes Almighty light and once again in the ship that but then the night again. They waited long late one English soldier ready to attack. He saw only a lone Spanish scout go back the English ambush before had to a small Spanish ship. They attacked and killed as few people as homes that they and issued a message. Every woman in town remained violent. He actually went door to door, assuring every woman in her home was not going to be and while these reports might sound ridiculous, they actually come from the Spanish themselves. Respect courteous as far as this is just had no desire to attack stole a few valuables in the hopes the Spanish would believe that they had made it less wait for the Spanish to lower their guard again and all agreed themselves the English left. The months that followed had been less were harsh, awful, and they hated the however, they met very well connected, very respected the French corsair who was greatly named Roman Wine. The two captains, Drake and her to become sex. They never met. However, already began to admire once again combined similar marching to the jungle Spanish ship. This time it would really close celebrated where when the team arrived it wouldn't be as fresh as it was the men would be weary from their trek. Their guard would be lowered because they were reaching the full 2 months ahead of them. Finally, the Spanish across the pirate attack. The assault was not one to quick. Spanish soldiers were all barefoot, tired, and ready to be done. The first casualty of the battle was the French pirate. He was shot in the belly in the very first volley, but the Spanish quickly broke ranks and ran. Once again, we see Francis Drake, a man who was determined to yet be primarily much in the same way that he left Charles behind. He left his behind. And again, Francis Drake had told him to take the gold and silver that he could defend both the English and the French, stopping the Spanish in their tracks. Likely a bunch of however, the English had made away with all of the gold other prizes in the past few months in Spanish music is one of the greatest prizes ever won by any one day and time after months of waiting for Drake Plymouth Lab back to drama for several Spanish ships waiting in the harbor. However, as perhaps it has been pointed out, Spanish ships left grass out to each other. Now Drake didn't take all of the gold and silver that he won. He was only able to carry so much most valuable gold and silver he buried strategically, thinking that he would be able to come back. However, it was well known down man for man that Drake was never able to come back and reclaim all of the down generation would go on to form the basis of all of our myths, both pirates pirates and any story told the book of buried treasure. And that Drake would even make mad where he buried his treasure, always marked. Drake's voyage back to England was a very quick voyage, only taking about 22 days. On August 9th, 1573, Francis Drake returned to England. The legend goes that when Francis sailed into the harbor, word spread of his death. Most of the men and women in town were in St. Andrews filling the queues. They began to whisper. The whisper turned into a noise. Then people began to rise from their seats, and one by one started to leave. Slowly at first, but faster and faster, until there were scores of people leaving the church until finally they had left their pastor all alone preaching in an empty room. All of the people in town left to go to the dock to welcome home Francis, the new national hero. The war with Spain was taking its course. However, England had several victories. Next week, we're not yet going to go into the conflict. We're going to stay with Francis. After returning to England as a national hero, he spent a little time basking in his glory. Then, he was called by Queen Elizabeth into a private meeting. This is something that's relatively unheard of. She even sent her royal guards out of the room because no one besides Queen Elizabeth herself and the newly knighted Sir Francis Drake would hear what she had to say to him. Whatever she said to him in that meeting, remember, Francis Drake was born to speak. However, shortly thereafter, he set sail on the voyage of his life, a voyage that would make him a household name in England 50 years later, a national hero to the English and Spain's most wanted criminal, and the reason school children all across the world and today know the name of Francis Drake. If you're enjoying the show, why not check it out at podcast.com. Over there, you can find content from us that work hard related to our topic. We also have on every episode a list on social media. If you're interested in learning more about any of the topics we discuss, there's also a link that goes to the patreon.com/equal media. Specifically, patreon.com/. If you do use the Facebook page to contact us, go to your page. You'll find a full description of the topics we discuss. If you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so. There's a PayPal donation, as well as a link to our Patreon. That's going to patreon.com/equal. There's also a way to support the show. In addition to doing that, you can also leave a review on either iTunes, Stitcher, or Podbean, all of which are linked below. We would also appreciate your feedback. It really helps. Once again, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. Last week, we talked about several voyages of Francis Drake. Voyages that included raids on Spanish shipping. he returned to England, he found that he wasn't the national hero he thought he would be. London was very tense at the time because of the international political situation, as well as some of the internal politics of Elizabeth's court. So Drake decided to take a step back from all that after his report to Elizabeth and take some time for himself. He bought a house and he spent some time with his wife. He took care of some business affairs as well. He closed some accounts, paid back some investors, that sort of thing. Then, being a man who wasn't comfortable at leisure, he got back on board a ship. He needed to find some action for himself. He enlisted 4 big ships in what was known as the Irish Adventure. Now, the Irish had been a thorn in the side of the English crown since, well, essentially since there had been an English crown, but more recently, during the reign of Henry VIII, they had become very resurgent and rebellious. He had attempted to put them down, but had been unsuccessful, as had his son. Elizabeth decided to focus her efforts on it and finish this Irish problem. So she enlisted the help of a man named Walter Devereux, who was in charge of the Irish Adventure. Devereux was an extremely talented leader of men, but he was also notoriously highly greedy and a very brutal man. His first action after taking command of the Irish campaign was to ally himself with an Irish nobleman named Brian O'Neill. Now, Brian O'Neill was loyal to Queen Elizabeth, but he was also very powerful. He was powerful enough, in fact, that Devereux saw him as a bar to his own power. So he dealt with this problem in a scene that's out of the pages of Game of Thrones. He threw a feast for all the soldiers, Brian O'Neill, all of the men allied to him. He fed them extremely well. He got them nice and drunk, and then, late that night, he barred the doors to all the men. Every man inside was massacred except for Brian O'Neill, who was taken to Dublin to be executed publicly. It was after this event that Francis Drake joined forces with Walter Devereux. Devereux needed a man who had ships and was a well-versed naval commander, and at the time, Francis Drake was one of the top naval commanders in England. They needed ships because Devereux had a plan to take another island, a much smaller island that was just off the coast of Ireland, right in between Ireland and Scotland, very strategically placed and highly defensible. He planned to use this island as a base of operations for the English to make their attacks into Ireland. There was a battle, but it was fairly short. It didn't take very long for the Irish on that island to surrender. After they surrendered, though, the story becomes somewhat tragic. It only took about 5 days, but after the surrender, Walter Devereux had every man, woman, and child on this small island butchered. That was more than 500 people butchered in just 4 or 5 days. After seeing what he was capable of, Francis Drake befriended one of the retainers of Devereux, a man named Doughty, Thomas Doughty. Now, Thomas Doughty was a well-born man who was respected at Elizabeth's court and kind of a rising star in the kingdom. Now, Doughty was allied with one of Elizabeth's top advisors, Robert Dudley, the Earl of Leicester. They were close friends, saw eye to eye on a lot of issues, and they enlisted Drake while they were all in Ireland to deal with this problem with Devereux. A few days later, Devereux was ill very suddenly and died shortly thereafter. For a man who was reportedly in quite good health, of course, this was very close. There were a few whispers that it was Francis Drake himself that administered the poison, but most people seemed to think that it was Robert Dudley who did the deed. Regardless, after that, Francis Drake left the Irish Adventure. This little triumvirate of men, Dudley, the Earl of Leicester, Francis Drake, and Doughty, had begun to come up with a plan. You see, they were all members of that young group of gentlemen, the gentlemen adventurers, and while Robert Dudley knew intimately the details of Elizabeth's needs and plans throughout Europe, he was able to see those plans fulfilled while making sure that he and his friends were able to benefit from it. These men concocted a plan that would see Elizabeth's primary goal of pushing war with Spain further, while making all 3 of them very wealthy. It would also see Francis Drake sent back to the Americas. This is episode number 9, Masterpiece of the Unknown World, Part 1. While Drake's return from the Americas had been at something of an unfortunate time for him politically, his return to Ireland was perfectly timed. In the intervening months, there had been a fever that gripped London, a fever for colonies and gold. They had begun to plan, and even set out on voyages, to settle the first English colonies in North America, and there was a belief that they would be able to bring back quantities of gems and gold similar to those that Spain was bringing back about twice a year. Capitalizing on this fever for gold and exploration, there was a man named Martin Frobisher. He was a member of a group called the Company of Cathay. Cathay was what the English called China at the time. This was a group that intended to finally solve the problem of England finding a sea route to Asia. They intended to do so by finding the Northwest Passage, that mythical route through North America that would lead them to Asia and the Indies. All of this, the fever for gold, exploration, as well as the building of a new English naval presence, was due largely to one man, a man named John Dee, who was a writer, philosopher, occultist, and scientist. While Drake was in Ireland, he wrote a work titled General and Rare Memorials pertaining to the perfect art of navigation that contained a smaller work, just a paper inside it called a Petty Royal Navy. Now this work was intended for the people of more importantly, the people of London, and most importantly, John Dee wrote this work specifically for his most august leader, Queen Elizabeth I, who read everything that John Dee published and took his counsel very seriously. Now this trio of Drake, Dudley, and Doughty, they decided to capitalize on this fever in London and in the Queen's Park. They formulated a plan, and then they presented it to the Queen. Now this plan is not well documented. It's shrouded in secrecy, and many of the documents pertaining to it were destroyed. However, there is a small partial document that remains. It's burned on the edges, and most of the copies gone, but there is a small portion of the document that is still legible, which I'd like to read. Far to the north, as along the field as there's some as of the other to find our to have traffic for the benefit of Her Majesty's realm. We are not under the obedience of the Prince. So, the great hope of spices, rubs, coking meal, and special commodities, such as may Her Highness demand, and also shipping the work greatly, and gotten up as a force said into X day of the South Sea, if it shall be thought by the aforenamed Francis Drake to, and then there's some missing. Then he is to return the same way homewards as he went out, which voyage by God's favor is to be performed in X month, and although he should spend X months in carriage upon the coast to get knowledge of the princes and countries there. End quote. Now this document is incomplete, and the language is somewhat difficult to understand. However, basically what it's saying is that Francis Drake is going to return to the Americas. He is going to sail to the west coast of South America, an area that only the Spanish ships ever sailed. He was going to sail there, steal as much as he could from them, and learn about the geography and culture of the area, as well as any defenses and settlements they might have there. This was a voyage of exploration on which Francis Drake was to engage in acts of piracy to pay not only himself but his investors back. This is how Elizabeth operated. She didn't like to spend her own coin on these naval voyages, so she allowed men who were essentially her royal navy to take part in piracy. In many ways, this is going to be a repeat of his voyages of 1572 and 1573, except on the western coast of South America. The primary difference, however, is that he was not to attack any settlements on land. It was to be a purely naval voyage. On his previous voyages, he had lost the greatest numbers of men, munitions, and money, while he had been attacking on land instead of at sea. This was to be only on the back of a ship. The other difference was that it was shrouded in so much secrecy. That is the only document that we have that proves that Elizabeth and these other men had any knowledge of what Francis Drake was about to do. But we have a host of other documents that prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that this voyage of Francis Drake was intended only to visit the city of Alexandria as a trading mission, which we all know now is complete nonsense. Propaganda at the time so that she could prove to any of the enemies in Europe that she did not officially back the actions of Francis Drake. This is a tactic that we've seen before, but this time Elizabeth was taking it further. She realized just how audacious this trip was going to be. She went so far as to swear all of the men who knew the truth of this story, that is, Thomas Doughty, even her possible lover, Robert Dudley, Francis Drake, the Lords Burghley and Cecil, she swore them to secrecy on pain of death, and then she took it a step farther. She held a secret meeting with Francis Drake. She sent all of her advisors out of the room. She even sent her guards out. This was something that was almost unheard of. Queen Elizabeth was never alone with anybody in her court except for possibly her very closest friends. For her to be alone with a man who was relatively unknown to her, she must have had something deeply secretive to say. Unfortunately, he swore upon his life that he would never speak what was said in that room, and he never did. So we don't know exactly what Elizabeth said anything. What we do know of the actions that Francis Drake was to take, as well as the actions of a couple of others that can kind of point us into the direction what Elizabeth's orders probably were. We do know what Francis Drake asked of Elizabeth, however. He asked merely for one small ship, along with all of the tackle and necessaries for running that ship that would be used basically just to carry goods. He asked for a small sum of investment. This was largely so that other investors in London would back his voyage. He also asked for a few documents that would claim, falsely, from the Queen's own hand, that this voyage was bound for Alexandria, so that he could prove to anybody who asked that they were merely going to Egypt. This was actually something of a big deal, because he was asking the Queen to put down in writing something that she knew to be false. And she must have put some trust in him, because she gave him the documents that he asked for. Now, after this meeting with the Queen's ship, the documents that he had asked for, and a fair amount of money invested from people all over London, he was ready to set sail. He had a small fleet. There was the 100-ton ship, the Pelican, the 80-ton Elizabeth, then there was the Swan, the Marigold, and the Christopher. Those last two ships are hardly worth mentioning. They were essentially a ship that was there to carry any goods that they might take or need on the voyage, and a very small ship that was meant just for ferrying messages back and forth between the larger vessels. Neither of these were outfitted for war, but they were both necessary for the voyage. Then, on November 15th, 1577, the fleet set sail from Plymouth Sound. Almost immediately, they were hit by a storm. It was one of those storms that blew up around this time of year that were sudden and deadly. They had to cut the mainmast on two of the ships to try and save them, but even so, the Marigold blew into some rocks that were there nearby. They had to sail back into Plymouth Harbor to have repairs done on the ship. However, that proved to be somewhat fortuitous, because as they were sailing back, Francis Drake noticed something. He saw that the levels of fresh water and food on board were not nearly enough for the voyage that they were undertaking. Now, the man who was responsible for this, Francis Drake, lashed out at and kicked off the voyage. Now, this upset some of the other crewmen, including one of the men who had helped plan this voyage, a member of that trio, Thomas Doughty. He was on board and a major player on this voyage, and he accused Drake of dismissing a, quote, essential member of our crew. Now, this is notable for a couple of reasons. First of all, for the people that were responsible for buying food and water for these sorts of voyages would frequently buy food and water of a lower quality, and sometimes not even enough of it to pocket the rest of the money. Now, for a relatively short voyage to Alexandria, that wouldn't have been a problem, and that was what the man who was buying these victuals, as well as almost everybody else on board, thought they were doing. Nearly every member of this crew thought they were just going to Egypt for a trading voyage. But Thomas Doughty knew better. He was one of the men that had come up with the actual plan to travel to the Americas. However, he used this as an excuse to start bashing Francis Drake, talking about his irresponsibility as a captain for getting rid of this very important member of their crew. It was a purely selfish argument on his part, and he found himself gathering quite a few listeners on him. But then it's possible that Doughty didn't know. While most of the crew thought they were going to Alexandria, and Thomas Doughty, along with a few other select officers, knew they were going to the west coast of South America, Francis Drake probably knew something else. In that secret meeting with Elizabeth, we can't know for certain, but she almost certainly gave some special orders that would send him farther than any English crew had ever gone before. So you can understand why he would be upset when he found out that they didn't have nearly enough food and water. While their ships were being repaired, Francis Drake resupplied and made sure that they had ample provisions. However, he left plenty of space in their hold for carrying treasure. After they set out, they sailed south. To reach Alexandria, they would have had to sail around the Iberian Peninsula and then through the Strait of Gibraltar to enter the Mediterranean Sea. However, they did not enter the Strait of Gibraltar. They continued on south to the Guinea coast of Africa. Now, this may have worried some of the men, but it shouldn't have been too surprising to them at this time. They all knew the reputation of Francis Drake. They knew that he was one of the most successful pirates in the world. That's why they signed up. They intended to travel south to Africa, where there were many Spanish and Portuguese ships they could take at their will. This is something that Thomas Doughty, again, would have disapproved of. He did not think that piracy was a gentlemanly activity. However, none of the men on board any of these ships would have put up with these rumblings. They were here to take these Spanish and Portuguese ships and anything on board. Their first prize was just a few However, they managed to get some supplies, wine, wood, tar, ropes, that sort of thing, but it really wasn't anything to write home about. Then they came across 3 Portuguese caravels. These were much richer prices. On board, they found many African riches, things that would fetch a good price either in the Caribbean or back in England. The hold was also filled with slaves, however. Now, Francis Drake no longer considered himself a slave. After looting the ships of all of their goods, Francis Drake set these African slaves free, and then set the Portuguese back on their ship and freed them. Now, this surprised a number of the men. Some of them were surprised that he would free the African slaves. Others were surprised that he would allow these Portuguese slaves to go free. But this early voyage, Francis Drake didn't want to make any more enemies necessary. He had a long way to go after this first initial encounter. However, after taking these Portuguese caravels, the men thought that they would be traveling back north towards the Strait of Gibraltar. The fleet turned west and headed toward the Cape Verde Islands. When they neared their first island, they were met with cannon fire. Word of the English pirates had fled before them, and they were not welcome in the port. However, there was a ship outside of the range of cannon fire that Francis Drake's crew managed to take. It was called the Santa Maria. This ship carried the most valuable treasure that they had found so far. Now, it had plenty of valuables and goods, but that wasn't what was important. The captain of this ship was a very experienced Portuguese pilot, a man named De Silva had a rich trove of maps that he had made and others of the South American coast, as well as in his head an intimate knowledge of the eastern coast of Brazil. Now Drake told the Silva that they were going to take the Santa Maria with him, along with he and his crew. However, when they reached Brazil, they were going to be set free, and Drake needed time to study his maps along the voyage. But after leaving the Cape Verde Islands, the men on board realized that they were absolutely not heading to Alexandria, that this was going to be a voyage heading to the Americas. Now, most of these men had told their wives and families that they would be gone a few weeks, maybe a couple of months at best. Alexandria was not that far away, respectively. But they realized they were going to be gone a much longer period of time. So on every crew, on every ship in the fleet, discord began. It was a delicate balancing act for Drake, along with the other captains on the other ships, who had to keep the men on board happy while keeping them in line. And this was when Doughty really began preaching against Francis Drake, and began growing a following and sowing the seeds of what would eventually turn to his plans for mutiny. He spoke of the injustice of this voyage, of the men being lied to. He spoke of the arrogance of Drake and the other captains. He tried to paint himself as a man who was just another member of the crew, one of these men who had been lied to by Drake and the other captains, despite the fact that he knew these plans, in fact, helped create these plans from the outset to travel to the Americas. This was a clear attempt to undermine Drake's authority and bolster his own voyage. And then he tried a new tack. As his followers grew, Doughty was becoming ever bolder. So after taking the Santa Maria, Doughty accused Francis Drake's younger brother, Thomas, of stealing from the loot they had taken from the Maria that was to go into a communal pot and putting it in his own possession. Now this enraged Francis Drake, and it's pretty understandable why. After questioning his brother and Doughty and the other men on board, a priest named Francis Fletcher claimed that it was in fact Doughty who had been stealing these goods and not Thomas Drake. Now Fletcher was not on Francis Drake's side. He was a priest, a man who was known to be completely honest. So for him to make this testimony against Doughty, well, it was almost unrefutable proof. But when Francis Drake and some of the other officers searched Doughty's cabin, they found absolutely unrefutable proof. They found Portuguese goods in his own personal holdings. Now Doughty claimed that these were gifts given to him from Portuguese sailors in order to gain themselves preferential treatment. But Drake saw through this immediately. He knew that while Doughty had been stealing from the goods taken for the communities of the crew, he had tried to blame it on Thomas Drake's brother to undermine the authority of both of the Drakes. So Drake decided to stay on board the Santa Maria, which he christened the Mary. It had some of the best provisions in the fleet, as well as the many maps and charts and Portuguese sailors that he needed to study while they crossed the Atlantic. And he sent Doughty back to the flagship of the fleet, the Pelican, and made him the captain. Now this was little more than a band-aid. It kept Doughty's pride intact, but it stopped a confrontation between Doughty and Drake, which might have ended in blood. But it also emboldened them. himself now as the captain of the flagship fleet, undeniably the man in charge of this voyage. He began to grow ever more egotistical, even to the point what you might call near madness. He claimed to the men on board the Pelican that he could bring down, quote, the devil to bear down upon the ship's company, quote, and then he threatened them with what he called his dark witchcraft. Dowdy was a noble who was well born and well educated, and he really looked down on those underneath him, especially men like Francis Drake. He saw Francis Drake as no better than any other common mariner on board. He couldn't understand why he and Francis Drake could share command on equal levels. Even worse, it upset him that the men on board respected and admired Francis Drake as one of them who had risen to prominence and was one of the best among them. They looked at Dowdy as just some sort of nobleman interloper who knew nothing about being on board a ship. They treated him with absolutely zero respect, and this enraged them. They decided to take the crew of the Pelican and make them live in fear of him as a dark sorcerer. But fear can only go so far. The men truly loved Francis Drake, and while the crew of the Pelican was too afraid to report what Dowdy was doing, Francis Drake was already suspicious of his actions and kept a close eye on him. Most of the reports from the Pelican were of Dowdy acknowledging that Francis Drake was the leader of this voyage. However, Francis Drake was receiving secret reports that this was not the case. And then, for some reason, Thomas Dowdy himself sent Francis Drake a message that was mysterious and threatening, and said that the voyage would, quote, have more need of me than I shall have of the voyage, end quote. But Francis Drake decided it was time to take action. He could no longer ignore the problem with Dowdy. So he sent his trumpeter on board one of the smaller boats over to the Pelican to collect Dowdy. Now, when the trumpeter got there, the accounts are a little. Historians consider what followed as a violent action. He was held down by the crewmen and beaten. Others see this as an old-time tradition among sailors that when they see a friend they have not seen in some months at sea, they greet him with a friendly spanking, where all the mariners hold him down and give him one swat on the bottom. Regardless, Dowdy decided to take part in what was either a friendly tradition or a violent interaction. But when he swatted his trumpeter on the bottom, the trumpeter freaked out. He said, quote, God wound Dowdy, that dost thou mean use this familiarity with me, considering thou art not the general's friend, end quote. So this trumpeter gave Dowdy the message. He was to go meet Francis Drake aboard the Mary. Now at first, Dowdy refused, and the trumpeter brought that news to Francis Drake. But when Drake realized that Dowdy was not going to come meet with him, he sailed his ship around to go meet with the Pelican in a stance meant for naval combat, and Drake was a much better sea commander than anybody on board the other ship. So he demanded that Dowdy come meet with him, and he really had no option but to obey. In a small rowboat, Dowdy went over to the Mary, and he began to climb the ladder to board her. But before he was allowed to climb over the rigging, Francis Drake was standing there, barring his way, and he said, quote, stay there, Thomas Dowdy, for I must send you to another place. Dowdy was sent back to the rowboat, and then he was sent over to the Swan, which was no more than a supply ship. Now he was officially given command of the Swan. He was the captain of the smallest ship in the fleet. However, while he was officially given command, it was made very clear to him that he was not captain of that ship. He was to be put under guard and was little more than a prisoner. Drake needed to do this to buy himself the peace that he needed to cross the Atlantic, and that crossing was mostly pretty smooth. He had time to study the maps and the charts that De Silva had in his possession on board the Mary. He began to learn more and more about the coastline of Brazil and the rest of South America. He also had something of the writings of Ferdinand Magellan, as well as the accounts of the other mariners on board Ferdinand Magellan's voyage that had survived. He was clearly learning about what the rest of the voyage was going to entail. Now, the fact that he had on board these writings of Magellan and these other mariners is somewhat significant, but not significant. We still don't know officially what Drake was supposed to be doing on this voyage. He knew he was going to be going through the Straits of Magellan, and Magellan had been the first man to do so he wanted these initial accounts. Magellan also went much further on his voyage, but we don't know as yet if Francis Drake was intending to follow in Magellan's footsteps. be set free, he was going to be forced to stay on with the Empire. His knowledge was just too valuable. And things weren't going well aboard the Swan. Thomas Doughty and the other noblemen that were part of his crew, well, they were being fed half ration. The men who were supposed to be officially in charge of this vessel were being fed half as much as a common crewman, while the actual captain, the man who was master of that ship, was eating with the crew and kept these noblemen in a state of isolation. Now, when Doughty complained about the half ration, the ship's master, the man who was essentially his jailer, the man said that he would give him, quote, something to eat that falls from my tail, end quote. This obviously enraged the nobleman Doughty, and he struck the master of the vessel. Now, the master struck him back. It came to blows, but while this wasn't something that could be called mutiny, it became quickly apparent that this small group of noblemen were no match for a large group of seasoned English West Country mariners. So they quickly backed down and shut up. But that didn't mean that Doughty had stopped flying. Now, when they finally reached sight of the coast of South America, Drake ordered that they continue sailing south. All of the Portuguese settlements along the coast had been warned of Drake's coming, and there was a Portuguese warship, a man of war, in every harbor that awaited them. They stayed out of sight of the coastline and sailed south until they were too far from any Portuguese settlements to be in any danger. It took several days for them to find a harbor that was suitable to anchor in, but finally they did. However, the Swan, the ship that Doughty was on, was nowhere to be seen. It had become lost in the storm, so Francis Drake had to go out on the Mary, find her, and bring her into the harbor. He let it be known to some of the other officers and crewmen that Drake himself attributed the fact that the Swan had become lost to Doughty's dark and vile magics. Now, this seems to me, and to many historians, as nothing more than a little bit of propaganda. Drake probably didn't believe that Doughty was in fact a dark sorcerer, but Doughty had begun spreading that rumor himself, so Drake decided to use his own lies against him to make the men believe that while he was, yes, in fact, a dark sorcerer, Francis Drake, the master of the voyage, knew of it and had him well in hand. And in fact, Drake did have him well in hand. He had a plan to deal with Doughty, but it was still a little bit early. He needed more time and a bit more evidence. While they were in harbor, Drake ordered the Swan disassembled. He said to take all of the metal fittings from the Swan, all of the supplies on board, and anything that the Swan carried, and put it on board the other ship. And then he ordered the ship burned. Now, Doughty was unhappy about this, as this was his last vestige of command. While he wasn't actually in command, he could pretend that he was captain of that vessel. And for Drake to have this vessel burned, it showed that he was no more than a prisoner. So Doughty refused to leave the Swan. He said that he was going to stay on board his ship. But Drake responded by saying that if he would not leave, he should be hoisted aboard along with the ship's tackle. So Doughty backed down. He climbed on board the Maria. But instead of staying quiet, he claimed to all the men that Drake did not have their best interests at heart, and that he, Doughty, had lost all faith in Drake's actions. So Drake lost his temper and struck Doughty across the brow, and then ordered him tied to the mainmast, along with his other men, something that the crew of the Swan, who was already on board the Mary, were happy to do, having had put up with Doughty and his nonsense for the entire crossing of the Atlantic Ocean. So after they cut him free, but before they set sail, Drake ordered Doughty aboard the Christopher, the next smallest ship in the fleet, and he sent the captain of the Christopher a message saying that he was sending them, quote, a very bad piece of mail. And he continued, the which he did not know how to carry along with him. Thomas Doughty is a conjurer, a seditious fellow, and his brother a witch, a poisoner, and such a one as the world can judge of. I cannot tell from whence he came, but from the devil, I think. End of quote. While these noblemen were kept on board, under guard, not allowed to leave the ship, nearly every other crew, including all of the officers and Drake himself, went ashore, where they met a tribe of natives. Now this tribe was friendly and met them with a very warm welcome. The English had many goods that this tribe, which lived apparently a very simple life, did not. The English played music for the tribe, which all of the young women danced, which delighted the English. So the natives gave them a the English feasted for days on peonies and their local alcohol, and even the local women. It appears that this tribe didn't have any belief in the institution of marriage, and they were allowed to couple freely, but they didn't say where left them gifts of very rich value. Even Francis Drake, giving the man who had taken a liking to his fancy red velvet cap, gave him that hat to wear, just out of the kindness of his heart. Now, this may have been something further that Francis Drake was doing to discredit Doughty. While Doughty had to be on board and under guard, Francis Drake saw that his men were having the time of their lives in this tropical paradise, that he himself was a giving and friendly man to these men. Then, after leaving port, again, the ship that Doughty was on, Christopher, became separated from the fleet. Now, there's no evidence to support it, but it seems to me that Francis Drake was building a very solid case against Thomas Doughty, so he may have sailed faster than the smallest ship in the fleet. Christopher could follow. Regardless, when they reached their next port, their next anchorage, he ordered the Christopher dismantled, all of its cargo taken off, and the ship burned. Drake claimed that he believed that the ship that had had Doughty aboard was infected by his dark sorcerer's magic, so they needed to be destroyed. Now, this became somewhat worrying to the men, I imagine, because if Doughty was to stay with them, and they had to keep burning any boat that Doughty was aboard, quickly, they were going to run out of ships. But Drake knew better. Just a few days after burning the Christopher, the fleet arrived at Port St. Julian. Port St. Julian was the location where, on his voyage, 58 years before Francis Drake, Ferdinand Magellan decided to spend the winter. It was also the location of an event known as the Eastern Mutiny, and where Ferdinand Magellan put the prime mutineer, a man named Luis Mendoza, on trial. In his book Over the Edge of the World, Lawrence Bergreen covers the aftermath of that mutiny. I'd like to read from that book about the aftermath of the mutiny. It's a fairly lengthy quote, but it's also a fairly graphic one, so if there are any cases, you might want to skip ahead a couple of months. Quote, now that the Eastern Mutiny was finally at an end, Magellan meted out punishment to the guilty parties. The mutineers were about to discover that defying Magellan was even more perilous than the most ferocious storm at sea. To begin, Magellan introduced one of his men to read an indictment, Mendoza as a traitor. The Captain General then ordered his men to draw and quarter Mendoza's body. This complicated and grotesque procedure usually began with hanging him, then cutting him down while he was only partially strangled. The executioner, or an assistant, would make an incision in the victim's abdomen, remove his intestines, and, incredibly, burn them in front of the half-dead victim. When he finally expired, his head and limbs were severed from his body, parboiled with herbs, preserve them and repel birds, and finally displayed to the public. In a variation, the victim's arms and legs were attached to 4 horses who were made to walk in opposite directions, slowly turning the victim's limbs from his body. Magellan combined elements of both. Mendoza was secured to the flagship's deck with ropes running from his wrists and ankles to the capstan, which consisted of a cable wound around a cylinder to hoist or move heavy objects. On cue, they would press levers to rotate the capstan drum, which contained sockets to check its backward movement. Bit by bit, the pressure applied to the capstan ripped Mendoza's lifeless body to pieces. Magellan directed the quartered remains be spitted and displayed as a warning of exactly how traitors would be treated. The preserved body parts of Luis and Mendoza remained visible, an indelible lesson concerning the consequences of mutiny. End quote. Francis Drake arrived at Port St. Julian, there was a ghostly memorial to that event. Some of the sailors claimed that Mendoza's armor was still there, and still others claimed that the bleached remains of Mendoza were still on display. Now, I find that somewhat hard to believe, but it definitely leaves an impression. Drake had read about Port St. Julian, the writings of Magellan. He knew what had happened here, and he suspected that there would be some evidence of that. It was here that Francis Drake had been waiting for. However, he was forced to wait to make his move. As soon as they landed, hostile natives attacked the fleet, and, although the natives were repelled, several of the men in Francis Drake's command killed. Now, Drake saw these men buried with full honor, and then he claimed that this attack was only further evidence of Doughty's witchcraft. Drake established a court in view of the scaffold of Magellan. Doughty claimed that Drake had no authority to try him here, and strictly speaking, he was actually right. Now, an official naval captain in the Royal Navy had the right to try and marry people. However, Francis Drake was not an official naval captain. While Elizabeth had backed his voyage, it was done in extreme secrecy, so there was no documentation that Francis Drake had the right to try a man like Doughty. Now Drake argued that the Queen had backed the voyage with 1,000 crowns, along with very august men like Hatton, Walsingham, and Leicester. Now these men held a lot of weight, the men on this voyage, and beyond that, Francis Drake argued that the Queen had given him the authority directly, and told his men, quote, "Lo, my master, what this fellow hath done. God will have his treacheries all known, for her majesty gave me special commandment that of all my men Lord Treasurer should not know it, but to see his own mouth hath betrayed him." End quote. Arguing that Francis Drake had been given this command and these rights by Queen Elizabeth without the knowledge of Thomas Doughty. So the trial commenced. Now Doughty was trained as a lawyer. He was very good at arguing his case, and apparently he did so with great eloquence, the kind of eloquence known only to gentlemen of Elizabethan. However, Drake appealed to men's baser desires. Doughty was a man who didn't approve of piracy, and while the Queen remained removed from those issues, Drake claimed that Doughty would take command and stop any piratical action, keeping the men from making their share of the duty. The others had signed up with Drake, knowing his reputation, expecting to take as much Spanish treasure as possible. They had not known how the voyage would teach them, but they knew that they were going to wind up rich men. Drake still had to play his cards carefully, though. He continued his argument, quote, "And now, my master, consider what a great voyage we are like to make. The like was never made out of England, for by the same the worst in the fleet shall become a gentleman. And if this voyage go not forward, which I cannot see how possible it should be if the man live, what a reproach it will be, not only unto our country, but especially unto us, the very simplest here may consider of. Therefore, my master, they that think this man worthy to die, let them with me hold up their hands." End quote. Drake had argued that if they let Doughty live, the voyage would turn back to England. They would not take any more Spanish treasure. They would not fulfill the orders of the Queen. Not only would they disappoint the Queen and her court, these men would lose out on a fortune that they would have taken in Spanish gold and treasure. Beyond that, Drake knew that they were about to embark on a voyage that would be written about in history books for the rest of time. These men would have their names remembered, and if they did not execute Doughty on this beach, they would not go through with that voyage. He was telling them that this was a historic event, and they had a choice right here, right now, whether or not to continue. The men unanimously voted to execute Thomas Doughty. In the end, Doughty met his fate bravely. You might say, like an Elizabethan English gentleman. He chose to die by the axe. He and Drake shared a sacrament, and then shared a few words that were neither heard nor recorded. Doughty begged for forgiveness, both from the men on the voyage and from God, and then, with one swing, his head was removed. Drake held his head aloft. It was the head of a mutineer, but Drake swore that there would be no further reprisal, either against Doughty's companion or his brother. During the trial, Drake had stirred the men's patriotism. He had stirred their lust for riches and their hatred of the Spanish. He had stirred even further their desire to undertake what would be the greatest voyage that England had ever known. Before setting sail, they burned the Mary. That was the last ship that had been touched by Thomas Doughty. It was also a ship that was unlikely to make it through the Strait of Magellan. And then on August 17, 1578, a full 10 months after leaving England, they set sail again. The three ships left in the fleet, the Pelican, the Elizabeth, and the Marigold, in 3 days' time, reached what's called the Cape of Birds. This was the entrance to the Strait of Magellan, and there stood a series of massive stone pillars. The men described this place solemnly, quote, "full of black stars, against which the sea beating showed, as it were, the crowdings of whales." End quote. This was a place that was alien to the men on board this English fleet. They'd never seen anything like it. And Drake realized that this was something of a historic moment that these men would remember for the rest of their lives. So he chose this as a time to commence with the ceremony. He ordered every ship in the fleet to strike its topsail in honor of Queen Elizabeth, and then commenced with the ceremony. That's not really recorded in the histories, but we can be fairly certain that the men prayed, and then what we know is that Francis Drake helped heal any wounds that were still left after the execution of Thomas Doughty, renamed his flagship. It had been the Pelican, it was rechristened the Golden Hind. The Golden Hind was the sigil of a man named Christopher Head, who was a very close friend and a patron of Doughty, but he was still a patron of the voyage, and a man that many of the men on board looked up to. The naming his ship the Golden Hind showed that this voyage still held the ideals that it set out with when Thomas Doughty was still in his right mind. After the ceremony, the men dropped their topsails back down, and the wind began to push them towards the Strait of Magellan. But that's going to do it for this week. This has already been a fairly long story. While I wanted to cover this entire voyage of Francis Drake in a single episode, we're only about halfway there, and there's still a lot to cover. Francis Drake is only getting started. Next week, Francis Drake will navigate the Strait of Magellan and emerge into a world no Englishman had ever seen. If you're enjoying the show, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. Over there, you can find some supplemental information, such as maps and works of art relating to our topics. We also have, on every episode, a list of the sources. If you're interested in learning more about any of the topics that we cover, we also have links. Go to the aidbooks.com page for that book, where you can pick up a copy if you'd like to read more about it. If you do use Books is kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. We also have an aid book search bar. If you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so on the website. There's a PayPal donate button, as well as a link to our Patreon page. That's going to patreon.com/piratehistorypodcast. There's also an Amazon search bar, so if you need to search for anything on either aidbooks or amazon.com, you can do so through the website and find enough to give you a couple of bucks. In addition to any of that, you can also leave a review on either iTunes, Stitcher, or Podbean, all of which are links on the website. When this really helps get the podcast noticed, and we really appreciate it. Once again, and most importantly, thank you. Thank you. Hello, and welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you. Last time, we talked about the first leg of that period from Plymouth, south to Africa, to the Canary Islands, across the Atlantic Ocean, the western coast of Brazil, down that coast further south, until we reached almost the south of England. If everything had gone according to plan, this would have been a relatively unremarkable period. However, due to some of the egos clashing ideology, and there was nearly a mutiny led by a man named Thomas Doughty that Francis Drake eventually had executed. This left Francis Drake with three ships: the Pelican, the Elizabeth, and America. Sailing just 2 days south, Francis Drake found the fleet of what's known as the Cape of Virgins. The Cape of Virgins was a place that was cold, and quiet. For the men on board, according to journals, solemn time for reflection. Francis Drake also reportedly held a ceremony to change the name of the ship Pelican to Golden Hind. For 2 days, the men waited for the winds to carry them towards the Strait of Magellan, for them to cross the continent of South America. In 2 days of calm reflection, the men were able to rest. For some of the men, these 2 days of calm would be the last days of calm that they would see in any month. For still others, it would be the last days of calm that they would see the rest of their lives. This is episode number 10, Masterpiece of the Unknown World, Part 2. Before we continue, I'd like to point out a couple of things about this period in the records that were done. This was a voyage that was clouded and secrecy by design. Francis Drake was ordered by Queen Elizabeth not to keep the best of records about everything. Many of these things were secret even to our closest council members in England, so he didn't want any record of them existing. Beyond that, the records that Francis Drake keeps are usually fairly questionable. Francis Drake was a man who, he was a master tactician, not just on sea, he was a master of court politics. He was a man who could turn even the worst of disasters into a he had so many great achievements in his career that they always overshadowed losses. And when things got too bad to be overshadowed, he always managed to find a scapegoat whose fault it truly was. There are some historians that believe that Thomas Sanders was not, in fact, the villain that Francis Drake was. He was merely a man that disagreed with Francis Drake's plan. And if all that failed, if Francis Drake was unable to achieve what he had planned, well, he could always turn to propaganda, something that he was extremely skilled in using. He was able to, years later, rewrite the history of New England in ways that would favor him. I mention this because so much of what we're going to be talking about this week, well, there are conflicts. Sometimes the accounts of sailors on board will conflict with the accounts of other sailors. More often, accounts of sailors on this voyage will conflict with accounts that they made later in life. When they conflict with the accounts of Francis Drake, who it became politically expedient to agree with. So to paint a clearer picture of what happened, we have to take the initial primary accounts, the journals of the sailors on board, compare them to the later accounts of Francis Drake and other men on this voyage, and then compare those with the accounts and records kept by the Spanish officials, which really are the best accounts of the most trustworthy information we have. For example, the name of the Pelican was reportedly changed to the Golden Pike. This is something that was supposedly done to heal some of the wounds created by the execution of Thomas Hart. But if that's the case, why do none of the sailors on board the Golden Hind seem to know that that's the name of the ship? From all of the accounts of the journals of the sailors on board, after they reportedly changed the name of the ship, they still call it the Pelican. Now, this might be just a force of habit, but you think some of them would have made mention of the ship changing name? None of them do. This presents us with two possibilities. First of all, that Francis Drake did change the name, but not in a massive ceremony that many men were aware of. It was more something for him and the officers. But more likely, Francis Drake didn't change the name at all. Not at least in the lifetime of either Francis Drake or Queen Elizabeth. The Pelican was a symbol Queen Elizabeth had adopted to show her love for the English people and her right to be the head of the English church. It was something that was a very big deal for her, so it seems strange that Francis Drake would have changed it. And really, the first written account that we have of the name of the Golden Hind doesn't come until 1593, and the author even feels the need to clarify that when he's discussing the Golden Hind, he means the ship Pelican. It was another 50 years before we see the name the Golden Hind appear in written form again. This was from a work that reportedly was trying to turn Francis Drake from, quote, a real man into a national legend, end quote. Now I'm going to call the ship the Golden Hind because that's what history accepts it as. And really, the name of the ship is inconsequential, but it points to that larger problem. The histories of this time, while we have a lot of documentation, aren't always exactly the clearest picture of what's happening on a day-to-day basis. To really fill that in, to really paint a fun picture and a clear narrative, sometimes you have to wade into the waters of history. So beware of that. After 3 days of waiting, the wind finally pushed the fleet towards the Strait. Almost immediately, we run into these conflicts in the accounts once again. The Fletcher manuscript, one of the primary documents about this voyage, records that, quote, within small time, continuing our way, we chanced with 3 islands a little distant from another, at 2 whereof we arrived and gave the names of all of them. The first we named Elizabeth, the second Bartholomew, they being called by this name, and the last, George, his island, according to the custom of our country. End quote. But then, from contemporary accounts, journals at the time, there are some differences. For example, quote, Captain Francis went sailing toward the strait, which was in 52 degrees. At the entrance he found 3 small islands. He landed on one and called it Elizabeth. Here there were many featherless birds which could not fly. End quote. And another account, quote, we came unto 2 islands named by Sir Francis Drake, the one Bartholomew Island, because he came thither on the 10th day, and the other Penguin Island. And another account by John Winter, quote, the 20th day of this month at night we entered the strait, in the midst of whereof we found the island, and we found a certain sea fowl, with which the island is most abundantly stored. Here, which was so many as served 140 men 7 weeks. So the number of islands found differed. The names of the islands found differed. Sometimes the names of the islands aren't discussed at all. The one thing all of the accounts seem to agree upon is that penguin is delicious. You see, that was actually probably the most important thing to the men at the time, was that they found an island filled with delicious and easy to kill birds. It was only later it became a matter of politics for them to say that they named the island after Elizabeth and St. George and St. Bartholomew to raise the patriotic fervor surrounding the voyage. They had in front of them the Strait of Magellan. That's nearly 400 miles long. At times, it becomes dangerously narrow, and other times dangerously shallow. It's a maze of forks and dead ends that's nearly impossible to navigate without deep starts. At first, it's a really easy voyage, but then, at about 150 miles in, the current changes. The water begins to work against you. There are whirlpools and eddies that threaten to throw you off course. For most of this period, it's impossible to throw a gauge down to see how deep the water is, because your rope will begin to fray. And then you begin to lose sight of the horizon. On either side of you, mountains begin to tower above you, with snow-capped peaks, and frigid winds begin to blow between them. Drake encountered this. At about the 150-mile point, a storm arose, pushing the ship backward, and they had to fight for the rest of the passage to get through. It was freezing and difficult, and the men got almost no rest. It took a full 14 days for Francis Drake to make it through the Strait of Magellan. It had taken Magellan himself, however, 37. Now you might ask yourself, why, if the Strait of Magellan is so dangerous, is it something to use? It's located very far south, almost at the tip of South America, so why not just sail around? Well, the seas surrounding that southern tip of South America are nearly constantly assaulted by Arctic storms. The air is filled with fog and ice, and it's extremely difficult to find your way, which is exactly what Francis Drake and his ship encountered when they left the Strait of Magellan. No Englishman had ever been through the Pacific Ocean. They were working off charts that the Portuguese had. However, they had no Spanish charts, so no it took them a full 2 days seeing nothing but cold, icy blue sea before they decided to turn back and head toward the Strait of Magellan to try and find another way. That is when the fleet became hopelessly lost and turned around. At first, they accidentally re-entered the Strait of Magellan, which they didn't intend to do. And then, for weeks, they floundered in a constant rain, a fog. They had no sun to see by, and they even, for a period of time, witnessed a full solar eclipse. This must have seemed like something of a terrible omen. It appears that Drake even sailed very far south, so far south that he found the tip of South America and grounded it before realizing his mistake and turning back. This makes him the first European to do so. Somehow, miraculously, this tiny fleet managed to stay together through all of this. The three ships never got separated from one another. Until then, one night, the men on board the Pelican, or the Golden Hind, and the Elizabeth were awoken by what they reported later as fearful cries. The 29 men aboard the Marigold were screaming for help. The men on board the other two ships, they stared into the darkness. They couldn't see the other ship they were facing where the horrific scenes were coming from, until, suddenly, the night was silent. When the sun rose the next morning, the Marigold was gone, nowhere to be seen. The two remaining ships, the Golden Hind, captained by Francis Drake, and the Elizabeth, captained by John Winter, decided to drop anchor and wait in a small bay. But Drake's ship, the Hind, due to the current and the tide, was anchor capable. It lost its anchor and began to drift off into the ocean. When John Winter noticed it, he gave chase to the Golden Hind, and for 2 days he managed to keep the other ship in sight. However, then, on the third day, he lost sight of Drake's ship, so he decided to head into a harbor back at the mouth of the Strait of Magellan to wait for him. For 2 weeks, John Winter waited, but he had no sign of Francis Drake or the Golden Hind. So, the Elizabeth headed east, back to the Strait of Magellan, and back to England. This was the first news that Elizabeth or anybody in London had of the voyage of Francis Drake. She learned of several of their misfortunes, of the execution of Thomas Doughty, and she also learned that Francis Drake had successfully made it into the Pacific Ocean, the first English captain to do so. What she didn't know Here's the following. Several men who claimed to have been aboard the Narrows, as well as men who were on a small team from the fleet, and 8 men who were marooned in the ship of Magellan, well, they turned up in England claiming to have been a part of it. It's almost impossible for us to prove that these were actually who they claimed to be, but if there were some questions about it, it's possible that these sailors were on the Narrows, and their screams were nothing more than a ruse so that they could escape the fleet and reportedly tyrannical command of Francis Drake. If they convinced the rest of the fleet that the Marigold had been sunk, it's possible that Francis Drake wouldn't follow them and try to rescue them. Now, the accounts of the Elizabeth, the other ship that sailed back to England, those are conflicted as well. John Winter claimed that he wanted to wait for Francis at an appointed meeting spot, but the men on board decided not to, took command, bringing the ship back to England. However, the men on board claimed that it was John Winter's plan all along, after becoming separated from Francis Drake, that they would sail immediately back to England. It appears that John Winter was believed because he was treated warmly by Elizabeth, and there was no retribution against him as there would have been had he been actually separated. However, we can't really know what happened on board. There are no records. But then there's even a third possibility. It's possible that Drake himself was actively trying to lose the rest of his fleet. You see, after becoming separated, John Winter waited in the harbor that he and Francis Drake agreed upon as a meeting place should they become separated. And Francis Drake, sailing back north, sailed less than a day away from this meeting place. It would have taken him almost no time to go and see if John Winter was at this meeting. But he sailed on and continued north to find the coast of Chile. So maybe he didn't want these other men on the voyage, men who had been troublesome on the voyage up till now, realized that it was just him and the most loyal men on this voyage that were aboard the Golden Hind who would have less trouble. So Drake sailed directly after floundering around in the South Seas and he was desperate that he find some land that would have something to eat on. You see, the men on board the Hind hadn't had anything to eat except for veal and penguin meat for weeks and weeks, and they were all suffering from scurvy. Drake found the Chilean finally on November 25th on what was known as the island of Mocha. Now there they managed to collect food and water, they got more seal and more penguin meat, and they found an herb that Drake reportedly knew of that had medicinal properties. So they made a tea out of this herb. When they drank, it would cure all but 2 of the men of scurvy who still succumbed to it. So finally, Francis Drake, along with his Portuguese pilot, and the most loyal men on this voyage, had made it to the western coast of South America. Silva had heard of this island as they found it. It was relatively well known. It was near a town called La Imperial, which was near one of the most productive gold mines in South America. Now, this was a region where the Spanish harvested slaves from all along the coast from the native tribes. However, this island, this island was called Tierra de Guerra, translated into English, the island of war. These natives were extremely hostile to the Spanish, and they didn't see any difference between the white Spanish and the white English that had landed. Silva attempted to warn Drake, who was already seasick. The natives attacked, killing several of the Englishmen, including, unfortunately for those who had been injured, the ship's surgeon. So they had nobody on board who had any real medical knowledge. Drake himself had been hit with 2 arrows, one in the hand and one just above his eye. As they got in the boat and tried to row away, some of the natives grabbed the oars and killed yet more Englishmen with the oars themselves before the English were able to escape. This taught a couple of important lessons to Francis. First, he learned exactly how the natives in the region felt about the Spanish and Europeans in general, and realized that he was going to have to be very careful in his dealings. But he also learned where he was, how close he was to some of the most productive gold and silver mines in all of the world. His men had just been through a battle, and he and his ship were in no way prepared to attack the harbor at La Imperial, where there was certain to be a lot of gold and silver, but had no hope of taking it. They retreated just a little further north to a very small harbor at a place called Quintero. It was a perfect pirate cove, the exact kind that you'd imagine from all of this. It was small, it was secluded, difficult to see from the ocean, and only a few days away from ships that should be filled with Spanish treasure. So the English recuperated there for a little while and licked their wounds. When they came across a native man that could fishing, they spoke to this man, a man named Felipe, who spoke Spanish. So they were able to communicate. But Felipe didn't have any luck. Felipe offered him. He said that if Felipe could give them any information or perhaps guide them to any Spanish ship in the region, he would be paid. Exactly what Felipe did. See, there was a port that was even closer to where the English were, not La Imperial, a place called Valparaiso. There was a single ship in the harbor. Not only was it unguarded, but it was on the Pacific coast of South America, a region that only Spanish ships sailed. No sailors from England or France or Portugal ever sailed these waters before. When the Golden Hind sailed into harbor, well, it must have been weather-beaten, covered in barnacles, and looked terrible. But this ship at Valparaiso had no reason to suspect that it was anything other than a friendly ship. When the English put a boat in the water and rowed it over to the other ship, the men on board this Spanish vessel beat their drums and opened up a cask of wine to welcome their brothers on board. But the very first Englishman who climbed aboard, he smiled, he drew his saber, struck the ship's pilot with the hilt above his eye, and screamed, "Abajo, perro!" Low, dog. The crew was locked below decks almost immediately. The Spanish had been caught completely unaware. This was one of the easiest prizes that Francis Drake was ever going to take in his entire career. It was a pretty rich prize. While the English looted this vessel, they sent 2 boats ashore to loot the town nearby. Now, there wasn't all that much there. They took food and drink and probably took some of the local women. But then they ransacked the local church, where they took the chalice and some of the vestments there and other religious articles, which Francis Drake handed to the ship's pastor as something of a joke. He laughed it off and then threw this paraphernalia overboard into the ocean. Now, the Spanish vessel was called La Capitana. They found chests of gold somewhere in the realm of, well, there was recorded gold, about 25,000. And then it was reported later, a lot of gold that wasn't on the manifest. Gold that probably equaled somewhere upwards of 200,000 acres. They took that gold, and they took the wine. But then Francis Drake, searching the captain's cabin, found a treasure that was so valuable that he wound up presenting it to the queen upon returning home. It was a series of charts that detailed the reports on the Pacific coast, as well as the shipping lanes and sailing instructions for any Spanish captain to get to all of the ports. It was a wealth of information Francis Drake was going to use for the rest of his voyage to his benefit and to the benefit of everyone on board. He took this information, as well as the pilot of La Capitana, a man named Riego. He was able to translate and read all of these Spanish shipping charts. Then he even took the ship itself. There was a single ship, finally, from a small fleet. Drake sailed back to the small bay and left Felipe free, paying him pretty handsomely for his help. It was something that he could definitely afford. See, this had been a rich haul, and the men were finally content on this. It had been months at sea so far, taking very little in the way of Spanish gold or treasure, and now they had taken a pretty massive prize. They had all sorts of delicious food and wine, and many comforts of the flesh. They were finally able to relax, and Francis Drake had some time to think. He knew that it wasn't going to be this easy the entire voyage. The fleet was going to have to stay ahead of any Spanish movement. If word got to the capital in Lima, then there would definitely be a fleet sent out to defend these Spanish waters against this English incursion. Francis Drake had to stay on the move and quickly to avoid that happening. He also had to wait, however, just in case. If the Elizabeth or the Marigold was still in the region, they had agreed to meet at a certain rendezvous point, and he waited there for a few days, hoping to meet with them. However, while they waited, a mounted unit of 50 Spanish soldiers ambushed them. As they charged down the beach toward the English waiting there, they sent off a volley of shots. Only one man was hit. He lay on the beach, bleeding, as the rest of the English retreated in their ship. The Spanish cut off his head and put it on a pike, riding up and down the beach, parading it as the English retreated in their boat. Francis Drake would attempt to retake the beach so that they could bury their headless probably unsuccessful. They retreated and found a small bay a little further north, far from any Spanish settlement. The territory was filled with hostile natives, but Drake made no move. He stayed just on the beach. Now, the natives watched with intentness, but they didn't attack. The English really needed to make some repairs to the Golden Sign. They careened the ship. They were able to clean the hull of any barnacles and patch any holes in the hull. While they were doing this, they brought up all of the guns that were in the hold. There were a total of 18 on board, and they finally put them all in place. There were 7 on either side below decks, and up top, there were 4 heavy. This was a ship that was armed to the teeth. It had many more guns on it than any of the Spanish ships in the region. These waters had never seen anything like it. They spent the time, as well, putting together a small tank that was on board the Hind, one of those small ships that could be used for going up and down rivers and traveling between ships. But while they were constructing this and making repairs to the Hind, there was a battle on land between another mounted Spanish cavalry and the natives who were standing guard on the beach. The English refused this battle, and after it was over, the natives returned to their positions to watch the English. Francis Drake realized that this land was too dangerous for any Spanish messengers to get through. Nobody was going to reach Lima overland, and the man that he had taken captive, that Spanish pilot, Diego, he assured Francis Drake that there were no other Spanish ships besides his in the region. So Drake and Diego realized that no word had reached the Spanish in Lima of their action. Francis Drake was still free to go about his business. For a while, they found only a few small villages. They took some food and water, they probably desecrated the church, and usually they took a guide that would lead them to their next stop for water and food. And then at one point, Francis Drake saw light on the shore as they were anchored at night. He sent a small boat to investigate. And what the men found was a campfire smoldering with a man sleeping next to it. And 7 llamas that were standing there heavily laden with chests. When they opened them, they found that these 7 chests contained bars and bars of silver. So the men loaded up their small boat and rowed back to the ship. The man who was sleeping, never having woken up. I imagine it was something of a surprise. The fleet continued very quickly. Whenever they chanced upon a ship, they would seize it and take anything on board. They took a couple of small barks that had some silver on board, but mostly they were moving at breakneck speed. The men became aware that Francis Drake was racing towards Lima. He was trying to get any word of their actions to the Spanish captain. He thought he would be able to intercept the Spanish treasure, once again, steal all of King Philip's gold. But the men were growing restless. The coast was rich with villages, women, and ships that probably had some treasure. They really hadn't taken anything of any real note since they first entered. So Francis Drake took that into account. They stopped at a port called Orio. It was a place famous for its gold and silver, even more well known than Imperial. In the harbor, they fell upon another bark, and once again, this bark had some silver, but it really wasn't much. Well, unfortunately, on board they only found some linen and wine and a few other things, which they took, but it really wasn't anything that they were happy with. And unfortunately, for the small prize, well, they had some misfortune. Another ship that was in port at a reef that didn't seem like it had anything worthwhile on board unfurled its sails and headed out of the port, heading north, which was exactly the direction that Francis Drake did not want any ships going. So the men stopped ransacking the vessel and headed back to Golden Island. They gave chase to the ship, trying to catch it. However, this ship was smaller and lighter than the Hind was, so it was able to move a little bit faster. And Francis Drake, though he chased it for days, was unable to catch it. He thought it likely that he would be able to capture the ship at the next port they came. When he arrived, he found hordes of Spanish citizens on the shore, jeering at him, pointing at the English and laughing, and screaming insults. Apparently, a mere 2 hours before, a ship full of gold bullion, truly a part of the Spanish treasure fleet, had left this harbor, hearing news that the English were coming. It was clear to Drake that news of his exploits was outpacing him, so he had to think fast. He told the men that instead of taking any ship that they found, seeing what was on board, they would have to start looking for information, choosing their targets much more carefully. Now, one of the next few ships they took did have some information. It had a captain that knew a lot about ships in the region. And I found out that there were 2 ships worth taking. Now, one in a port nearby, readying to leave the town. The other ship had already left port and was on its way. Rick had would it be the smarter move to head to that port and take whatever was on that ship, or to hurry past it and catch the ship that was already on its way, fully laden with all the silver and gold? Francis Drake decided to play it safe and head to port to take that ship that was waiting to be launched. When they took the ship, again, very easily, there was almost nothing on board. There were a couple of chests of silver and silk, which was a decent haul, but not what Francis Drake needed, not what the men were expecting. Unfortunately, while they were in port, the harbor master noticed there was some activity going on aboard the Golden Hind that he had never seen before. He went out to investigate what was happening. He rowed his boat over to the Hind, and when he started to climb aboard, he saw a musket barrel shoved into his boat. He fell back into his boat and began rowing away. Francis Drake ordered his men to work faster. They had to unload the ship and get out of the harbor as soon as possible. Before they were done, another ship sailed into port, almost blocking Francis Drake and the Hind. Francis Drake had his ship captured and opened fire on the ship called the San Cristobal. Now, the San Cristobal fired back. They traded volleys for some time, but Francis Drake was able to move. Unfortunately, he saw that on shore the militia was being raised, and ships in the harbor were getting ready to chase after him. Francis Drake had to move quickly. Finally, the wind filled their sails and they were able to leave the harbor, leaving all these other ships behind for the time being. Now, Drake had two priorities. First, escape these ships and the militia that were going to be killing him. Second, to catch that other ship, the ship that had already left port that was going to be filled with all sorts of recruiting. This ship was known. It was called the Nuestra Senora de la Concepcion. It named affectionately by its crew the Cacafuego. You might remember me mentioning this ship in one of our first episodes. Translated into English, it's the Shipfire. The Cacafuego was a merchant vessel. It had its hold filled with heavy bars and coins of silver and gold. It was not going to be moving very quickly. Francis Drake, if he moved, would definitely be able to overtake him. This is what he attempted to do. He let his men know that the first person who saw the Cacafuego on the horizon would be given a gift of gold. And they set out in chase. Not only in chase, but also trying to outrun the other ships that were tailing him to catch Francis Drake's ship. While in pursuit, Francis Drake took another Spanish vessel that had something around 24,000 pieces of gold on it. And for a night or so, Francis Drake considered adding this ship to his fleet. He saw the kind of guns it had aboard, the shape of its sails, and thought that it might make a decent addition, but he decided to abandon that. And then, taking both ships' guns, he left the other Spanish ship that he had selected as well. He set them adrift with all of the cargo on board. He needed as much speed and as much firepower as he was able to make. So, back down to his own ship, Francis Drake set out to catch the Cacafuego. He'd learned, taking that Spanish ship, that it was only a few days ahead. He was very close. And on March 1st, John Drake spotted the Cacafuego's sails. He did get that golden reward, but Francis Drake had some planning to do. The Golden Hind was a much faster ship than the Cacafuego. With its sails unfurled and full of wind, it was much faster than the Spanish ship. That was good if he was trying to catch up to it. However, he needed to slow down and come up alongside the Spanish vessel. Now, if he did so by furling his sails, the Spanish vessel would become suspicious and flee, which so would probably lose Francis Drake. If he needed a way that he could slow down while not appearing to do so, he ordered a number of jugs filled with water tied to anchors, and then thrown aside. They dragged behind his ship, unseen by the Cacafuego, slowing him down enough that though his sails were entirely unfurled, it appeared that he was moving slower and slower. The Golden Hind came up alongside the Cacafuego, and its captain, a man named San Juan de Anton, called out to the English ship. At first, he asked the captain the name of the vessel, and a man on board gave a false Spanish name, but the man who was captain of the Cacafuego never heard of it and was deeply suspicious. So he called out that the other ship should strike its sails in the name of King Philip. There was a pause, but then a reply came. Strike your sails in the name of the Queen of England. But the Anton was stunned. He knew that these men were no friends of his. He replied, English, I order you strike your sails. And Drake replied to him, come and do it yourself. Then the Golden Hind opened fire. very first volley took out the mizzen mast of the Fuego. There was a hail of musket shots, cannon fire, and arrows raining down upon the Cacafuego. Drake himself tells this tale the best. Quote, what seemed to be about 60 harquebuses were shot, followed by many arrows which struck the side of the ship, and chain balls that from a heavy piece of ordnance carried away the mizzen and sent it to the sea with its sail and lateen guard. After this, the English shot another great gun, shouting again, strike sail, and immediately a pinnace slayed around port until 40 archers climbed up the channels of the shrouds and entered the ship, while, at the opposite side, the English ship was laid aboard. It was thus that they forced San Juan's ship to surrender. They seized him and carried him to the English ship, where he saw the corsair Francis Drake, who was removing his helmet and coat of mail. Drake embraced him, saying, have patience, for such is the usage of war, and immediately ordered him to be locked up in the cabin in the sea. It was the greatest prize that Francis Drake had taken on this voyage. The hold was full of victuals the ships needed, delicious things such as fruits, wine, and rum. They also found, quote, a certain quantity of jewels and precious stones, 13 chests of real plate, 80 pounds weight in gold, 26 tons of uncoined silver, 2 very fair silver drinking bowls, and, like trifles, valued in all about 360,000 This equals, translated to modern dollars, almost $50 million on a single ship. This was the prize that Francis Drake had been. It was clear to Drake, as well as the other Englishmen on the voyage, that they no longer had the free rein that they had had previously. After taking this ship, such a rich haul, the Spanish would be out for them in force, so they had to move. They unloaded nearly all of the treasure onto the Golden Hind, and they began discussing with the Spaniards what their plans were. If you think back to last week's episode, Francis Drake, that private, slightly burned document, was told that he should return the same way that he came. That would be going back down south, all the way to Strait of Magellan, through it, and then up the coast of Brazil, and back across the Atlantic Ocean. That was what Francis Drake told the men on board the Cacafuego that he planned to do. He let them know that his plans were to set them free and then leave Spanish territory forever. Then he held a meeting with two members of his Portuguese pilot Silva and the Spaniards, telling them that he had lied to the Spaniards on the other ship and that he intended, in fact, to go back via Acapulco. Then, the very next day, he released Riego and De Silva. They told the Spanish when they were picked up that Francis Drake had lied to them, that he was, in fact, going via Acapulco instead of directly down south, so the Spanish were thrown off the scent and headed back down south. Now, what Drake had told both the Spaniards and the two members of his crew were lies. He didn't intend to go back south at all. After telling them this information, he headed north a little bit up the coast, stopping in Panama and Guatemala for water, taking a couple more vessels, but then he headed out to sea, due west, and then turned course, heading directly north. He sailed north past modern-day Guatemala, past modern-day Mexico, past the entirety of the Spanish Main. He sailed north until he left behind what any European would consider civilization. He continued sailing north, further and further, until fog enshrouded his ship. Then, finally, he made landfall. Now, it's almost impossible to know where Francis Drake made landfall. There are a lot of theories around. In California, there's a place known as Drake's Bay, where, for many years, it's been assumed Drake made his landfall. In a lot of ways, it fits the description that Drake left behind. However, a wealth of new information has come to us in the last few years that put this theory into question. After the theory was no longer seen as a fact, the floodgates opened, and people all along the western seaboard of North America began claiming that they had information that they knew exactly where Francis Drake made landfall. It seems, though, that the best theory actually comes near Vancouver. Wherever it was precisely, we can assume from how Drake described the area that they landed somewhere in the Pacific Northwest on June 6, 1579. Now, there was a tribe of natives that lived in the area that met Drake with a very warm reception. This was probably this tribe's first encounter ever with white Europeans. So the two groups traded, and the natives examined the newcomers and their strange clothes and armor. They saw the ship these men had come on, and they wondered at it. These were all highly strange oddity. Their king even came down to the beach to meet the king and held a ceremony. Drake recorded this account. He said, quote, "It was their intent, the king himself, with all the sweet song, set a crown upon his head, enriched his neck with all their chains, and offering unto him many other things, honored him by the name Yo, because they were not only visited of the gods, for so they still judged us to be, but the great and chief God, who now become their God, their king and patron. The man that the king gave the crown was Francis. They believed him to be a king of the gods, and Drake held a ceremony directly after, holding aloft a scepter that the king of the native tribe had given him, and claiming that these people were now watched over by his patron, Queen Elizabeth. This might seem to people with modern sensibilities like something that's got to be nothing but historical propaganda by Francis. However, it's actually quite likely that these people did believe that the visiting English were gods. This is something that really happened all throughout history. No matter who you are on this planet, it's almost guaranteed that somewhere in your history you have ancestors who met a technologically superior civilization and built myths around them. Whether it be gods or angels or even aliens, most cultures and most peoples have gone through the exact same experience. You see this with tribes that the Egyptians encountered, with tribes that the Roman Empire encountered, and the Persians encountered. You see this all the way throughout history, up until even as recently as World War II. There were tribes who lived on islands of the Pacific Theater that had never seen anybody who was not a member of their community until Allied forces came to their island and built airstrips. Now that these communities are finally beginning to move out and make contact with the rest of the world, we're seeing that they in fact built altars and almost a religious mythology around these gods that visited. They built airstrips and planes out of the rudimentary materials that they have available. So I don't think it's accurate or treated with them, and traded with them, and even learned some of their language. And there are, in fact, members of native tribes in the Pacific Northwest that claim that they still have myths of white-skinned deities coming to visit them long in their past. And many of these tribes believe that this is, in fact, a visitation by Francis Drake. So Francis Drake and the English stayed there for some time. They even named this place. They named it Nova Albion, which is, in the Latin, New England. It was really England's first colony on North America, although nothing was ever come. After several months of preparation, Francis Drake left Nova Albion. He probably traveled for a little while further north. It's clear from the latitude and longitude that they did travel further north than we believe Nova Albion. It's likely that in that private meeting with Queen Elizabeth, he had actually been given orders to travel as far north as he felt he could search for the western end of the Northwest Passage. While Francis Drake was on this voyage, that other explorer, Martin Frobisher, was exploring the eastern coast of North America, looking for the Northwest Passage. He believed that if they could find the two ends, they could prove that there was, in fact, a Northwest Passage, a way for England to get to the Indies and the riches of Asia. However, of course, Francis Drake didn't find it. He found several inlets and mapped it fairly thoroughly, but nothing that proved to him that there was a Northwest Passage. It holds full Spanish riches, fresh food and water. They traveled west, out into the Pacific Ocean. However, it took a full 68 days for them to make the crossing before they encountered an island that actually parallels once again Ferdinand Magellan. They made their first landfall on September 30th. It was a small Micronesian island with a tribe that greeted the English warmly. However, that warm greeting was somewhat misleading. This tribe had a custom of communal ownership of all their property. Nothing belonged to any one person, and they would share freely whatever they needed with whomever needed it. If you needed a tool or an article of clothing or whatever it may be, you could go take that from whoever had it at the time, and there would be no ill will or retribution at all. And they could do the same to you. Anything that was in your possession at the time, they could come and use freely. When Ferdinand Magellan made his landfall, he and his men were stunned by this. They didn't realize that these men were merely trying to share, as was their custom. They saw this island as a group of men that were stealing from them. Anything that these people wanted, they would just take off the person of the European. They saw this as an act of theft, and they attacked in retribution. This is exactly what happened when Francis Drake made landfall. The natives, Francis Drake believed they wanted to trade, but instead, they just began taking whatever caught their eye, whatever they were curious about, and wanted to see how it worked. And of course, one of the Englishmen shot some of the natives attacked in kind. There was a short battle, but the English escaped with most of their possessions intact. Francis Drake called this island the Island of Thieves. This was, in fact, the same island that Ferdinand Magellan was killed. These were the ancestors of the same native people that assassinated them on their beach. It stopped again in the Moluccas, what are called the Spice Islands, which is not something that was a big stop for Francis Drake, but it must have been significant to them on a psychological level. This was the place that all of the plans for England or any of the other European nations to make it to the Far East, this was where all of the riches that they desired came from. This is where cloves, cinnamon, certain types of peppers, all of the spices that fetched such a high price in Europe came from. However, this late in the game, the Spanish were no longer really present in the Spice Islands. While the Portuguese were still in this region, Southeast Asia, they were really truly hated and lived a somewhat defensive existence. They rarely left their compound. Francis Drake, an Englishman, met with the Sultan of the area, a man named Babu, and though he didn't really have the political authority, he went ahead and opened up diplomatic relations with this Sultan. They began discussing how they would ally themselves. Francis Drake even offered the Sultan as many English ships as he needed to oust the Portuguese from their waters. The Sultan, after receiving several gifts, gave Francis Drake and his men 6 tons of cloves, one of the most valued spices in all of the world. On top of all of the riches, silver and gold, he had some of the most valuable cargo to date now in his hold. Francis Drake headed further west, through the Indian Ocean. The rest of the voyage, well, aside from coming upon a route that was very shallow and running aground, which nearly ended the voyage in its tracks, there was really very little else in it. In fact, there's very little else recorded. Aside from when they finally rounded the Cape of Good Hope in Africa, there's almost nothing, despite the fact that there were many feats of navigation and seamanship that this crew could have recorded and failed. It seems that they must have been truly eager to get home. It wasn't until September 26, 1580, when the record of a fisherman who was fishing the English Channel remembers that a worn and weather-beaten ship, heavily lilting, made its way into Plymouth Sound. The fisherman remembers a stocky, heavily bearded man with curly red hair leaning over the ship and asking him, "Is Elizabeth still queen?" The fisherman replied to him, "Aye, in fine health." The fisherman records that he saw that as something of a strange question for a stranger to ask him, who was on an English ship, speaking English and flying the flag of St. George. Of course, Elizabeth was still queen. But Francis Drake and his men had been away from home for almost 3 entire years. Drake was to find that that question was not ill-advised. The 3 years that he had been away had proved difficult for both the country of England and its queen Elizabeth. In many ways, they were some of the most challenging the ship had faced. Now, Francis Drake was soon to meet, and in that meeting, he would discover that while Elizabeth was still queen, she and the nation desperately needed the help of Sir Francis Drake. And with that, the return of Francis Drake, I think that's a good place to leave off. This voyage changed things. While Francis Drake's other expeditions to the Caribbean had worsened tensions between England and Spain, this really showed the Spanish and the rest of the world what the English were capable of in a naval sense. And it changed the dynamic between all of the nations. Next week, we're going to look into what was happening in Europe during the first 2 voyages of Francis Drake, as well as on this very long circumnavigation globe. We're going to look at a lot of the political factors and some of the religious ones that are turning burner up to a boiling. Things are getting ready to explode. We're going to look at the factors that are going to lead to the greatest of Francis Drake and Queen Elizabeth people. If you're enjoying the show, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. Over there, you can find some supplemental information, such as maps and works of art relating to our topic. We also have, on every episode, a list of resources. If you're interested in learning more about any of the topics that we cover, the resource lists also have links. Go to the aidbooks.com page for that book, where you can pick up a copy of anything you'd like to read more about. If you do use that service, Aidbooks is kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. We also have an Aidbooks bar at the website. If you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so at the website. There's a PayPal donate button, as well as a link to our Patreon page. That's going to patreon.com/piratehistorypodcast. There's also an Aidbooks and Amazon search bar, so So, if you need to search for anything on either abook or Amazon.com, please go to the website and find enough book. In addition to any of that, you can also leave a review on either iTunes, Stitcher, or Podbean, all of which we have links to on the website. Doing this really helps get the podcast noticed, and we really appreciate it. Once again, and most importantly, thank you. Thank you. Hello, welcome to the Pirate Podcast. My name is Francis. He found that the situation died. Both voyages of John Hawkins and the War were really English campaigns for what was really an international war. The war was largely medical. It took place mostly in smaller conflicts and battles rather than outright war. But in months, it was something that could truly be called a war. In France, the Huguenot forces were entrenched against the forces of the King, and there had been really a long civil war. In the Low Countries, for much of our story today takes place, things were moving from the realm of diplomacy and conflict to outright warfare. Now, the armies of both the Huguenot forces of the French and the Dutch army were well trained, but they were really no match for the French and Spanish armies. These were two of the greatest armies of the world, backed not only by their respective kings, but by the full force of the Catholic Church. So the Protestant forces, both the Huguenots and the English, all turned to a third option. Instead of facing these armies alone, they faced them as two, so they had a better chance. Now, while the Spanish did have the greatest navy in the world, unparalleled by anyone else in the West, we learned that you don't need more ships than a massive armada to take on a reasonable power. You need the smallest of quick, smaller vessels, manned by sailors who, while perhaps lacking more fiber, possessed a will to protect their cause. This is episode number 11. To understand today's story, we're going to begin to take a step back. We've talked about the Seabeggars before. We've talked about the Low Countries. They've always been footnotes. They've been background characters in the story of the century. They're going to be important players in the story that we need to take a closer look at. The Low Countries, well, that's the 16th century for what is today comprised of Netherlands, Belgium, and even the name Netherlands in German and Dutch means the Low Countries. Now, these countries don't have as rich a past as most of the rest of Europe. Compared to Italy or Germany or Spain or France or England, they're all relatively new somewhere on the planet. The whole region was largely uninhabited for most of its history. While there were some people living in certain select areas, it was difficult for any region to build a civilization. It wasn't really possible to build much in the way of towns or cities until the Romans arrived and began industrializing the area. You see, the Low Countries are on the North Sea and the English Channel. They're that region where the Rhine enters Europe, and they're a very marshy, swampy area. That same region is famous for their dikes, and it was the Romans who built really the first system of dikes in the Low Countries. The Roman border in continental Europe was essentially the Rhine. They had it extremely well defended. They had it defended all the way up to the North Sea. They built forts and defenses. In order to land and fortify these forts, they built roads, and because of the problem of frequent flooding in the marshy basin of the area, they had to build these roads on raised embankments. And these embankments really were the first system of dikes that dried out some of the Low Countries and allowed people to start inhabiting the region full time. Now, the post-Roman history of the region is extremely complex. Due to all the flooding and the politics of Europe at the time, things were very difficult to follow, but really, this is important to us. What is important to realize is that what became known as the Low Countries never really had a centralized government. Occasionally, one man or another would gain power under and unify some of the Low Countries, but for the most part, they were essentially city-states that had a cultural significance to each other, but weren't really politically aligned. They had something of a democratic aspect to them. Most of the people of the Low Countries didn't seem to want a single overlord over all of them. The cities in the Low Countries, such as Antwerp and Amsterdam, they usually had a governing body, a city council, led mostly by white men who were opposed to the community, but they had a more democratic what was order. Now, the 17 regions called the states, well, they did have feudal lords, but those lords gave their people certain what were called these privileges are something that today we consider right. Usually they were an exemption for benefit people who were, or sometimes it was the right to govern themselves in their city. Almost all of these provinces had an independent court of law, which could be tried by a jury of their peers instead of by the local lord or. Now that's not to say the church wasn't powerful in most countries. It was. It was the most powerful organization in Europe and had as much influence on the people in the low countries as ever. However, the low countries weren't always kind of a hotbed for it was the place that birthed and housed men like Erasmus and Rotterdam, who, though he was Catholic his entire life, was famously critical of some of the church's less sacred aspects at the time. This was something that was very common in the region. They were notorious free thinkers. Now, most people in a low country, if you were to hear one of them refer, I think even today, to the Indian, they wouldn't be referring to a foreign power. Usually, they would be talking about the sea. Life in this region was centered around the sea. It was a constant threat in the form of flooding, as well as really the thing that kept them alive. You see, farming was a dicey proposition in this country. They usually didn't have farmland for very long, and if it flooded with seawater, that land wasn't too good to farm on. So most of the people in the local made their money and their fortune through trade and merchant activity. And due to that, the major trading hub in all of northern Europe was the city of Antwerp. Now again, we've talked about Antwerp on the show before. It was that city that was closely allied with England, largely because they bought nearly all of England's wool, the prime export of the English countryside. And cities in the region would send that wool in the form of the finest cloth made in all of Europe. Now people from all over Europe would come to Antwerp to buy that cloth. They would trade things such as spices and fine wine, riches that you couldn't get anywhere else in Europe. So Antwerp became a serious financial power in the whole of world politics. However, during all of these centuries since the fall of the Roman Empire, these small principalities and fiefdoms, they all stayed independent for most of their history, up until the time of the Burgundian Dukes began to unify the provinces. And then in 1543, all of the 17 provinces of the Low Countries fell under the rule, finally, of one man. That was Charles V, the Holy Roman Emperor. That same emperor that was in office when Martin Luther became a powerful force. Charles V was arguably the most powerful man in Europe since the height of the Roman Empire. He was heir to the Holy Roman Empire. That was his by birth. However, also his by birth from a marriage alliance a generation before, he also had control of the Low Countries. That marriage alliance was through that same line of Burgundian dukes that had taken control beyond that. On his mother's side, his grandparents were Ferdinand and Isabella of Spain, these Catholic monarchs. They were very same monarchs that sent Christopher Columbus across the Atlantic Ocean and founded the Spanish New World Empire. Charles inherited their throne as well. So Charles ruled not only the Holy Roman Empire, not only the Low Countries, but Spain, as well as all of Spain's overseas holdings, including those in the Atlantic and North Africa and in the Americas. He controlled what was, in terms of sheer land mass, the largest empire the world had ever seen. This, however, proved to be a bit much for Charles. Even the Roman emperors at the height of the empire decided they needed to split up the empire because moving that much territory was simply too much work for one single emperor. So in 1555, Charles abdicated his throne, and his homeland, the Holy Roman Empire, in Italy and in Germany, he abdicated in favor of his brother. However, for the rest of the empire, that being essentially Spain, the Low Countries, and all of Spain's holdings overseas, he abdicated that in favor of his son, Philip II. That is the same Philip II who we've talked about so much up until now. The Spanish king who married Queen Elizabeth's sister, Mary, sat on the throne of England, fought a war with those two countries, France. Finally, he died and he lost his treated for peace with France, and decided it was time to meet with young It was at those peace talks in France where Philip II met the young Queen that we meet the real major player in our story, a man named William of Orange. William was born in 1536 as William of Nassau. For those of you who have some idea of what's to come, yes, that will be. He was born the son of a miner. Despite the blue blood, he was not a wealthy family. There were a grand total of 17 children. His mother made clothes for all of them, every meal for all of them. This was not the lap of luxury. He was educated at home by his mother, not in Latin courtly manners, but primarily in how to read. They read the Bible, along with some other theological books, mostly that taught them the Protestant. In a lot of ways, William's upbringing was very similar to they were both educated young men who weren't members of the middle class. They knew what it was to come from the lower echelons of society. Then, at the age of 11, William's entire life, one of his cousins died, a man who had been prince of some of the richest land in the Low Countries, as well as the province known as Orange, that was within the borders of France, but not under the control of the King of France. He left William as his sole heir. His name, William of Nassau, at 11 years old, William of Orange. Now, the King of France and the King of Spain were not willing to let a young nobody who happened to be a Protestant become one of the more powerful nobles in their land. But instead of refusing his claims, they elected to have him in the court where he could be educated in all the courtly trappings he was going to need. He was sent to the court of Mary, who was the regent of the Low Countries, who also happened to be the sister of Charles the Holy Roman. His life at court was everything he had done before. While he had been raised a Protestant, Mary was a Catholic, and his first action was to be baptized and taught about the Catholic faith. Well, his home had been unspiritual. The court was he traded his homespun towels and linens and solemn hymns as he was in his home for robust meals of the day. William excelled in his studies, not just in the things that he would need to know as far as manners, as far as the business and politics. He became a favorite of Mary very quickly, and even the emperor himself. He was known to the emperor visit one of his provinces, have a long talk with William of Orange alone in private, and whenever they would have diplomatic meetings with the lords, he would frequently bring William with him to learn and discuss with himself. William became effectively a musician, an artist. He really could see his own life very well. But through all of that, he never forgot his roots. He never forgot his hardworking life. He loved life. And he always remembered especially the three names of his grandfather. King Charles I abdicated his throne in 1565. William was there. He really wanted to be something of a father to William of Orange, and King Charles I climbed down off his throne. He named and installed him as William of Orange. And William continued to play an important role in politics. He was there in France. King Charles I too met King Henry of France to sign that peace treaty as a powerful noble who had lands not only within the borders of France, but one of the few nobles there that had lands in the Low Countries. He was chosen as a hostage to stay with the King of France until the treaties were on more solid terms. This was something that was typical at this time. These hostages were honored guests of the other court, and frequently William would go on outings along with some of the other king's nobles. One of their favorite activities was to go on long hunting trips. On these hunts, Henry would speak to them. Everybody there, well, they were friends. They were all good Catholic gentlemen and nobility. Now, William learned that King Henry of France and Philip II had plans to oust all of the Protestants from Europe. Now that the war between France and Russia was over, the French were able to concentrate on their civil war to bring about Russia. Philip, on the other hand, had plans to burn every Protestant out of the Low Countries. talked about this at length, and William listened to all his boasting. He said nothing. However, his mind must have been troubled. He came from a Protestant household. His mother and father were members of Lutheran nobility. His own lands in the Low Country were filled with untold numbers of Protestant lands. And then, in addition to everything that he had to say, William had 7 years back home in the Low Country. When Philip left the Low Country after signing the peace accord and after having all those on Low Country soil to fight the French, he had left around 3,000 Spanish troops on that soil, something that he had promised not to do. More and more Spanish officials were being appointed in positions of power as well, something that was technically illegal. You see, King Philip was not the king of the Low Country. He was either duke or prince of the Low Country, but to be a lord in these nations, you had to be officially elected by the people. You had to be agreed upon by them. It had been universally agreed upon by all of the states, but you didn't have the political authority to do anything. However, those 3,000 troops that they left on Low Country soil, well, it was a powerful argument. Every day the situation was calm, and his land was growing more and more dire. But William was surprised. He was a hostage of the King of France, a well-treated normal hostage, yes, but still at the King's mercy. Though learning all this terrible information, William didn't turn anything back. He preserved the honor of his name. William was silent. When he returned to his life in the Low Country, William was peaceful. While he had been a hostage, many regions had been appointed in the Low Country by prisoners his half-sister, Marguerite de Parma. She was officially supposed to rule a correlation with an official council called the Council of State. This was something of a parliament. All of the highest nobility in the Low Country belonged to it, including William himself. But in reality, that wasn't how things really worked. Marguerite ruled the country in one man, really, Bishop Antoine de Granville. This was Philip II's chosen representative. Granville was a proud Spaniard. He had really no love for the Low Country. He absolutely detested the Protestant element there, so really he was perfect for Philip. William spent his first couple of years back home contacting all of the nobility of the 17 different states in the Netherlands. He organized them and built strong ties and allies with them, and even began a network of communication, correspondence that they were able to talk to each other very quickly, and they moved even faster. His network of lords had several objectives. The first and most important to them was to petition Marguerite de Parma, Granville, and Philip II himself to remove those 3,000 Spanish troops still stationed on their soil. The petition, and they sent many of them, went unheeded for 2 full years until Philip finally agreed to move those troops off of Low Country soil into his war with the Arabs and Turks in the Mediterranean. So William's coalition immediately shifted its focus. With the withdrawal of those Spanish troops, Granvelle was raised to be a cardinal and archbishop, and this granted him the authority to call an inquisition. This inquisition did what inquisitions were intended to do. They searched out anyone who wasn't a Catholic and kidnapped them and questioned them, usually even in torture and sometimes even execution. It terrorized the countryside of all of the Low Countries, and naturally, William and his group of nobles that had banded together to carry out justice, well, they decided to press Granville's removal. They kept storing the symbol on all of their coats. They had this symbol embroidered on the coats of their soldiers and their servants. The symbol they decided upon was a silver quiver. The quiver represented unity among these nobles. The fact that a single arrow could be broken, and yet many arrows together could not be broken. It also represented the fact that they were open to rebellion. They were fighting the power that they saw as unjust, and they were not afraid to tell that power exactly how they felt. In fact, they would put this symbol on banners and march it through the city square of every town in the Low Country. They even went so far as to promise Marguerite de Parma that if Granville were not removed, all of the taxes that they were required to pay would not be paid at all. It said that if Granville stayed in office beyond that, it did not promise that the Low Countries would stay peaceful. This was essentially telling the region of the Low Countries full of representatives that they did not remove the men they hated so much they would go into open rebellion. However, on the other hand, if Granville were removed, taken away from power, they promised that there would be no active coordination and taxes would flow freely. This was an argument that Margarita definitely understood. You see, her realm was always hurting for money, especially in a time when taxes were not exactly forthcoming. So, learning that there was a way to get more taxes that she desperately needed, she wrote and petitioned herself to remove Granville from office. And finally they did. Granville was sent away to, I believe, it was Houston, to visit his aging mother, but really he went to Italy and he never returned to the Netherlands. Now, in much the way that William had been sent away in a courtly manner as a young man, and similar to how he had been held hostage after the signing of the peace accord with France, William sent his daughter to Margarita de Parma, to her court, to be later in waiting and learn all the courtly manners that he would need to make a good marriage. In return, Margarita granted William a new title. She gave him the position of stadholder, which was a high office with three functions that was Zealand, Holland, and Utrecht. The stadholder was the commander-in-chief of all Zealand's forces, as well as the highest magistrate, the highest official of law, and someone who was essentially in complete control of things. This was a big promotion for William and something that he definitely appreciated. William saw, along with the other nobles who had received a similar treatment, that all of their taxes were paid on time. They had their demands met, and his consistency made this last. However, the imposition was still in place. Granville, the man who called the imposition, had left, but all of the inquisitors, all of the soldiers, all of the officials that were there performing the imposition, they were still back in exile. Ousting Granville had really turned nothing to improve the situation of the common people in the Low Countries. Everywhere, poor Protestants were arrested and tortured. Families lost their land, merchants lost their shops and their ships. Whole families were left fatherless, with no land, no money, and no hope. I'm going to quote from a book called William the Silent and the Dutch Revolt by Ermine de Dion. It's not exactly the most reputable. It's from the 70s, and in a lot of ways it's heavily biased, but it has some of the most colorful writing about this period of time. And I really love this passage, so I'm going to read it. Quote, everywhere there was unrest. For some years the harvest had been a great institution. The winters were severe and long. There was underemployment, poverty, and even starvation. The heretics became more dangerous, even in the face of the prosecuting magistrates. The poor attended the secret Protestant meetings and watched the heretics dying like martyrs of faith. Everywhere there was fear of the king, and the Inquisition, of another severe winter without food. There were whispering groups of people on street corners near the end, talking to the distant voices. At last there was open action. Groups of people chanted psalms, marching the streets in the night, hidden in long, dark courts, putting out lanterns and knocking down bars. They broke into the prisons to free their fellow heretics, and they even attacked the executioners who threw paving stones at the guards around the scaffold and snatched the victims out of their hands. There are several stories about half-burned martyrs. These were the ordinary people as they acted in this way. The attitude in their country was changing, and while the higher nobility, such as William, had been largely bought off by Margarita de Parma, many of the lower nobility had not been. So, in 1566, a group of about 300 lesser nobles, these are younger sons of these noble families primarily, even including William's younger brother, Louis de Nassau, signed a pact called the Compromise of Nobles, and they penned a list of grievances that made clear to be read by both Margarita and her descendants. They took this list, which they called the Request, and they marched up to the regent's palace to present it to him. This was intended to end the hostility towards the Protestant underclass. However, Margarita saw this force approaching her palace. She was reportedly unnerved, but one of her advisors was said to have leaned over He was a man that certainly looked the part. He had long, unkempt hair, very long, wild beard, and he was said to have a temperament that in ways he was barbarian guys, heel. But what that advisor said, fear not, they are only beggars, that went on to be something of a lesson moment. See, it was something that Margarita did not say, and likely was never said at all, but galvanized ability. It became a rallying cry to their burgeoning youth. When they were at dinner later that night, eating and celebrating, after Parma agreed to bring the letter to the nobles laughed at him, raised a cheer, called out, long live the beggar, and something that became a rallying call and a battle cry for all of them. In some ways, first of all, they were beggars who had their lands stripped away by this kind of thing. And beyond that, most of these were Protestants, people who believed that they followed the true well, people who believed that their poverty was that of Christ. They attempted in all of their actions to be as Christ-like as possible, even, perhaps even especially, Christ's actions in the temple, who drove the money changers. Around this time, actually, that many works of art were created, one notably by a man named L. Christ driving money changers. This was something of this large amount of people who believed that they were very Christ-like, outing the sources of power from their time. But all of these letters, all of this diplomacy, it was intended to avoid violence right under the violence was almost entirely people were dying, but they were unable to fight the Inquisition. It was becoming a more and more dangerous situation all across the island. Yet the Inquisition didn't stop. It kept executing and torturing constantly. That lower nobility, they knew that the situation was bad. So did the upper nobility, men such as William the Silent, even Margaret. On July 22nd, Marguerite the farmer received a letter informing her that there was destruction of churches and church property. This was something that people across Europe had been doing for years, ever since the Reformation. In France, for years, they had been dealing with Huguenot radicals facing effigies of saints, attacking priests in the streets, and burning churches. It had only been 30 or so years since the town of Lucca in Germany had been taken over by Anabaptist rebels and had executed or exiled every non-Anabaptist, including not only Catholics but the more moderate Lutherans as well. This must have been at the forefront of Marguerite's mind. She knew that there was a possibility that these people were growing desperate, and that she had to do something to stop them. Unfortunately, the letter came too late. She was out of time. On August 10th, 1566, she chose St. Lawrence, that storm of Protestant rage, engulfed the nation. It was called Strong, or the iconoclastic period, and it began in a town called St. Louis. Today, it's part of France in the very southwest of what was in the Low Country. And when the Pilgrims invaded the capital of St. Louis, this pilgrim destroyed all of the and it was a tremendously violent affair, but it wasn't as violent as what had happened elsewhere. There was no loss of life reported, no clergy killed, no people attacked beyond defending their property that these Protestant pilgrims had. It was as civilized as it could be. But it would get worse. This iconoclastic period. Churches all over the Low Country began burning. It moved almost overwhelming. People would hear about what had happened and attack the church in their town. By August 20th, only 10 days later, this movement reached Antwerp, the cultural hub of the region. They attacked one of the oldest cathedrals in all of Europe. It was the Church of Our Lady in Antwerp. They did terrible damage to the church, much of which still be seen today. There are images of hundreds happened on that day. The interior of the church was nearly destroyed, and luckily caught fire, but not bad enough to destroy it. If you want to use the metaphor of Christians similar to the French Revolution, they are but beggars in the state. Well, then that is sort of like a Dutch version of the Formula. Revolutionary Protestants, as well as many of the opportunists who were joining in, were inspired, and the following days, churches, monasteries, convents, chapels, hospitals, basically anything that was attached to the church, even houses and houses of those people in town who were well-respected members of the church, were destroyed. And the non-violent attack area was becoming more and more strong. Finally, further north, it moved along the coast. It hit Holland worst of all. Churches all across the state were destroyed. An Englishman who was a Catholic that was in exile in the Low Countries described an attack on the quote, "These fresh followers of this new preaching threw down the graven and defaced the painted image, not only of Our Lady, but of all others in the town. They tore the curtains, dashed in pieces the brass and stone, brake the altars, oiled the coils and presses, rested the iron, laid away or break the chalices and vestments, pulled up the brass of the gravestone, the blessed sacrament of the altar they trod under their feet, and, horrible as it is to say, shed their stinking piss upon it. These false brethren burned and ripped not only all kinds of church books, but moreover destroyed whole libraries of books of all sciences and tongues, yea, of holy scriptures and the ancient fathers." As horrific as this must have been for any of the priests, or even any of the Catholics who witnessed it, for the people taking part in the building was almost a fun affair. It had an element. There were people who were around it, not exactly taking part, but serving beer and sausages and bread and cheese. In some of these attacks, there were even plays put on by some of the youth around who were enacting a play of versus beggars. These attacks lasted for just over 2 weeks, and naturally, after they died down, either Marguerite or Philip II allowed this to go on. So, Philip II sent in a man called the Iron Duke, Fernando Alvarez de Salazar. The Iron Duke was a military hero who was renowned all throughout Europe. He had done extremely well against the Muslims. He had done very well in the war against France. He was a man that was greatly feared by English kings, and now he brought down his full force on the nobility in the Low Countries did everything they could to distance themselves from this iconoclastic figure. Immediately, a few days after arriving in Brussels, the Duke of Alba established what he called the Council of Trustees, an organization that locals in the region knew as the Court of Law. They began arresting anybody that was even suspected of having anything to do with the iconoclastic figure. They arrested everyone from the lowest peasants and actual beggars up to the higher nobility. Only time to leave the Low Countries. Inspiration even before the Duke of Alba arrived. He attempted to persuade one of his very closest friends, a man called the Count of something. But Egmont was a lifelong Catholic. He had nothing to do with this iconoclastic figure. He was also a war hero against France. He was a member of what was called the Order of the Golden Fleece, as was the Duke of Alba, brothers. But only the Count did not believe that this would be enough to protect his friend. According to legend, he nearly left on his journey. Egmont's last words were, "Farewell, without a land." His journey replied, "Farewell, Count without a head." And out, they were both. Now, William wasn't alone in his exile. There was a flood of noble refugees in the Low Countries. Not only brothers left along with many other wasn't just many people just had their land destroyed, left and tried to find exile elsewhere, tried to find some land and this was difficult because there were all very few places in Europe that would that were really parts of France or nations of France and the Holy Roman Empire Protestant refugees, but there were guys who fled back to France, but tied to people who were elsewhere and making fun already knew and had lines of France, the such exiles, and those of William Orange that were living in the pathetic parts of Germany, began to organize the French, of course, allied itself, headed to attack itself from France itself. William's brother saw he was going to attack from the north into Holland, and William Silent was going to attack right in the force Low Country. They were intercepted by a force of the French king before they were able to return. Alba, who was supposed to be distracted by this initial invasion, was able to deal with very easily. His army was small and more than that valuable land, while Alba was engaged elsewhere. William had 21,000 faced off. However, Duke of Alba fight. He entrenched his forces nearby. William total of 29 months. Every time he would present battle to Duke of Alba, Alba would up, not allow William to make any time that William would try to for any other valuable resources, Alba would never enter battle. It wasn't these 21,000 the vast majority of them were mercenaries. Eventually, all of the money dried up. Mercenaries paid, fighting for a cause. The army fled. Soon, Silent was forced to flee. The plan glorious conquest of the country. The forces were invested in no longer William, he was completely broke. All of his money on entirely he realized that he had to find other tactics, other troops, other battlefields, and other allies. To quote the Dutch American England University, quote, all were men without a country, outlawed by the blind influence of foreign forces, never, by all possible means, make his royal will law in the country of constitutional revenge was the motive, privateering their object, while necessity often drove them to piracy. They ended their career by becoming co-founders of one of the most illustrious republics of modern times. In history, they are known as that unique aggregation of freebooters and avengers, like never before nor since, the world. Even before the arrival of the Duke of Alba, or before the arrival of the Inquisition, or even before the Spanish arrival in the country at all, the coast of the Netherlands was home to pirates of all stripes. The Dutch were people by nature. Piracy was inevitable, especially in a region that was so rich with foreign trade and foreign trade. But with the arrival of the Inquisition, the arrival of the Duke of Alba and his blood, thousands of people were turned away from the prospects for any young Protestant man who was growing up in this region were vanishing. And in the Low Countries, there was a tide of the men who had for decades been nothing more than outlaws were becoming to the Dutch a valuable resource. Any man who had a ship and the will to attack Spanish ships or Portuguese or French, or really any Catholic ships for that matter. They had their ranks swelled with hundreds upon hundreds of young men who had no other prospects in life. These men were hungry, desperate, and angry. They were joining pirate ships at an alarming rate. What had once been just a few small, sleek pirate ships grew. They would take any merchant vessels they could find, arm them with cannon from forts or cities that had been conquered by the Spanish and abandoned by the Dutch, and turn them into fighting ships used for pirates. The first historical record of these pirate-turned patriots comes from the region known as Friesland and Holland. They began to congregate, primarily in a town in Holland called England. There was an inn in England called the Golden Fountain that they favored. It became such a popular hangout for these pirates that it wound up being called the Beggars' Inn. Now, at the Beggars' Inn, a pirate captain could buy around a drink. He could meet up with other pirate captains, talk about the best places for fishing grounds, as well as where any Spanish ships might be. They were also able to meet up with merchants of ill repute who were likely to fence their goods and give any leads they might have. And occasionally, they could meet up with a representative, some rebel nobleman. I imagine these representatives were well dressed and slightly out of place, but they were an important facet of the Beggars' Inn. These noblemen's representatives would confer with the pirate captain. When they had certain needs of naval warfare, they would ask these pirate captains, frequently pay them well to attack a trade or attack a city. Sometimes this was just to keep the Spanish occupied while the Dutch noblemen attacked somewhere else, but frequently they would employ these pirates to attack targets of certain political or military interests. The Duke of Alba took note of these pirates who were becoming a real menace, and in April 1568 he commanded the authorities in all the regions of the Low Countries to be on watch. He had towers in all the ports, manned guns that could take out any pirate ships. In Holland, the man who was the stadholder, that region, on May the 6th, after Nassau had that unfortunate invasion, he released a command. He informed many villages in the district called Waterland of the danger of a possible invasion from the direction of England, saying, quote, "We have learned that those congregated about England and wed are equipping and arming some vessels, and warn you to be prepared, so that they will not be able to invade any of His Majesty's towns." It was around this time that King Philip II of Spain enacted a new rule in England. Any captain, be they Spanish or Dutch or French or English, had to obey the rules and laws of the Catholic country. Any Protestants had to behave as though they were Catholic, and if they did not, they could be taken by the Inquisition. This was something that we talked about a few weeks ago, when many English captains were taken by Spanish soldiers. That very same event that enraged so much against Spain. Not only had Philip led England into a disastrous war against the French, not only had he destroyed their trade prospects abroad, he had entered into open war, a war of conquest against one of England's closest allies in the Low Countries, and now he was kidnapping England's own captains and commanding them. It was said that in London her rage would be felt throughout the city. However, perchance for retribution, both French Huguenot pirates and Dutch pirates used many of the English ports as a port of call, a Protestant country where they would not be persecuted, and frequently were able to sell many of their stolen goods in English ports. As things grew worse and worse in the war, they became less merely friends and trading partners and closer to what you would call allies. In November 1558, a fleet of Huguenot pirates chased 4 Spanish ships into English harbor. The English and the Spanish were still technically allies, and the Spanish needed a haven from these Huguenot ships, which is why they chose to land in England. You see, these ships were important, they were very valuable, and they needed a safe place to wait out in the storm. It turned out, on inspection, that these 4 Spanish ships that had been chased by Protestant pirates into English ports carried all of the gold that the Duke of Alba was to use to pay his forces in the Low Countries. This was an extremely dangerous situation for the Spanish. They knew exactly how angry Queen Elizabeth was. She had made her rage apparent, and the Spanish ambassador in England wrote to time I received news of them, I requested an audience with the Queen, which was granted on the 29th, and the Queen agreed to give me a passport for the money to be brought overland, or send one of her own ships to convey the vessel in safety, of which I gave notice to myself. I warned the captains of the vessel, and had letters from the Queen to the officials of the court, ordering them to defend the ship, which was highly necessary, as, although in the case of £20 million, they have done so, the pirates have attacked them, and some of our men have been killed defending their vessels, with a greater loss still on the part of the court. Many people have advised the Queen to seize the money, and the Vice Admiral has written a I am in hourly expectation of the Duke's order. Elizabeth had signed an order of safe conduct passport for all of the gold to be taken overland. From there, it would be a naval escort to Antwerp. This is all exactly what she was supposed to do. She was still technically allied to Spain and gold, though she didn't have any interest at the time of the trains and as many of the reports suggested, gold from them. She signed this document on December the 2nd. It was then, the very next day, on December the 3rd, that a letter arrived in London. It went into the hands of William, the older brother of John Hawkins, who was the man that had written the letter. The letter came from the Caribbean, informing William Hawkins, informed the Queen, that a hurricane had dashed her fleet in the Caribbean, and that they subsequently been betrayed and attacked by Spanish officials in the Gulf of Mexico. The day after Elizabeth signed the letter to Cassian, that was when she learned of that troublesome voyage of John Hawkins, that same voyage that Francis Drake was the captain of the Beatles and where he abandoned the rest of the fleet. The Queen learned that the Spanish officials in the Caribbean had killed her appointed naval officer. And currently, all of the gold in the troops who were occupying England's closest ally was traveling overland within her borders. Elizabeth learned that that gold did not actually belong to Spain. It was a loan from a wealthy Italian merchant at 10% interest. Elizabeth, after learning of the betrayal at the hands of the Spanish, went to her top advisor, William to discuss the terms of that loan with the Italian merchant. She gave him a better offer on the terms of interest, and considering how dangerous the situation was in the Low Countries, the Italian merchant saw that loaning the money to Queen Elizabeth was a much safer bet. So while en route to the city of Dover, all of the gold that had formerly belonged to the King of Spain was transported directly to the Tower of London, where it was put under heavy guard. All of this happened so quickly that King Philip did not learn of it until after it was already in town. Again, a letter from the Spanish ambassador. Quote, the Queen has taken possession of the boxes of money brought by Louis de Sierra's ship and 64 boxes from the cutters in Plymouth. She is going to do the same with the other 2 cutters in Falmouth, notwithstanding her promise and letters, besides the passport she gave. The Duke of Alva has ordered all English ships and property to be seized. They tried to raise the mob against the foreigners, but the aldermen and constables acted well in possession of the streets, so that matter was Caesar's property. The fleets that these pirates have taken are 4 with the Spanish ships, all very valuable. They, the government, have also seized the property of Portuguese. The heretic knaves of the council are going headlong into perdition, incited by Cecil, who is indescribably crazy in his zeal for heresy. The council are in consultation every day, and I know not how it will end. The Duke of Alva was quickly losing control of the situation in the Netherlands. His army hadn't been paid in months, and they were threatening mutiny if there was any further delay in their payment. No doubt, there would be a delay. The Dutch sea beggars and the English sea dogs who controlled the North Sea, because the Spanish fleet, the majority of it, was engaged in the Mediterranean. Alva needed money fast, and he needed to keep all of the Dutch from learning of how tedious the situation that really was. So he decided to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, in order to raise the money and keep things quiet in the Netherlands. He seized every English ship in the Netherlands, every ship's captain, and all of the property on board. This action was in direct opposition to nearly every one of the treaties ever signed between the English and the Spanish. He had broken these treaties, which freed Elizabeth's hand. she decreed, quote, any merchants born or living under the allegiance of the King of Spain who may be found in towns, ports, or other places under suspicion of hiding or disguise, or in any manner of fraud in order to prevent the protection of themselves and their goods, shall be called to account by the officers of justice of such places with the help of all justices who shall inquire and examine the said merchants by all legitimate methods and cast them into prison, no matter to what nation they belong, including all those who may abet or help to hide those who practice such fraud, and especially those who may conceal such persons in their property. Her Majesty having also learnt from trustworthy sources that it is the intention to detain her subjects beyond the sea, under the pretext of the Queen in one of her ports a certain ship and 3 or 4 small boats, in which were a certain sum of money, Her Majesty thinks fit to declare the estate of taxes, by which it will be seen that the treatment of her subjects is unjust and without due cause. This was a dangerous situation, but as it turned out, it was exactly the way she needed this pretext to enter into war with them. Things had grown so dire, but if she were the one to break these treaties, then many of the independent powers in Europe would have sided against her. But now that Spain was the treaty, she had every excuse to possibly win. Finally, William Cecil could now meet with William of Orange officially and begin to collaborate. The English would offer any aid and assistance to any Dutch patriots that needed, especially with sea beggars. The sea beggars began to use England really as their primary base of operations. In return, the sea beggars would do all they could to repel the hated Spanish from the Netherlands and restore England's place as their primary trading post. After the meeting, William the Silent sent his brother, Louis, to the French Huguenot port of La Rochelle, where there waited 18 ships of the Dutch sea, led by a man named William de la Marck. William the Silent had provided his brother Louis with 18 letters that he was to present to each one of the ship's captains in this small Dutch fleet. Each of these letters was a letter of reprisal, a letter of marque, that would legally, under the terms of the Dutch Revolution, allow them to attack any Spanish ship in their waters. At almost the exact same time, Elizabeth had done exactly the same thing to many French dogs in both the North Sea and the Atlantic Ocean. So had many of the Huguenot pirates been given leave to attack any Spanish ship they cared to. The Dutch, the French Protestants, and the English were all allied together. The battle lines had been drawn. The lines were drawn down divisions both religious and political. These were really the first maneuvers of what would be called the 80 Years' War. That was a global war that for its first year would be fought by pirates on the high seas. That's going to be all for today. We've given a lot of background on the Dutch pirates, who are going to be a major player in the story, and set the stage for some of the most notorious acts of piracy. Next week, we're going to look briefly at some of their earlier days. We're going to look at the actions of both the French and the English and the Dutch and their fight on the high seas against the allied forces of the Spanish and the French. This is going to be a war that would shape Europe forever and shape the politics of the Caribbean. I hope everybody enjoyed this episode. It took a little longer to get out than most of our previous episodes had. This story is getting very complex, and all of a sudden, there are a lot of moving parts, and I wanted to give some important background information to one of the key players. We're really going to need to know some of this stuff because things are coming to a head very rapidly, and things are about to get, frankly, if you're enjoying the show, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. Over there, you can find some supplemental material, such as maps and works of art related to our topic. We also have, on every episode, a list of the books we read. If you're interested in learning more about any of the topics that we cover, the source books also have links that go to pagebooks.com for that book, so you can pick up a copy of anything you like to read more. If you do use that, the Facebook group Contact to join in that book club. We also have an aid book gift card. If you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so. There's a PayPal donate button, as well as a link to our Patreon. That's going to patreon.com/piratehistorypodcast. There's also an Amazon search bar, so if you need to search for anything on Amazon or Amazon.com, you can simply website addition to doing that, you can also leave a review on either iTunes, Stitcher, or Podbean, all of which have links to help this podcast and once again, and most importantly, hello, welcome to the podcast. Thank you. In March 1516, at the French court of La Rochelle, a group of 18 sea captains met and some of them spent their entire lives without war, waiting shipping in the North Sea. Others were more recently brought in to revenge from their lives as talented men, people who decided to take up piracy. They were talking about new developments in their lives. Each of these in possession of what was called a letter, better known as a letter of credit. They had just received it from Louis the Master, his brother. These men had always been outlaws, on the run, on the high seas, from the authorities, be they Spanish, French, or from the locals. They now had they had to decide exactly what they wanted to do. They were still outlaws. They would have to run had, and from most of the Dutch authorities. However, the ports that were friendly, be they the port they were currently in at La Rochelle in France, any of the ports in England, or even some of the ports in the they would be able to stay there without having to sneak in somebody else. They could sail in proudly. They would be seen as some of these captains promised better, make themselves a proper navy. Others, and some of the most powerful among them, license, plunder, sack ships. This is episode number 12, Rising Tide. These 18 captains were the most known as the patriots that were now fighting for the cause of their country. They cast a net out across the coast of the Netherlands and in the North Sea. Any Catholic city, French or Spanish, that was foolish enough to make their way into their path, or any worthy ship they sailed into it important out to the sea. There was no shortage on these pirate ships, not just for the plunder they would be doing, but also captains at this conference stood out as leaders. There was Lord Dalhut, the man who was most important. There was another, Jan Abels, another, Jan van Kolk. More than any others, realized that these letters of marque gave them not just legitimacy, but responsibility. And not just but also one. At nearly the same time that William and Louis saw were these letters of pirate or in either harbor these at least that's what the said on. In reality, things were somewhat different. One of those two captains, Jan Abel, took 5 ships off the coast of Holland, and the local authorities there in Holland sent 3 ships out to capture. Now, Jan Abel had 10 or maybe 11 ships in his command, so he easily could have taken these vessels, but for 2 reasons he decided not to. First, these weren't Spanish ships, though they had been ordered by the Spanish to capture them. They were Dutch vessels. The fight. And second, despite the fact that he would have won that fight, the man whose object was plunder, not battle, so he decided to he had a particular hiding place in mind, but unfortunately, one of those channel storms and forced him to leave the harbor naturally, and English harbor officials came out to inspect his vessel, a vessel stolen filled with Spanish loot and manned by heavily armed Dutchmen. Jan Abels, though, wasn't despite Elizabeth's proclamation. He produced his letter from Louis and sure the man was not the last vessel. The harbor master inspected the port and the cargo and agreed that everything was up and Jan Abels asked the harbor master what might be the best way to sell his entirely cargo. The Spanish ambassador in England, well, he would have been outraged at any other point in his life had this happened. However, he had other things only acquired all of the gold and together. He blocked it never to see light of King II was understandably outraged by this, and there was a constant line of communication and that the Spanish ambassador wasn't helping. Beyond that, ever since the Spanish had the low countries that were Protestant vessels not adhering to law, the Spanish ambassador had been house arrest, only ever allowed to leave his home to port and then gone. Gone well, the English. Now the king, notorious, was from the factor of the undeclared Netherlands. That emissary was Lord Dolphin, that man who was the admiral of all the seas. He was the admiral even that Jan Abel, who was busy in that port, telling him gotten flying round men and enjoying the local. Lord Dolphin was between and the sea beggar and William Nassau and Queen. He had also been to La Rochelle meeting the build an alliance there. These three groups were essentially creating a Protestant, a league that was struggling against the combined evil forces of Spain and France and the Holy Roman Empire. In response to many of these evil forces moves against the Protestants. For example, the Duke of Alba had elected to blockade all of the ports. Notably, there was a wine that was stuck in one. It was bound for La Rochelle in France, but not allowed to leave the harbor, and more importantly, there was a wolf they were intended to sell the Germans. They would sell a large percentage of English wool, so much in fact that this really threatened English livelihood. It was even feared that if the fleet weren't allowed to sail, this might collapse England's economy. To break the blockade, Elizabeth sent out her most trusted. She sent out the Hawkins brothers, John and William Hawkins, from that troublesome voyage. She sent out the Winter brothers. She also sent out Francis Drake and all of his brothers as captains of the vessel to harass any Spanish ships that were blockading the trade and occasionally engaging what was really almost outright naval war. This was really one of England's first naval actions as a nation. After chasing off the Spanish blockade, she used the forces in the channel and kept the port of La Rochelle, both for the French and for the British trade. The channel was for any so many French corsairs and forces were tied down that really they've been unable to keep the channel. However, with this new alliance with England, they were able to bolster their numbers and both the Royal French forces and the Spanish from superseding their trade. Now on the east coast of England and in the North Sea, as well as along the coast of the Netherlands, really the sea beggars who ruled the world. During this time, after the break of the blockades, hundreds of French and Spanish ships were taken, many of them stolen and still more burned. The Navy of the Huguenots had, for a long time, really been a well-organized. The Huguenot rebellion had well established law. However, now that the sea beggars and the English Navy were both in the fray, they really were able to press their advantage in their sea. This was the first time that England had really been able to put that massive navy and the Dutch were organizing as well. Beyond the ragtag pirates they were becoming something wrong. Their fleets were growing too large, their numbers swelled too much to rely on beggars. They decided to elect officially Lord Dolphin. Then, on August 15, 1569, they signed an accord. It read, quote, whereas, during the past year, the greater part of the nobility of Friesland, as well as Holland and this country, have been driven away from their fatherland, leaving behind wives and children to assist one another with all their possessions, bodies, and lives, only for the purpose of damaging, destroying, and annihilating Alpha and his blood. None of us shall, on his own account, either conceive and plan or begin any attack without the knowledge of all, and without the consent of our common council and assembly. They were still not quite a navy. They were still pirates, and their object was still plunder, but they did agree in that decree to give half of all of their proceeds to the cause of Netherlands. The combined forces of the Protestant forces at sea proved to be too much, at least in the North Sea, for the Catholic Church. So they turned to a higher power. They turned to published a papal bull on February 25th, 1570. It was called the Regnum Excelsior, and it read, quote, we declare that Elizabeth and patroness of heretics, and her adherents who have fallen under the sentence of anathema, and to be cut off from the unity of the body of Christ, and her, Elizabeth, to be deprived of support. I've mentioned this papal bull. This action that so enraged not only the Queen and her Privy Council, but after this occurrence, finally convinced Elizabeth to allow him to go on what would wind up being known as if you are new to the show, or this is your first episode, I'd really suggest going back sometime and listening to episode number 3 at the Treasure House of the World. We go into some depth, but in short, what Francis Drake did was a subsequent number of voyages to the Caribbean, where he attacked and plundered all along the many Spanish-held Caribbean islands and the Spanish Main in more and more audacious fashion as the voyages continued, culminating in what was one of the most important acts of piracy ever undertaken in the entirety of the Union. It was there that Francis Drake met up and allied with many pirates and really opened up an American what was becoming a global war between back in Europe, there were two beggars that left the English shores where they had been harbored to go and find a new home. They needed a port that was not La Rochelle, and not one of the many Protestant English ports, but a true Netherlands port, something that they could call their home base and center all of their actions. Now, many of the ports in the Netherlands were somewhat friendly to beggars, especially in the north. The locals there were not people that hated beggars. The beggars never harassed the locals. To show, though, the lack of ill will that the locals held toward the sea beggars, I'd like to read a bit from the letter. The author of the letter wrote from his homeland in Amsterdam to some exiles. He wrote that, quote, out of heartfelt have been moved to write you highly recommending to you an honest paper of Amsterdam named Direct Allerton, like Direct, who, having arrived here from England, has informed us of his great misfortune and misery, that his ship has sailed through great loss been seized, and to the great affliction and sorrow of his dear wife and children, whereas we have had information concerning the said death from the mountains of Italy, and from other merchants of Amsterdam, who have taken refuge there. Therefore, upon time request, we have not deemed it advisable to inform the brethren of the same, hoping that it will assist not a little in relieving his sad fate. This man, Black Direct, he was just a poor merchant from Amsterdam who was sailing from English shores and had his vessel seized. At least that's how this letter. I imagine that the Spanish in the region didn't treat him in the same light. To them, he was nothing more than a loathsome pirate, and despite these friendly locals, the Spanish really controlled all of the coastline of that fleet of Dutch vessels that was sailing from England, led by Lord Dauphin, who signed a port that they could seize from the Spanish and hold against them, with the aid of both their Huguenot and English allies, much like the port at La Rochelle and several of the ports in England. However, as they approached the Netherlands coast, a storm arose, and forced the Dutch fleet into another fleet sought shelter. A total of 50 ships sailed into their harbor. These ships, as it turned out, were from the Baltic and bound for Spain. These ships were very dangerous. The Dutch couldn't let a prize such as this slip through their fingers, so they spent the next 2 or 3 days plundering these 50 vessels and everything they had on board. However, after those 3 days, another fleet sailed into the harbor, chased by the very same storm. 40 ships that were even more richly laden. These were some of the greatest prizes that the Dutch would ever take. I think about how something like that must have been. A relatively small port in the Dutch coast, battered by storm winds and ceaseless rain. 100 ships from around the North Sea were stuck there, unable to move. They had nowhere to run. Where could they go? Back out into the ocean, into that ship killer of a storm? No, they were forced to stay at anchor and attempt to defend themselves against this roving band of pirates that was going from ship to ship, taking anything on board any of these vessels that they cared to. And beyond that, these pirates took not only ships that they had taken a fancy to, but the crews of all of these vessels. They intended to hold them for ransom. Word spread quickly of the depredation spread inland to the Spanish who marched a column of soldiers directly to the shore line, who halted there and letting the Dutch know that if they were to disembark, they would be immediately attacked. This was intended to deter these Dutchmen from raiding inland, taking parties ashore and raiding some of the smaller villages. Something in Spanish always so much fearful of. If the Dutch were to attack, it would prove to a logical reason that the Spanish couldn't protect them and weaken their rule, so they could start now. Now, the Dutch knew that they had to leave, but they weren't deterred from approaching the harbor. Some of the ships in the fleet sailed to England or to Rabbi Rothschild to sell some of their timber, but still more ships from around the area joined their fleet, swelling their ranks to be larger than before. The fleet traveled to an island called the mainland that they long used as a base where they unloaded much of their cargo. There was a lord in the island, a man named Peter van Canninga, who was sympathetic to the cause. He allowed them to use his island as essentially a storehouse for any of their goods, but the sea beggars learned that Lord Peter had put a bit of pressure into returning the sea beggars by the Spanish. Before he could strike, the sea beggars acted. They stormed his castle and took it relatively quickly. When they controlled the castle, they essentially controlled all of the island, and this was a strategic location for an island. It controlled a large amount of harbor and ocean around it, so this was a great place for the sea beggars to have as a home base. For several months, this island served as a base of operations. They launched countless raids from the island, and all over the North Sea, people knew that this was a big story that was going on. Now, of course, their plans didn't stop there. So, a young man named Rold was tasked with liberating this island from the sea beggars. I'm going to read a passage from The Sea Beggar by Dean Bursey. This book was written in 1901, and though some of the history is somewhat questionable, it's one of the best sources we have on some of these men, and the language that Victorian era history is just fantastic. Quote, Robles' first plan was to dislodge the beggars from their stronghold. For this purpose he dispatched, in December 1569, a force of Spanish soldiers to the island of Greenland. Here, however, the Spaniards were so warmly received by the sea beggars under their impetuous commander, the famous Drongair nobleman Barthol Anton von Mentheda, that the attacking party was obliged to beat a precipitous retreat. Anton and his sea beggars remained for a month longer in undisputed possession of the main stronghold and the island mainland, whence they continued plundering the Granite and Vivian Straits whenever the opportunity was given. This was not to be borne much longer, and Robles was resolved to drive them away at any cost. In January 1570, he sent out a much stronger expedition than the one of the previous December, and this time he was more successful. Under his own leadership, his troops surprised and attacked the sea beggars on April. A short, decisive battle ensued in which the beggars were completely routed. Once again, without a home base, the beggars tried to find somewhere new to escape. For months and months, they tried one harbor after another. One of their more famous captains, a man named Jan van Troyen, he took a market town that was directly between Antwerp and Amsterdam, which was a fairly important port of call. The Spanish were quick to see the Spanish, well, they had garrisons and many cannon in every harbor of the Netherlands. They intended to repel the sea beggars anywhere they called. Still, they were becoming a real threat to the Spanish rule. So, the Duke of Alba established a fleet that was originally composed of 12 large Spanish ships with the express purpose of destroying the sea. The lakes of the North Sea hadn't seen the beggars. They fled as fast as possible. They were tracked by the fleet, however, and while running from this overwhelming firepower, they decided to try and take refuge in the harbor of a local expect these large Spanish vessels to follow them. However, some of the vessels were able to. The fleet chased them up the river, and finally, two of the sea beggars' largest ships and sinking two others. This was, of course, hardly all the ships that the sea beggars had in their armada. There were many remaining vessels in and around England, the port of La Rochelle, and sailing elsewhere on the North Sea. A call went out to any of the sea beggar ships to rendezvous on the shores of. They were received there by the Countess of Montgomery, who presented the Dutch with a really splendid ship, something that could be a flagship for them, to replace one of their lost vessels. They named it in her honor the Countess. Despite this warm welcome by the English nobility, and despite the many friends and allies the sea beggars had on British soil, England was no home to the sea beggars. The edicts that Elizabeth had made against them still stood. Frequently, they would chase down Spanish ships in the English ports who would be fired at, occasionally arrested. Now, these weren't acts of true violence, but they were made to ensure that the sea beggars didn't use England as their real home. This was due in large part to the actions of the beggars themselves. They were a rough, violent, and uncouth lot who caused trouble wherever they went. Even those of them that were members of the nobility knew that they had to play a role as the pirates. They had to be part of the war. They had to show fear to their enemies. And to do this, they had to upset many of their allies. Even other friendly ports, like the port at La Rochelle, began to refuse some sea beggars' entrance into their harbor because of their propensity for causing trouble. So the sea beggars continued their search for a port of call. They needed a place they could call home, a real base of operation. For months and months they searched, trying again and again to take different ports, and again and again they would see Spanish and one took the counter, that man Jan von Schwan, that favorite among the sea beggars' captains, one of the most popular among their ranks. But he was boarded before he was even able to compliment his men fought hard to defend their vessel. However, they were overwhelmed very quickly. All the men that were left had to jump overboard to escape Spanish capture. Now there were other ships in this fleet that were still fighting the Spanish. The men who jumped off of Jan von Schwan's ship, they swam to the nearest vessel they could get to. They climbed aboard, and fortunately, they found a company of Spanish troops had already taken the ship. Before they even climbed over the rail, they found themselves staring down Spanish steel and Spanish muskets. This began happening with alarming frequency. The sea beggars were underestimated by the Dutch and Spanish authorities. That fleet had been organized and organized doing pretty well. So Lord Dalheim sent most of the sea beggar fleet to England, but he himself stayed with only 12 ships left on the Dutch coast. The sea beggars' ranks had moved these great harbors of English soil, while only a few of them, some of the most notorious among them, stayed to fight the good fight. It seems to have been something of a tactical mistake, however. While he may have saved the majority of the fleet of sea beggars, those 12 ships became the prime target for all of the Dutch invasion. That fleet, backed by the Spanish, got the shorter. The two largest ships were captured by the Spanish. They were the best vessels they had, with nearly all of the arms and ammunition that they had in the fleet. 9 of the other ships were burned by the Spanish, and only one, carrying Lord Dalheim's head, had escaped the fleet. Now, he went to England to join the rest of the fleet, at the request of Prince William, and Lord Dalheim bribed England while he was properly rescued by the English government. The conclusion was that there was money involved, as typically Lord Dalheim had taken on loans that he refused to repay, other people had taken on financial favors as well, and several other things that caused him to repay. The reality is, if he'd been doing better as the admiral of the sea beggars, he likely would not have been arrested. William found home in the Netherlands after he went back. nobleman who was one of his friends, in the hopes that he would do a better job. However, this man wasn't the most experienced at sea, and if anything, the experience of the sea beggar proved at worse. The poorer element of sea beggars continued trying to protect and continued doing their best. However, many of the other sea beggars, those that had rounded out their numbers, well, discipline began to break down. The captains weren't able to keep them in line, and in many cases, the captains themselves turned away their orders. They began going back to their old ways of protecting any shipping they could find and putting all the money into their own pockets rather than seeing that allotted to the captain. Not only Spanish and European, but also Dutch, English, and English vessels were now under threat from these northern sea beggars. They were giving the beggars who were trying to be a royal navy a really bad name, turning it from a fight for a good cause into real piracy. They were losing many of their allies and many of their friends. It was happening alarmingly quickly. So Prince William promoted that second admiral, he promoted a third, the most famous of all of the admirals of the sea beggars. He was the Baron William and Count of La Marque, known in history as William Vandermark. William Vandermark was, well, he was one of the first and most ardent supporters of Dutch independence and William. However, initially, his fight was on land. He was a man who acted as a general in some of his armies, not a sea captain, but being from the Netherlands, he did have sea experience and reportedly quite a bit of experience with piracy and generally. He contacted any of these rebel, rogue sea beggars, any of them that were still willing to fight for his cause under his leadership, they all became his fold. Any who had decided that regular piracy was more their liking, they were essentially exiled from the Netherlands community. Now, he rallied all of the ships that were still loyal to the cause of Dutch independence, and moved operations to England. The Netherlands had become an extremely dangerous place because of that Spanish captive fleet that was patrolling his shores and had caused the sea beggars to be distracted. So, under William Vandermark, they operated out of the coast of the Netherlands, primarily in the Channel, around Dover, was where his operations were based. A second contingent of the sea beggars, who was doing perhaps even better than the main contingent, operated off of the Isle of Wight. Now, their attempts to take a home base, to attack a port on land and hold it, it all ended in failure. The sea beggars were essentially broke, as was William. They needed to raise some funds to pay for his capture. So, rather than attempting naval warfare on land warfare, the sea beggars turned back to outright attack. They were taking only Spanish and French ships, only the trusted ships that were their enemies. They would take them, steal everything they had, ransom the sailors, and sometimes sell the vessels themselves. They became a real danger, a real menace. Well, that edict of Elizabeth against the sea beggars still stood. The sea beggars were smart about this. Making so much money through piracy, they bribed any government from territorial to community, as well as any government officials that came into the picture. They sent some of their money back to William, like they had before, but most of it went to go to the sea beggars. Not so they could while it away on drink and women, which I'm certain they did, but much of it went to create a new, bigger, better sea beggar fleet. Under William Vandermark, the sea beggar fleet grew hard. Discipline was brought down to their ranks, despite the fact that they were acting as pirates, they were acting immediately, and attacking every French and Spanish ship they could put their hands on. The channel for the French and Spanish was now more dangerous than ever. It was split between England and La Rochelle. There was a region that it was just immensely dangerous to travel through, and to get any shipping through, they had to send it through with a large fleet to guard it. All of these acts of piracy, done by the sea beggars, originated from English ports, which, in reality, treated Queen Elizabeth just fine at first. But then, on the 10th of February, 1672, everything changed. Without warning, one of the more notorious sea beggar captains was arrested by English officials. That very same day, William Vandermark received an order from the British government instructing him to quit English waters with every vessel under his command. Several other captains were arrested in the following days, who were subsequently released, but Elizabeth went so far as to declare William's son a false prince, and that made his letters of marque null and void. John Hawkins himself was sent to chase this sea beggar fleet out of English waters. This ended what was one of the most popular periods in the history of the sea beggars, and it was a period of low touch, but it wasn't exactly the betrayal that it seemed to be. You see, around this time, Elizabeth really needed to garner some Spanish goodwill. She needed decided, just for a while, to have something in favor. This was due to some of the politics involving the Catholic Church and the Scottish. There was development in the Catholic powers war on Queen Elizabeth that required her to be. However, Elizabeth ordered that no violence be used except by direct command by either herself or the Privy Council. If you want to be attacked, be safe off. It had to appear as legitimate as possible. Now, she neglected to enforce against the tea beggars who either her masters or this is all and it was well timed too. The tea beggars so well timed, in fact, that it's suspicious. It makes you wonder if Elizabeth had messages from the tea beggars that now they had big plans and she was able to garner that goodwill with the Catholics. This plan the tea beggars had was very bold, and it would require them to quickly move water, so one way or another, it seems that everything Duke of Alba, the Netherlands, well, he was in trouble. His taxes he enacted on the Low Country, they were not being paid. Due to the lack of tax income, he was unable to enforce his rules, and many towns in the Low Country in rebellion against his rule. Tea beggars had returned in large numbers to the Netherlands, being unsuitable due to that Spanish fleet not being paid. Despite his early successes, for the Iron Duke of Alba, the Netherlands proved to be too much of a mistake. His successor, the Duke of Medina, was set to arrive in the Netherlands shortly. Now, William Vandermark did not intend to allow him to fall. His fleet, including the tea beggars, was at this point comprised of almost 30 ships, with each one of them flew the colors of William Vandermark, and each of them carried an additional red piece that had 10 pennies upon it, which was a declaration of their intent to deliver their homeland from almost freedom attacks, which was known as the penny tax. They sailed to the Low Country in battle formation toward the city of Louisbourg. This was the rumored landing of the new fleet. Now, when they were close to arriving, the Commandant recognized them, and a cry arose, "The tea beggars have come," and the town was reportedly. However, a local fishmonger who was sympathetic to the tea beggars was in the harbor, and he made his way over to their fleet. He met with William Vandermark and he returned to town after discussing the terms and met with the Privy Council. He told them, quote, "You need have no fear. The tea beggars will harm no one. They come only to pay the city for the king, and Alba's tyranny and resume in the kingdom." He told the town fathers of Focus that William Vandermark had given them and told them that the town had 2 hours to decide what to do. The town fathers were in a quandary. They knew that if they were to surrender, the Spanish would send them on to crush their town, doing great damage, perhaps killing women and children. That if they were to surrender, he would base their town in blood. However, this threat standing right in front of him, the tea beggars, well, he knew that if he didn't surrender to them, they would sack his town immediately. While they were waiting for an answer, an army of tea beggars began to march towards them, and it appeared that these men were beggars. There are many reports of haggard. Their clothes were in rags. All of them looked gone. The word want is used in this connection. They were starving. These men were desperate to find somewhere that they could be safe, find something to eat, and use it immediately. The town council told that fishmonger that they acquiesced to the beggars. Then they began to evacuate the entire town by a gate on the far side of the city. Now, the beggar captain didn't receive word of the town's surrender. He ordered his ships to fire on the gate. He ignited casks of gunpowder on the gate, and he dropped down a mast from one of his ships and began using battering rams. Around 8 o'clock, the evening of April 1st, 1572, the town of Vendor, and the first toehold in the next. The news passed the city by most of the citizens. Residents in the homes of some of the town's richest evacuated. These were mostly Catholic merchants and leaders that were loyal to the Spanish and their Dutch subordinates. No, well, they didn't sack the towns, they did ransack their homes. They used any of the goods that they found and money to buy themselves food from the food. They feasted after a good night's sleep. They were described as the best pointed out to me on the website, firespodcast.com, that there's a saying never on April 1st, Alba lost its son. This is something fun because the Dutch glasses grill L, while the town of Grill spells differently depending on but it sounds very similar. Now this listener told me that this is typically used as a something of language, but it's also a little similar to many of our rhymes and funny little styles. Things were going well for the Protestant cause all across Europe. Speaking of Vendrell was the Dutch revolt. The Duke of Alba was finally leaving. The sea-beggars were finally victorious and home on their native soil. The brothers, William the Silent and Louis de Nassau, were finally having some success on land as well. William Vandermark was made Stadtholder of Zealand and Holland, a position that he quickly turned over to William the Silent and Rob. In the north of the Low Countries, they had really begun to establish the Dutch Republic. Cities all across that north area were in open rebellion against the Spanish. Finally, they had a cause that everyone could get behind. William had even gone so far as to garner the support of the Ottoman Empire under their ruler Suleiman the Magnificent, who claimed that he held a kinship to the Protestant cause. He said that they both rejected idolatry and the Pope's rule, as well as their polytheistic belief in the Trinity. I imagine the fact that both of these men, William the Silent and Suleiman the Magnificent, fighting Spanish, had something to do with it. Now, in this republic, things were going well. There was a mass migration of many of the wealthy and best educated men in the Low Countries to this newly founded republic. They were people who, even if they were Catholic, were tired of the rules and high taxes of the Spanish, so they moved to this new country where they could once again follow their own path. In the southern Low Countries, where the Spanish still held sway, Louis de Nassau marched at the head of an army of soldiers. They intended to finally, once and for all, out the Catholic menace of the Low Countries. It was a daring move, to be sure, but it had unintended consequences. 2 years prior, in France, the Huguenot forces had signed a treaty, a peace treaty, with the Catholic rulers called the Treaty of Saint-Germain. This allowed Huguenot leaders to finally hold political office, and there was a marriage alliance promised between the French royal family and the Huguenot prince, Henry Colbert. And 2 years later, the wedding finally took place. It brought all of the Protestant leadership to Paris. Now, when I think about this, I see almost direct parallels to a game of chess. There are characters here who are almost certainly inspirations for characters within the story. If you're a fan of either the books or the show, I'd like you to imagine there was a marriage alliance between King Rob in the north and, say, Marcella Baratheon in the south. And when the marriage was to take place, all of the leaders of the rebellion in the north marched down to King's Landing to be there at the wedding ceremony. What do you imagine that Queen Cersei would do in that situation? All of her enemies would be drowned. Well, it was probably very similar to what Catherine de Medici did. In the days before this wedding, Paris was the marriage man named Admiral de Coligny, who was the most powerful man in the Huguenot forces, was shot on his way home. Coligny was a staunch Protestant who was an anti-monarchist, and he was a personal friend of John Calvin. He established Huguenot colonies in Brazil and Florida, that Florida colony being the one that Englishmen visited in one of our previous episodes, where they allied themselves with Huguenot pirates. This man, this free thinker and leader, now lay by a principal terrorist. Now, who actually ordered the assassination attempt is unclear. possible that it was Catherine de Medici, the mother of the future king. She worried that Coligny, who was close to his son the king, would convince him to invade the Netherlands and drag France into another war. So, after the marriage was consummated, well, Coligny ran. Although it may also have been the Duke of Alba that ordered the assassination. Coligny was the man who was behind that Huguenot army, marching behind Louis and Nassau, who were currently besieging the Duke of Nancy. After the assassination attempt, while Coligny the king went to visit him in person, and that same day, while Catherine de Medici was at dinner, Protestant leaders burst in on her and demanded justice. She promised them this. Again, if Catherine de Medici were queen first, then I think Coligny would best be described as the high spirit. He was the leader of a group of religious zealots who were reformers that had their eyes on the throne. They were gaining influence through Coligny's friendship with Catherine's son, young and the next day, after that mob broke in on Catherine de Medici's a group of royal officials entered the home of Admiral Coligny, murdered all of his guards as well as the men who accompanied him, and finally threw Coligny from the window. The gates of Paris were closed and locked. The guard, the king's personal soldiers, armed with a list of Protestant leaders in the city, swords, marched out of the castle. The bells of the Church of Saint Germain chimed. Protestants came out of their homes to see why the bells of Saint Germain were ringing as they sought out. What they saw was a force of heavily armed French. The streets had been blockaded. There was nowhere to run. The Protestant leaders were dispatched, shot, and beheaded. The blood ran in the streets. The bodies were thrown in the river or paraded through the streets. The head of the Huguenot forces in France had been severed. The mob smelled blood. Catholic loyalists rose in huge numbers. For 3 days, they murdered any Protestant in the city. The order was finally restored. Nearly every Huguenot or Huguenot sympathizer in the city was dead. The massacre spread all throughout France. Thousands of dead. Cities all across the realm were run through. Women were raped. Babes were torn from their mothers' arms and dashed against the pavement. The highest death toll is estimated to be 70,000.